On a sandalwood bed with an antique design, a frail youth lay prone, suddenly, seized by violent coughing fits. It seemed as though he wouldn't cease until he expelled his very lungs. The youth's lips had taken on a purplish hue, and his complexion was pallid, an unmistakable indication that his time on this earth was limited. Yet his relentless coughing sent the young lady beside him into a state of panic. The young lady appeared to be around 30 years old, still retaining a graceful charm despite being past her prime. In this critical moment, the furrowed brows that had been tightly locked finally eased, and she hastily clasped the hand of the ailing youth. "Yuan, you're finally awake. You frightened mother to death. Hurry and summon the head of the family back. Yuan has awakened, so our immediate concern is to attend to him. We can settle the matter with the Wan family later." Promptly following the young lady's orders, a servant hurriedly left. However, the youth paid no attention to these instructions, solely focused on the incessant coughing. Suddenly a sound, "Puwerk," a spurt of black blood ejected from his mouth, swiftly corroding a significant hole in the bedding. Evidently, the substance was highly toxic. Following the expulsion of this dark blood, the youth appeared to relax completely. He glanced at the anxious young lady, sensing a peculiar yet familiar sentiment welling up within him. Struggling to recall who this woman was, a piercing headache engulfed him. "Yuan, what's the matter? Is the intestine rupturing grass poison acting up again? Quick, fetch a high-grade detoxification pill for young master," the young lady urged, her expression filled with concern. Another servant departed to fulfill the request. Capitalizing on this opportunity, the youth began to organize the myriad memories in his mind, finally recollecting the identity of the woman before him. This woman was none other than his biological mother, Ren Hongling, and he, or more precisely, the original inhabitant of this body, was named Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan hailed from one of the foremost alchemy families in the state of Qin. The family patriarch, Yi Hang, also happened to be Yi Yuan's father, a low-grade alchemy grandmaster who held a prominent position in the state of Qin. However, Yi Hang's son, Yi Yuan, was a disappointment, a wastrel who caused trouble daily and harmed virtuous women. He had not even achieved the status of an alchemy apprentice. This disgraceful existence prompted Yi Hang to go to great lengths to secure admission for Yi Yuan into the prestigious Danwu Academy, hoping he might learn something. Little did he know that Yi Yuan, driven by jealousy over a woman, would recklessly challenge someone to a detoxification competition, ultimately poisoning himself to death. After assimilating the memories of his predecessor, Yi Yuan sighed softly. The original occupant of this body was undoubtedly unique, a person who possessed the audacity and intellect to take his own life in such a manner. Regardless, Qin Yunzi, a dignified alchemy emperor successor, found himself transmigrated into the body of a ne'er-do-well, yet blessed by the heavens. With a second chance, Qin Yunzi vowed to avenge his father and himself, eliminating the treacherous traitor with his own hands. Contemplating this, Yi Yuan's countenance turned fierce, eyes brimming with intent to kill. Ren Hongling evidently detected Yi Yuan's expression and, thinking he harbored resentment toward the Wan family for harming him, hastily tried to console him. "Son, patience is a virtue. We will undoubtedly settle the score with the Wan family. For now, focus on recuperating. Future matters can be discussed later." Touched by Ren Hongling's maternal affection, Yi Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Inheriting this body meant inheriting its emotions. Regardless of Yi Yuan's outwardly troublesome nature, he cared deeply for the parents who loved him. "Mother, I apologize for causing you worry." Ren Hongling was taken aback by her son's words. This troublemaker had almost shattered her heart countless times, yet she had never heard such sincere words from him. Something seemed amiss. Could it be that this incident prompted him to awaken to reality? After a brief moment of astonishment, Ren Hongling's joy overflowed, tears welling in her eyes. As long as you're safe. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open with a resounding bam. You're not dead yet, you rascal? You truly scared your old man. A thunderous voice echoed, causing Yi Yuan's eardrums to throb. While the words lacked pleasantness, the underlying concern and joy were unmistakable. It was none other than the family head, Yi Hang, who had arrived. Yi Hang, despite his noble status as an alchemy grandmaster, appeared rather coarse. He bore no resemblance to the refined image associated with such a title and instead seemed like a rugged mountain man. Upon hearing her husband's words, Ren Hongling turned and glared. Yuan just escaped death. Can't you say something more comforting? Unperturbed, Yi Hang cast a glance at the black blood before chuckling. Seems like my son, Yi Hang's son, has a charmed life. Surviving this ordeal is no small feat. Come, swallow this detoxification pill quickly and rid your body of residual toxins. You'll be fine afterward. Yi Hang nonchalantly produced a medicinal pill, poised to administer it to Yi Yuan. Witnessing this, Yi Yuan recoiled in horror, quickly retreating into his bed. Can this thing even be consumed? He exclaimed in shock. Glaring at him with frustration, Yi Hang snapped. You little rascal. Did the poison fry your brain? Have you forgotten your father's standing? Ren Hongling, suspecting Yi Yuan had reservations about the pill, swiftly intervened. Yuan, your father is an alchemy grandmaster. Even if his majesty were to meet him, he would show respect. Besides, he's your father. Would he ever harm you? Yi Yuan's mouth twitched, choosing to remain silent, aware that the medicinal pill in his father's hand was indeed a detoxification pill. Yi Yuan couldn't help but find its quality somewhat lacking. In his previous life, Qing Yunzi's father held the esteemed title of Alchemy Emperor, and Qing Yunzi himself had grown up consuming medicinal pills as casually as jelly beans. Recognizing a commonplace detoxification pill was, therefore, given. While the pill could help contain the toxins within his body, its efficacy fell short, incapable of thoroughly eliminating all residual toxins. Though, beyond the detection of most alchemists, these lingering toxins posed a potential burden on Yi Yuan's future health. Furthermore, they could impede his progress in the martial path. To Yi Yuan, the intestine-rupturing grass was inconsequential. Even in Yi Hang's eyes, it held little value. Yet, when Yi Yuan returned home, the poison had already spread extensively, rendering him unable to ingest the detoxification pill. Helpless, Yi Hang had been preparing to confront the Wan family in a battle. In his previous life, Qing Yunzi had attained the standard of an alchemy emperor before his demise, making him well-versed in medicinal theories. His understanding far surpassed that of an alchemy grandmaster like Yi Hang. Observing his son's expression, Yi Hang felt provoked. You little rascal! How dare you question your father's pill refinement standards? Helplessly eyeing the lackluster black pill in his father's hand, Yi Yuan sighed and spoke. Red abalone grass exceeded by 2 parts and green snake gall fell short by 1 part. It appears there was a deficiency in control during pill refinement. The major mistake, however, was the addition of iron sulfate to the detoxification pill. Far from enhancing its medicinal effects, it disrupted the pill's composition. Father, if Tier 3 medicinal pill refinement proves challenging, perhaps consider adjusting your standards. Yi Hang's expression underwent a fascinating transformation, from anger to astonishment and finally settling into dumbfoundedness. As the pill's creator, he was intimately familiar with its properties. Ye Yuan. It wasn't that Yi Hang's medicinal concoction lacked efficacy. Rather, Yi Yuan's current state was exceptionally dire. Despite the potential side effects of Yi Hang's medicine, Yi Yuan paid little attention. The paramount concern at the moment was alleviating the symptoms, afflicting his wretched body. As for the latent threats left by the detoxification pill Yi Yuan possessed, the means to eliminate them effortlessly. Since inheriting this body, the esteemed alchemy emperor Qin Yunzi found it challenging to regard his own physique. He struggled to comprehend how his predecessor endured the past decade or so. Born into a prestigious alchemy family, this individual failed to advance beyond the second-level essence Qi realm, a stark disappointment. Even in a mortal country, one born into such a family and regularly consuming commonplace essence Qi pills should typically reach the fourth-level essence Qi realm and beyond. Wanting to cry but unable to shed tears, this alchemy emperor could only use such a phrase to describe his prevailing emotion. Enduring such a violent poison with this feeble body explained Yi Yuan's demise. Although Qin Yunzi now inhabited this form, immediate changes were impractical. Progress would have to occur one step at a time. To onlookers, Yi Yuan's pill-snatching act exposed his true nature. However,
Ye hang mereli simirket.
I knew you were bluffing. You actually scared me. For a moment. Yi Hang had sensed something amiss earlier. This individual likely peeked at the pill formula or overheard the family's retainers discussing the refinement of the detoxification pill. That explained how he knew every detail about the pill. Since Yi Yuan was already making light of the situation, his condition likely wasn't severe. Yi Yuan had no intention of explaining. Feigning ignorance and incompetence suited this body. Maintaining a low profile seemed the prudent course. Father, Mother, I'm a little tired and would like to rest for now. Yi Yuan, desiring recuperation, requested their departure. Yuan, you've just recovered from a severe illness. Rest is indeed warranted. If anything arises, let Luer inform us, his parents assured. Before ushering everyone out of the room, Yi Yuan commenced meditation, circulating essence energy within his body to absorb the detoxification pill's medicinal effects and expel the lingering poison. However, the meager essence energy in his body rendered its efficacy feeble. An alchemy emperor of his stature, granted a second chance at life, nearly succumbed to frustration after surviving poisoning. By the time all the medicinal effects were fully absorbed, dawn approached. This meditation session spanned a laborious 12 hours. Yet the effort bore fruit. Yi Yuan's complexion noticeably improved, radiating a rosier hue. The toxins within his body were largely neutralized. To the current Yi Yuan, this was a modest achievement.
Leveraging Qin Yunzi's
expertise in the Tao of alchemy, extracting the full potential of the
diminutive detoxification pill post no difficulty.
Reflecting on it, despite his predecessor's lackadaisical approach to training, it proved advantageous. This body was akin to a blank canvas, allowing Qin Yunzi unrestricted manipulation without fear of damaging it. Had his predecessor haphazardly practiced martial arts, rebuilding the foundation would have entailed a considerable price. This, in turn, simplified matters. Yet, despite the intestine-rupturing grass poison's relative insignificance, Yi Hang's detoxification pill's efficacy remained severely restricted. Traces of residual toxins lingered in the body. Furthermore, the pill's inherent flaws introduced medicinal toxins, necessitating the procurement of medicinal herbs to eradicate potential future threats once dawn broke. Fortuitously, the Yi family, one of the esteemed alchemy families in the state of Qin, could easily acquire the necessary herbs. With time before dawn, Yi Yuan resolved to strategize his path post-rebirth. In his previous life, Qin Yunzi's devotion to the Tao of alchemy overshadowed his commitment to the martial Tao. This imbalance rendered him powerless against the traitor. Qin Yunzi cultivated martial arts merely to refine superior pills. Adequacy for use sufficed. This approach led to him becoming the youngest alchemy emperor in the divine realm. Upon reaching alchemy emperor status, he earned accolades as the most likely genius to ascend to alchemy god status in tens of thousands of years. A feat not accomplished for millennia. However, that glory had become history. Today, the divine realm's prodigy Qingyunzi no longer existed, only the lower realm's youth Yi Yuan embarking on the path of revenge. For vengeance against the traitor, diligence in the martial path became imperative. Despite the traitor's Tao of alchemy proficiency rivaling Qingyun Zi's, he undeniably excelled in the martial Tao. To surpass him, the current Yi Yuan would need to invest considerable effort. Initially, a mortal country's youth in the lower realm faced the most significant deficiencies in resources and techniques. Resources were indeed a luxury for the current Yi Yuan, but techniques were the least of his concerns. Irrespective of whether in the lower realm or the divine realm, alchemists commanded exceptional respect.
Moreover, Qingyunzi's father, Zhenjiangzi,
held the prestigious title of the number 1 alchemy emperor in the divine realm, accumulating countless techniques over the years. Though Qingyunzi was initially indifferent to the martial Tao, his extensive study of martial art manuals aimed at enhancing alchemical procedures led him to uncover suitable techniques for his cultivation. Sorting through memories from his past life, Yi Yuan settled on the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art as his core cultivation technique. This martial art stood as the core practice of the renowned spirit bristle divine king in the divine realm. To obtain a 9th rank medicinal pill, the spirit bristle divine king had sought Zhenjiangzi's assistance. Failing to provide adequate compensation, he left behind this formidable cultivation technique. The spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was exceptionally potent, propelling the spirit bristle divine king to unparalleled heights in the divine realm, ranking among the top 10 mysterious entities. In the divine realm, anything labeled divine held incomparable value, sparking intense conflicts. The revelation of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art had shaken the entire divine realm. To secure this technique, over 10 divine kings reportedly fell. Ultimately, it found its way into the hands of the spirit bristle divine king, who remained inconspicuous for over a decade before emerging as the top divine king. The spirit bristle divine king entrusted this technique to Zhenjiangzi due to their shared passion for the Tao of alchemy and their lack of ulterior motives or aspirations for worldly contention. Studying the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, Yi Yuan delved into the cultivation manual. Traces of essence energy permeated his body, emitting a faint yellow glow. At the essence chi realm, cultivators directed essence energy from the heaven and earth into their bodies, laying the foundation for cultivation. While seemingly unremarkable, the essence chi realm was crucial for martial arts cultivation. It served as the foundational stage akin to a solid base for constructing a towering skyscraper. Exhaling after 4 hours of cultivation, Yi Yuan marveled at the power of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Though the essence in his body had not substantially increased during this period, its quality had significantly improved. Evaluating the technique, he considered the potential for invincibility within the same realm. As an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan possessed extensive knowledge, and his positive assessment of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art underscored its exceptional nature. During the 4-hour session, he used the technique to refine the limited essence energy of his predecessor, enhancing the purity of the essence energy in his dantian. Despite this refinement not advancing his realm, it caused it to regress to the first-level essence chi realm. Thankfully, his predecessor's neglect of cultivation in recent years proved advantageous, sparing Yi Yuan from the arduous task of refining his body's essence energy. With the morning light already illuminating the sky, Yi Yuan left the room to acquire medicinal herbs for his body from the Yi family's medicine warehouse. As he stepped out, a green figure collided with him. The green figure happened to be Lu Er, Yi Yuan's maidservant responsible for his daily life. Luer, with her lovely and cute demeanor, possessed a pair of bright eyes that easily endeared her to others. Clad in a long green dress, she resembled a little green pixie, emanating an aura of charm. Yi Yuan was intimately acquainted with Luer, having been playmates since childhood. She stood as the person closest to him, aside from his parents, in both familial and external settings. Despite the general lack of regard for Yi Yuan within and outside the household, Luer remained the sole exception. Regardless of Yi Yuan's external antics, Luer devotedly cared for him. This special connection made Yi Yuan instinctively feel a closeness to Luer, akin to a little sister, despite his predecessor's penchant for teasing her. In reality, although Yi Yuan was mischievous, he refrained from imposing himself on women, indulging instead in harmless pranks. His predecessors' negative traits were largely attributed to being spoiled, with his father, Yi Hang, bearing a significant share of the responsibility. Yet Yi Yuan chose not to lay blame entirely on Yi Hang, recognizing the profound love that a father's heart held. Touched by the familiarity and warmth reminiscent of his past life's father, Yi Yuan found solace in this connection. Luer, having bumped into Yi Yuan, initially expressed concern but was elated to find him full of vigor. Yi Yuan reassured her of his well-being, declaring himself fortunate to have survived the crisis and anticipating limitless future fortunes. Responding in a teasing yet significant manner, Luer conveyed her belief that Yi Yuan's survival marked a turning point for him. Intrigued by her confidence, Yi Yuan couldn't help but ponder the depth of Luer's insights. In a light-hearted exchange, Yi Yuan invited Luer to accompany him to the fragrant medicine pavilion to gather medicinal herbs. Luer, wordless but attentive, followed Yi Yuan. The fragrant medicine pavilion, established by the Yi family, stood as a prominent medicinal shop in the state of Qin, owed largely to Yi Hang's esteemed status as an alchemy grandmaster. In a region where the identity of an alchemy master commanded respect, an alchemy grandmaster like Yi Hang held an unparalleled position. The fragrant medicine pavilion's main branch in the capital even boasted the presence of an alchemy master to diagnose people daily, a testament to its influence. Entering the fragrant medicine pavilion with Luer, Yi Yuan noticed various expressions from the employees, ranging from fear and scorn to disdain. This silent reaction prompted Yi Yuan to reflect on his predecessor's tarnished reputation, even affecting innocent bystanders. Undeterred by the employees' glances, Yi Yuan approached the counter and requested paper and a brush from an alchemy apprentice. Aware of Yi Yuan's status, the apprentice promptly provided the requested items.
Yi Yuan
Efficiently listed the medicinal herbs he needed and handed the prescription back to the apprentice, with a direct order to procure the herbs and seek his father in case of any issues. Yi Yuan showcased his decisive and knowledgeable demeanor. While the herbs themselves were ordinary, the prescription demonstrated Yi Yuan's extensive understanding of medicinal herbs and effects, a testament to his past life as an alchemy emperor. The alchemy apprentice appeared puzzled by Yi Yuan's actions, assuming that this individual of refined tastes had taken an interest in experimenting with medicinal herbs. As the alchemy apprentice busied himself gathering the required herbs, Yi Yuan escorted Luer to the fragrant medicine pavilion's consultation room. A brief, contemptuous glance from the duty master followed Yi Yuan's entrance, and, without much ado, the master resumed attending to patients. These masters, stationed at the alchemy master level, were all personally invited retainers of Yi Hang. Their elevated status extended not only within the fragrant medicine pavilion but also across the entire state of Qin. Observing the patients seeking treatment, Yi Yuan silently shook his head. Their afflictions were far from ordinary, and the master's diagnoses reflected a profound understanding of uncommon illnesses. Although Yi Yuan, if on duty, could provide superior prescriptions, he refrained from intervening, recognizing the efficacy of the master's formulas. With a lifeless call for the next patient, the attendant ushered forth a brawny man whose appearance hinted at a troubling condition. Purple complexion, accompanied by death chi around his forehead and incessant coughing signaled symptoms of poisoning. The master, after assessing the man's pulse and tongue, astutely remarked on the encounter with the deadly 7 evils flowing cloud python in the endless forest. Despite the master's mocking tone, the brawny man expressed admiration for his accurate diagnosis, recounting the tragic loss of his companions to the ferocious beast. Acknowledging the brawny man's luck in surviving such an encounter, the master emphasized the potency of the poison and quoted a high fee for the treatment. Eager to save his life, the brawny man, aware of the fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation, pledged to pay the full treatment fee. The master, unruffled, prescribed a remedy involving green flow grass, vermilion soul sand, ironwind eagle's inner core, and daystar, instructing the attendant to prepare 2 additional sets for the patient to take back. As the attendant was about to call the next patient, a gesture halted him, indicating someone's desire to speak. The individual signaling the attendant was none other than Yi Yuan, who had been observing quietly on the sidelines. When the attendant noticed Yi Yuan's interruption, a momentary hesitation crossed his features. It was well known that Yi Yuan, the young master of the fragrant medicine pavilion, carried a notorious reputation, making the attendant tread cautiously to avoid any potential offense. Addressing the master on duty, Uncle Chen Miao, Yi Yuan approached and whispered a crucial insight. Uncle Chen, that prescription is flawed. Could prove fatal. Yi Yuan, having shed the image of his predecessor, was now a more astute individual, acknowledging the need to preserve his predecessor's reputation and maintain appearances. He discreetly voiced his concerns to Uncle Chen Miao. Uncle Chen Miao, a seasoned retainer in the Yi family, held a respected position, although his alchemical skills did not match Yi Hang's prowess. Nevertheless, the abrupt critique from a junior like Yi Yuan stirred an immediate change in Uncle Chen Miao's expression. Addressing Yi Yuan by his childhood moniker, Little Yuan, Uncle Chen Miao admonished him for potentially tarnishing the reputation painstakingly built for the fragrant medicine pavilion. While expressing the sentiment that the pavilion's status owed much to the collective effort of the staff, Uncle Chen Miao threatened consequences, asserting that he would be the first to reprimand Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan anticipated Uncle Chen Miao's reaction, considering his predecessor's troublesome nature. However, Yi Yuan recognized the stakes. If Uncle Chen Miao persisted with the flawed prescription, not only would the brawny man's life be jeopardized, but the fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation could suffer irreparable damage. Yi Yuan's intervention stemmed from a strategic assessment rather than a desire to reveal his true capabilities. However, he realized that challenging Uncle Chen Miao, an esteemed expert, could have repercussions. Yi Yuan's expectation of Uncle Chen Miao's reaction was met, and he chose not to be perturbed by the harsh words. Luer, standing beside Yi Yuan, couldn't restrain herself and boldly supported Yi Yuan's claim, asserting that the young master had a valid reason for his objection. Yi Yuan, somewhat surprised by Luer's unwavering trust, silently acknowledged her loyalty. Nonetheless, he recognized that Luer's outspoken support complicated the situation, escalating the conflict between the juniors and the experienced alchemical master. Uncle Chen Miao's expression darkened further, and he warned Luer against meddling in matters beyond her comprehension. The clash of generations intensified, with Yi Yuan and Luer challenging Uncle Chen Miao's prescription. Uncle Chen Miao, upholding his authority, warned the juniors to provide a satisfactory explanation or face consequences. The brawny man, bewildered by the unfolding confrontation, found himself entangled in an unexpected dispute within the fragrant medicine pavilion. In this clash of opinions, Yi Yuan, Luer, and Uncle Chen Miao stood at odds, their conflicting perspectives threatening the harmony of the fragrant medicine pavilion. This situation is dire, Master Chen. The poison coursing through this man's body could escalate into a life-threatening condition if left unattended. Master, I implore you not to be upset and to aid in purging the poison. Promptly, these two individuals are merely young and inexperienced, casually expressing their thoughts. The brawny man earnestly pleaded. He hadn't anticipated Master Chen taking their remarks seriously, attempting to assuage the tension. Despite the brawny man's attempt to persuade him, Chen Miao dismissed the urgency with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Rest assured it won't take much time. I possess a certain level of confidence in dealing with this poison and won't allow you to succumb. If we don't clarify this matter today, how can I, an old man, have the face to continue making diagnoses here? Turning his attention to Yi Yuan, Chen Miao, with a stern expression, pressed the young master for an explanation. Speak up. If you can't clarify your accusations, don't accuse me of exploiting my seniority. You'll have no grounds to complain to your father. Yi Yuan, maintaining his silence until questioned by Chen Miao, responded calmly. The poison afflicting this warrior did not originate from the seven evils flowing cloud python. Dismissing Yi Yuan's statement, the warrior interjected before the young master could elaborate, expressing his disbelief. Nonsense. My companions lost their lives to its fangs. I barely escaped. Are you suggesting I misidentified it? Ignorant brat, I hold no grudge against you, so why do you wish for my demise? Amused, Chen Miao burst into laughter, almost shedding tears. Did you hear that? Utterly ignorant, naive brat. Leave immediately. If you persist in causing trouble, I'll summon someone to expel you. Chen Miao, confident in his ability to identify the poison at a glance, found Yi Yuan's claim incredulous. The warrior's near escape from the python's fangs seemed sufficient evidence for the seasoned alchemist. Moreover, demonic beast hunters intimately acquainted with their prey, rarely misidentified creatures, surrounding onlookers, initially spectators of the unfolding drama, couldn't contain their opinions any longer. Convinced this was a spectacle orchestrated by Yi Yuan, they joined in with disparaging comments, urging him to leave and insinuating he was jeopardizing his father's business. Luer, now less assured, tugged timidly at the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve, expressing concern. Yet, instead of retreating, she took a step forward, positioning herself in front of Yi Yuan. Her fear wasn't for herself but rather that the situation might turn violent against Yi Yuan. Touched by Luer's protective gesture, Yi Yuan shook his head and calmly countered the mounting opposition. What you witnessed may not align with reality. The poison afflicting this warrior didn't come from a seven evils flowing cloud python. It originated from a seven-colored flowing cloud python. You are utterly ignorant of the matter at hand. A seven-colored flowing cloud python? I've never even heard of such a creature. Do you think you can deceive us by inventing a demonic beast? Chen Miao, recognized as a skilled alchemist in the state of Qin, had delved into the study of demonic beasts. However, the mention of a seven-colored flowing cloud python baffled him completely. Even with his expertise, this particular creature had never crossed his knowledge. For Yi Yuan, an inexperienced and seemingly incompetent individual, to introduce such an unheard-of demonic beast only heightened the skepticism. Young Master Yi, your insults extend beyond Master Chen and me. They impugn all of us demonic beast hunters. We dedicate our lives to battling demonic beasts for sustenance. I've been in this trade for years, yet I've never encountered a seven-colored flowing cloud python. The brawny-looking man, now more convinced that Yi Yuan was causing unwarranted trouble, abandoned courtesy. He aimed to expose Yi Yuan's ulterior motives tying Chen Miao and himself together to protect against potential offense. The brawny man, aware that his life depended on Chen Miao's expertise, sought to align himself with the alchemist. To avoid offending Chen Miao, he collaborated with the group of demonic beast hunters, leveraging their collective influence to pressure Yi Yuan into yielding. The commotion escalated as other demonic beast hunters, hearing the brawny man's sentiments, joined the chorus of disbelief. What nonsense! A 7-colored flowing cloud python? Never heard of it. This affluent second generation has brought shame to Grandmaster Yi. It seems the Yi family's glory will end with this generation. What absurdity is this? 7-colored flowing cloud python? I've roamed the endless forest for 3 decades, and it's unheard of. Enough of this. Let's all head to Drunken Star Manor, a once respectable, fragrant medicine pavilion tarnished by an affluent second generation. While the crowd voiced its discontent, Yi Yuan remained silent, an unexpected response given his past behavior. The usual hot-tempered Yi Yuan would have erupted in the face of such criticism. However, he stood composed, seemingly unaffected by the insults. Despite the chaotic scene, Yi Yuan directed his gaze toward the noisiest individuals, particularly the one who initially suggested going to Drunken Star Manor. Those who met his eyes suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, sensation of falling into an icy abyss. Yi Yuan's stare fixated on the man who led the vocal opposition. The man, initially smirking, suddenly experienced a shiver down his spine, an eerie sensation. This man, known as Lu En, was a sharp and capable middle-aged demonic beast hunter. Unbeknownst to others, he was a spy planted by Drunken Star Manor. Among the hunters, Lu En's role involved stealing valuable discoveries from fellow hunters and delivering them to Drunken Star Manor. Drunken Star Manor, the primary competitor of Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, was known for such covert practices. In an instant, the bustling hall descended into an uneasy silence. The abrupt end to the cacophony was chilling. Lu En, under Yi Yuan's intense gaze, felt an indescribable discomfort, as if facing a formidable adversary. He struggled to understand why he, an 8th-level Essence Chi Realm cultivator, would experience such pressure from a mere first-level Essence Chi Realm individual. Yi Yuan's cultivation level was apparent to everyone present. A seemingly feeble youth like him couldn't possibly exert such oppressive force. Lu En dismissed the sensation as a hallucination, yet the silence in the hall reinforced the reality of the moment. Determined to dispel this strange feeling, he gathered his true essence, ready to challenge the oppressive atmosphere. However, before he could utter a word, Yi Yuan's gaze shifted away from him, and in that instant, Yi Yuan's words were cut off by a sound that captured everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Lu En, who was now spewing a mouthful of blood, staining several bystanders. Lu En, attempting to speak against the pressure, found himself abruptly relieved of the oppressive force. The sudden release, combined with his existing injuries, caused him to involuntarily cough up blood, exacerbating his condition. Young master, this man seems seriously injured. Shouldn't Master Qian attend to him first? Lu Er, pulling on Yi Yuan's sleeve, pleaded compassionately. Yi Yuan, momentarily surprised by Lu Er's insight, concealed his delight. He thought highly of her strategic intervention. Dispatching a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? While it may appear severe, this warrior has only suffered minor internal injuries. Our fragrant medicine pavilion's heart-protecting pill is renowned. 1 dose will suffice.
Ye Yuan,
Maintaining a cheerful demeanor, addressed Lu En. Observing Lu En's distressed appearance, Lu Er, sensing his urgency, took the initiative to fetch the medicine without waiting for Yi Yuan's command. The sudden movement startled Lu En. And no need to, there are still so many people queuing up in front of me. See, cutting isn't very nice. Luan stammered with guilt. Insisting on helping, Yi Yuan expressed concern. That won't do. I know you. Don't trust me. But are you telling me that you can't trust our fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation? I believe everyone is aware of the reputation of our heart-protecting pill. Using it to treat your injuries will definitely work. Chen Miao, the seasoned master, concurred. That's right. This time around, little Yuan isn't messing around. Even though your injuries aren't severe, it wouldn't be good if it continues to deteriorate. Using a heart-protecting pill to treat your injuries is perfect. Unbeknownst to others, Yi Yuan's earlier gaze had lingered slightly longer on Lu En's body. Though imperceptible to onlookers, Yi Yuan had discerned something amiss. Presenting himself as genuinely concerned, Yi Yuan showed compassion for Lu En's well-being. While nobody understood Yi Yuan's motives, the act of saving person garnered no objection. In the brief interval of conversation, Luer returned swiftly with a heart-protecting pill. Young master here, she offered, as if vying for acknowledgement. Yi Yuan, taking the medicinal pill, appreciated Luer's efforts. Patting her head affectionately, he expressed gratitude. It was hard on you. Not at all, Luer replied with enthusiasm. Unnoticed by the crowd, Yi Yuan manipulated the pill with intricate hand movements. Hovering above his palm, the pill defied gravity while Yi Yuan maintained a cheerful facade. Turning towards Lu En, Yi Yuan handed the medicine to him, saying, Here, swallow it quickly. Accepting the pill, Lu En's expressions shifted between nervousness and uncertainty. What had prompted Yi Yuan, known for his questionable reputation, to display such sudden concern? As Lu En grappled with these thoughts, his gaze shifted towards Chen Miao. Seizing the opportunity, he voiced his concerns. Master Chen, it's not me who's narrow-minded, but rather young Master Yi whose reputation isn't that good. Honestly speaking, I worry about this medicinal pill. Master Chen, please make the decision for me. The crowd, nodding in agreement, supported Lu En's skepticism. However, Luer couldn't tolerate it, exclaiming, You are such an ungrateful person. Family's young master is filled with good intentions to save you, yet you are suspecting him. Humph. Everybody knows what kind of person your young master is. Is there anything wrong with suspecting him? Lu En retorted, unwavering in his suspicion. Remaining unfazed by the accusations, Yi Yuan exhibited calmness. Observing Lu En's reluctance, Chen Miao scrutinized the pill, confirming its authenticity. He addressed Lu En, This is indeed our heart-protecting pill, without anything inappropriate. Furthermore, this particular heart-protecting pill's medicinal fragrance is overflowing. Clearly, its quality is even greater than the average ones. I am not forcing you to eat this heart-protecting pill, but your injuries right now aren't light. If you are not careful, it might affect your cultivation in the future. I advise you to just take it. Lu En, now perplexed, questioned his doubts. Was he overthinking Yi Yuan's motives? Surrendering to Chen Miao's endorsement, he thanked them and swallowed the heart-protecting pill in one gulp. As the medicinal pill reached Lu En's abdomen, a refreshing wave coursed through him, inducing a significant relaxation throughout his entire body. The efficacy of the medicine proved to be remarkably potent. In light of this unexpected positive outcome, Lu En found himself reconsidering his judgment of Yi Yuan. The high-grade heart-protecting pill bestowed upon him suggested a newfound generosity in Yi Yuan's character, leaving Lu En somewhat taken aback. He felt that he might have underestimated the young man's true nature. Yi Yuan, sporting a beaming smile, inquired, This warrior, how are you feeling? Expressing gratitude, Lu En cupped his hands and responded, Thank you, young Master Yi. This one was too rash. I hope you can overlook my transgression. However, let's return to the topic at hand. Forgive me for being ignorant, But I've never heard before of a demonic beast called seven-colored flowing cloud python. Eager to resume his mission, Lu and redirected the conversation. The earlier disturbance had caused everyone to momentarily forget the unresolved matter. Now, with Lu and revisiting the topic, collective attention shifted back to Yi Yuan, with renewed contempt in their eyes. With a light smile, Yi Yuan addressed the crowd. Actually, a seven-colored flowing cloud python is a mutation of a seven evils flowing cloud python. Just that a seven evils flowing cloud python is more common, while a seven-colored flowing cloud python is much rarer. Snakes belong to the Yin attribute. Thus, the majority of snake species possesses Yin poison. However, there is a minority which mutated to have Yang attribute. It happens to be that the one you encountered was this. Appearance-wise, a seven-colored flowing cloud python doesn't differ much from a seven evils flowing cloud python. However, it's known as the seven-colored flowing cloud python because there's a seven-colored flower on its 7 inches thick skin. The distinction lies in the presence of a seven-colored flower. And this demonic beast has a huge frame. When this warrior was facing it, there was no way of spotting that seven-colored flower. Naturally, this means that he couldn't differentiate between a seven-colored flowing cloud python and seven evils flowing cloud python. It's just that these two demonic beasts, one possesses Yin poison while the other Yang poison. If we used the prescription intended for Yin poison to detoxify Yang poison, we would actually be harming this warrior. Yi Yuan concluded, and Chen Miao furrowed his brows. While Yi Yuan's explanation sounded plausible, Chen Miao found it perplexing. How did Yi Yuan possess knowledge of a demonic beast that he himself, a seasoned master, had never heard of? Moreover, how did he discern the specific poison afflicting the brawny man? These questions lingered in Chen Miao's mind, casting doubt on Yi Yuan's credibility. Humph! Even if there existed this so-called seven-colored flowing cloud python that you spoke of, why do the symptoms of his poisoning exactly match those of the seven evils flowing cloud python? Chen Miao questioned coldly. Yi Yuan replied with a confident smile. What's so unusual about that? Seven-colored flowing cloud python and a seven evils flowing cloud python both came from a common ancestor. Naturally, after being poisoned, the symptoms are almost similar but not the same. This warrior, try pressing down on the spot 7 inches below your armpit. Although skeptical, the brawny man followed Yi Yuan's instructions. Pained expression crossed his face, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, releasing a foul stench. Chen Miao's astonishment was palpable. The symptoms exhibited by the brawny man were far more severe than those typically associated with the poison of a seven evils flowing cloud python. Yi Yuan, noticing Chen Miao's uncertainty, ordered the attendants to clean the area. Despite their initial reluctance, 2 servants swiftly attended to the task. Turning his attention back to the crowd, Yi Yuan explained further. Yin poison has to be treated with Yang means. Yang poison naturally has to be treated with Yin means. Uncle Chen has a deep understanding towards medicines. The prescription just now didn't actually have major mistakes. You just have to swap Yang attribute medicines with Yin attribute ones. Green flow grass and vermilion soul sand are neutral medicines, but Iron Wind Eagle belongs under Yang attribute. Furthermore, eagle subdues snake. If it were the seven evils flowing cloud python's poison, this medicine would be the best. Right now, we just have to swap the Iron Wind Eagle's inner core with a lightning ferret's inner core, and that should solve this problem. A seven-colored flowing cloud python's poison burns more fiercely, so it is best to add some extreme Yin datura. Yi Yuan delivered his recommendations confidently and coherently. His words, grounded in reason and medicinal knowledge, left little room for refutation. Observing Yi Yuan's demeanor, Luer couldn't help but find him exceptionally handsome that day. Master Chen, is it true what he just said? the brawny man asked, hesitatingly. Qian Miao, acknowledging the plausible explanation, shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, honestly, even I'm not so sure now, but looking at the poisonous blood you spat out just now, what you are inflicted with, indeed, doesn't look like a 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison. But will the method he said work? What if I die from his treatment? The brawny man voiced his concerns. The brawny man harbored no inherent distrust towards the fragrant medicine pavilion, but rather it was the tainted reputation that clung to Yi Yuan's past that fueled his skepticism. The negative preconceptions surrounding Yi Yuan had woven a fabric of doubt, rendering him incapable of placing trust in the young alchemist. Yi Yuan's assertion regarding the nature of the poison coursing through his body was merely a claim. In the absence of tangible evidence, the brawny man grappled with uncertainty. How could he wholeheartedly rely on a diagnosis that might prove either genuine or fallacious? Qian Miao, wearing a forced smile, interjected, I don't know either, but I feel that his method is worth a shot. What do you think? Amidst the deliberation, a resounding voice echoed through the space, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the entrance as a robust figure made a swift entrance. Why are you still standing there? Quickly grab the materials. Do you want the patient to die from the poison? The stern command reverberated, and the crowd watched as a determined attendant promptly responded and left to retrieve the necessary components. The commanding figure was none other than Yi Hang, the patriarch of the Yi family. Father, family head. Yi Yuan and Qian Miao greeted Yi Hang in unison. Yi Hang, standing before Yi Yuan, offered a slight nod. A blend of approval and relief illuminated his gaze as he addressed his son. Looks like your personality changed for real this time. To have finished reading all those books I left you during this period, you really did diligently study the Tao of alchemy. Not bad. Before Yi Yuan could respond, Yi Hang shifted his attention to the brawny man, addressing him directly. Little brother, my son is correct. You are genuinely afflicted with the poison of a 7-colored flowing cloud python. Not a 7 evils flowing cloud python. This type of demonic beast is exceedingly rare, and old Qian's inability to identify it is understandable. I apologize for the confusion. Nevertheless, the prescription my son provided is accurate. Drink it and observe the results. If any complications arise, my fragrant medicine pavilion will take full responsibility. What do you think? Yi Hang's influential status in the state of Qin was well established. It was a rare occurrence for him to personally intervene in such matters, let alone extend an assurance to treat an individual. With this powerful endorsement, what reason remained for the brawny man to hesitate? It appeared that the rumors surrounding the Yi family's young master, though disparaging, might not fully reflect his true capabilities. At least in this critical moment, he exhibited competence and authority. In the secluded confines of the fragrant medicine pavilion's courtyard, an intense gaze from Yi Hang was fixed upon Yi Yuan. Stinky brat, tell me honestly, how did you identify it? Questioned Yi Hang, his expression a mix of sternness and curiosity. Yi Yuan, met with his father's probing gaze, responded with a helpless look, and said, a wild guess. Humph, I was nearly hoodwinked by you yesterday. Looks like you really are different than in the past. What 7-colored flowing cloud python? Eve. Never heard of it before this too. Just now, even if I personally diagnosed him, I'm afraid the results would be the same as with old Qian. Yi Hang remarked with a trace of self-reflection. Recalling the recent events, Yi Hang couldn't shake off a certain unease. If not for Yi Yuan's unexpected insight, the distinguished reputation of the fragrant medicine pavilion might have been tarnished irreparably. The brawny man, now healed, bore gratitude towards the fragrant medicine pavilion and Yi Yuan, What initially seemed like a calamity had transformed into a fortuitous turn of events, all thanks to Yi Yuan's exceptional discernment. In the aftermath, it became apparent that the fragrant medicine pavilions, standing among demonic beast hunters, would soar, reaping substantial benefits. Surprisingly, Yi Yuan decided to play the oblivious card, teasing his father. What? Even Lord Father doesn't know about this? I thought that with your attainments in the alchemy Dao, treating this sort of poison would be a piece of cake. Yi Hang, instead of taking offense, responded with a self-mocking tone. Piece of cake? Naturally, within this tiny state of Qin I have some status. But outside of the state of Qin, I, your father, am nothing. What? Alchemy Grandmaster? It's merely just crossing the threshold of the great path of alchemy. The state of Qin is a well, and I am a frog in that well. Just that I am a slightly larger frog. There are too many things I don't understand. A surprising vulnerability surfaced in Yi Hang's demeanor, leaving Yi Yuan somewhat taken aback. The robust and indomitable spirit that usually defined his father seemed momentarily replaced by an unfamiliar, desolate expression. Yi Yuan, sensing the unspoken weight that Yi Hang had carried over the years for his son, felt a surge of emotions. His father had shielded him from the harsh realities, never revealing the internal struggles he faced. Contemplating his past life's father, Zhongyang Zi, added another layer of complexity to Yi Yuan's feelings. Moved by this revelation, he couldn't bring himself to mock Yi Hang further. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Father, I know what you want to ask. Actually, I also don't know what's going on. This time around, when I got poisoned and was on the verge of death, I met an expert in a dream. He imparted to me both martial and alchemy techniques which were exceedingly profound. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, but after waking up, I discovered that I remembered clearly what happened in the dream. Furthermore, I could completely do it in reality. If it wasn't for that expert, with father's means, you probably wouldn't see me again. To shield his father from the harsh truth about his soul's transition, Yi Yuan wove a tale close enough to reality. Yi Hang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of elation. An expert had taken an interest in his son, imparting profound knowledge in his dreams. Such an improbable occurrence filled Yi Hang with relief, and the metaphorical boulder weighing on his heart seemed to dissipate. That expert, did he say who he was? He saved my son's life. As a father, I've got to at least thank him. Yi Hang inquired, expressing a genuine desire to extend gratitude. Yi Yuan, however, shook his head, saying, that expert didn't reveal his name, neither did he say why he saved me. He just said to properly comprehend the skills he imparted to me. When the time comes, he will naturally look for me again. Then the next time you see him, you must definitely give thanks to him on father's behalf. Yi Hang insisted, a tinge of regret coloring his words. Yi Yuan assured, of course. Father, I still have some matters on hand, so I will take my leave first. Returning to the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan instructed the shopkeeper, in a while, if someone looks for me, let him come to the manor at the east of the city. Additionally, here is a prescription. Help me prepare the medicines. Meanwhile, Luan, grappling with a mix of satisfaction and dejection, contemplated recent events. He marveled at Yi Yuan's foolishness, which inadvertently proved beneficial. The heart-protecting pill's effects not only healed his injuries but hinted at a breakthrough. However, Drunken Star Manor's machinations had failed, leaving Luan perplexed. He couldn't fathom how Yi Yuan, seemingly ignorant and incompetent, had identified and treated the poison. The entire episode had Luan scratching his head on how to explain the situation to the manor lord. In Luan's eyes, Yi Yuan wasn't the true architect of the successful treatment. Rather, it was Yi Hang orchestrating events behind the scenes. Yuan, in his view, was just a pawn, pushed into the limelight by Yi Hang's unseen hand. As Lu En continued his contemplation while walking, a growing suspicion about Yi Hang's shrewdness surfaced in his mind. He resolved to caution the manor lord upon his return, advising him to stay vigilant. Engrossed in these thoughts, Lu En was abruptly startled by an odd sensation. He detected moisture beneath his nostrils and, upon reaching to touch it, was shocked to find fresh blood staining his hands. The absurdity of the situation hit him. How could a seasoned 8th level Essence Chi realm martial artist experience a nosebleed due to overheating? Dismissing the notion, Lu En tried to reassure himself. Despite his mid-tier status compared to figures like Chen Miao, he prided himself on distinguishing genuine medicine from fake. The heart-protecting pill he received from Yi Yuan was undoubtedly authentic and of high quality. Yet, Lu En soon realized the fallacy in his naive consolation. Within moments, blood emanated from his eyes, ears, and culminated in a forceful expulsion from his mouth. A searing inferno engulfed his internal organs, and his entire being felt ablaze. The stark reality hit him: he was unequivocally poisoned. Despite his familiarity with the precarious edge between life and death, Lu En found himself gripped by an unprecedented fear of demise. A chilling sensation froze him as he sprinted desperately toward the fragrant medicine pavilion, realizing that time was rapidly dwindling. Within the confines of the fragrant medicine pavilion, the shopkeeper was taken aback by the sight of a blood-drenched individual with bleeding orifices. Ignoring decorum, the distressed figure urgently grasped the shopkeeper's sleeve, pleading to meet young Master Yi. Reacting swiftly, the shopkeeper recollected the young master's instructions before departing and disclosed the location to the blood-covered visitor. As the visitor left, the perplexed shopkeeper mused aloud. This person is truly peculiar. In such a state, he didn't seek out Master Chen but young Master instead. What could be the reason? Does the young master possess knowledge of medical treatments? Among the onlookers, including Lu En, initially the prevailing belief remained that the recent salvation of the brawny man had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. In the alchemy room located on the eastern side of Yi Hang's expansive manor, Lu En found himself wide-eyed, marveling at the sleek black medicinal pill cradled in Yi Yuan's capable hands. "Wah, young master, when did you become so amazing?" he exclaimed. Yi Yuan, amused by Lu En's genuine surprise, playfully pinched the delicate pink nose of his loyal companion. In response to Lu En's comment, Yi Yuan grumpily retorted, "Since when is your young master not amazing?" Intending it as a light-hearted jest, Yi Yuan was taken aback when Lu En, after a thoughtful pause, earnestly nodded. "Oh, in the past people always spoke ill of young master. I don't know why, but I've always thought of young master as a good person. It's just that now young master is even more impressive. Right, what does this pill do?" Having become Yi Yuan's closest confidant within a day of transmigrating, Lu En enjoyed the privilege of unfiltered information. Yi Yuan, without hesitation, elucidated, "It's poison. A very potent one." Lu En, seemingly startled by this revelation, queried, "Ah, why did young master refine something like this?" Yi Yuan, sporting a wry smile, responded, "Naturally for a person to eat." Contemplating Yi Yuan's explanation, Lu En, with a straight face, remarked, "I understand. Young master definitely refined this poison for bad guys to eat." Yi Yuan erupted in laughter and declared, "Let's go. The bad guy is almost here. We will wait for him in the parlor." As they entered the parlor, a servant swiftly approached, reporting that a bloodied individual awaited an audience at the manor's entrance. Yi Yuan instructed the servant to bring the visitor to the parlor. Moments later, the servant ushered in a pitiful-looking Lu En. On spotting Yi Yuan, Lu En rushed forward, clutching Yi Yuan's leg and tearfully pleaded, Young Master Yi, I beg you to be magnanimous and save me, please. We don't have any grudges between us. Why do you want to put me to death? Yi Yuan, wearing a disdainful expression, dispatched Luin with a kick, causing him to tumble backward. Squatting down, Yi Yuan issued a grim ultimatum. Don't have any grudges? Do you really take me for a fool? No matter how many heart-protecting pills my Yi family has, we wouldn't take it. Out to feed dogs. Make your choice now. Do you want to confess in exchange for the antidote or die due to the poison? Despite the forceful kick, Luin, showing no resentment, scrambled back on his feet. Yi Yuan, being only at the first level Essence Qi realm, couldn't inflict substantial harm on Lu, and even with a kick backed by true essence. Luin refrained from repeating his earlier clingy gesture but was cautious not to underestimate Yi Yuan's capabilities. Regardless, Yi Yuan remained untroubled by the prospect of Lu and resorting to desperate measures, knowing Lu and scattered true essence rendered retaliation futile. Young Master Yi, I truly don't know what you meant by that. I only came to Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to get treated. Even if I'd offended you, it isn't deserving of death. I am only a small figure. I beg of you, young Master Yi, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Luin pleaded, his dignity cast aside in desperation. Yi Yuan maintained a stoic silence, his gaze fixed on Luin's disconcerted face. Luin, clinging to a last sliver of hope, believed that Yi Yuan was merely playing an elaborate prank, exploiting his precarious situation. Hoping to secure the antidote without exposing his dubious identity, Luin persisted in his feigned vulnerability, repeatedly kowtowing and babbling. Luin implored, Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I can't hide anything from your keen sight. I'm willing to tell young Master Yi everything. I only beg young Master Yi to spare my worthless life. Yi Yuan, seemingly pleased with Luin's performance, smiled and remarked, that will depend on whether the information you are going to reveal is valuable or not. If it is, this young master naturally will not make things difficult for a small fry like you. Thrilled by this concession, Luin wasted no time in divulging the details. The truth closely aligned with Yi Yuan's conjecture. The brawny man, seeking a cure, initially visited various medicinal pill stores where physicians, while occasionally recognizing the 7 evils flowing cloud python's poison, proved powerless against it. Despite Chen Miao's status, he was outclassed by Yi Yuan. The brawny man, faced with imminent peril due to the venom, resorted to the drunken star manor. Wan Donghai, the manor lord, recognizing the gravity of the situation, insisted on seeking a more capable expert, leading the brawny man to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion as a last resort. In the alchemy room of Yi Hang's manor, Luer stared wide-eyed, marveling at the smooth black medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. Wah! Young master, when did you become so amazing? Yi Yuan smiled and pinched Luer's delicate pink nose. He then grumpily replied, Since when your young master isn't amazing? Originally intended as a joke, who knew Luer actually seriously pondered. A while before nodding. Oh, in the past, people always talked bad about young master. I don't know why, but I've always thought of young master as a good person. It's just that now young master is even more impressive. Right, what does this pill do? One day after transmigrating, Luer already became the closest person to Yi Yuan. Without hiding anything, Yi Yuan explained, It's poison. A very potent one. Luer seemingly frightened by this and asked, Ah? Why did young master refine something like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Naturally for a person to eat. Luer mused over this explanation, before replying with a straight face. I understand. Young master definitely refined this poison for bad guys to eat. Yi Yuan laughed out loud and said, Let's go. The bad guy is almost here. We'll wait for him in the parlor. The two just stepped into the parlor, and a servant came to report that a person with a bloodied face was at the front entrance of the manor seeking for an audience. Yi Yuan commanded him to bring that person over. Momentarily, the servant brought a pitiful-looking Lu En to the parlor. Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Lu En sprinted over. Hugging Yi Yuan's leg and crying, he said, "Young Master Yi, I beg you to be magnanimous and save me, please. We don't have any grudges between us. Why do you want to put me to death?" Yi Yuan gave a look of disdain and then sent Lu En flying with a kick before squatting down and said, "Don't have any." Wan Donghai harbored a shrewd strategy. Understanding that Yi Hang would struggle to neutralize the poison, he dispatched Lu En to infiltrate the crowd, ready to seize an opportunity to escalate the situation and tarnish the fragrant medicine pavilion's reputation. If matters spiraled out of control, inciting the demonic beast hunters to attack the pavilion seemed the best course. Even if the pavilion endured, the substantial damage to its reputation would render it unable to compete with the Drunken Star Manor. Lu En, freshly wounded and astute, had swiftly returned to the state of Qin's capital. His quick thinking made him the ideal candidate for Wan Donghai's scheme. Initially, Wan Donghai's plan unfolded seamlessly. However, halfway through, an unforeseen twist occurred. Yi Yuan, against all odds, successfully neutralized the poison, leaving Lu En powerless. Hehehe, it really was Wan Donghai. What a great trick to manipulate this incident. Yi Yuan sneered. Wan Donghai, viewing Yi Yuan's father as a rival, was an insidious and unscrupulous figure. Contrary to Yi Hang's honorable nature, Wan Donghai had always been a nemesis. Although Yi Yuan's predecessor was no match for Wan Donghai, his son, Wan Yuan, was a formidable adversary at the Danwu Academy. Though both were considered silk pants, Wan Yuan, reaching the 6th level Essence Qi realm and excelling as an alchemy apprentice of the Tao of Alchemy, surpassed Yi Yuan's predecessor. Wan Yuan's dominance over Yi Yuan was evident, a source of constant bullying at the academy. Given the circumstances surrounding Yi Yuan's poisoning, analysis from his predecessor's memories indicated an 80% likelihood of Wan Yuan orchestrating the incident. Good, excellent. Existing grievances lingered, and new enmities emerged. This feud with the Wan family, father and son, would never see reconciliation. Yuan silently relished the thought. Yo, young Master Yi, I've said what I should say, as well as what I shouldn't have. Don't you think? Lu En weakly inquired. Having already unveiled his status as a Drunken Star Manor spy to earn Yi Yuan's trust and secure the antidote through deception, Lu En now sought reassurance. Satisfied with the outcome, Yi Yuan nodded. Presenting the newly refined poison pill, he tossed it to Lu En, stating, "Not bad. You've performed well. This antidote is your reward." Accepting the pill with elation, Lu En, without skepticism, consumed it promptly and entered a meditative state to absorb the medicinal effects. As the pill reached his abdomen and began its absorption, Lu En stagnant true essence initiated a swift circulation. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he lunged forward like a cheetah, claws extended toward Yi Yuan's throat. "Ah, young master!" Lu En screamed, leaping instinctively in front of Yi Yuan. This claw attack carried an unprecedented ferocity, honed by Lu En's daily encounters with life-and-death situations as a demonic beast hunter. Against Yi Yuan, perceived as a novice, Lu En anticipated an effortless victory. Yet, the claw halted 3 inches from Lu En's throat. Subsequently, Lu En collapsed to the ground, writhing in convulsions, his face contorted with pain. Yi Yuan, pulling Lu En aside, observed Lu En on the ground with pity. Smirking coldly, he remarked, "Disasters from the heavens can be withstood, but the evil we bring upon ourselves is the hardest to bear. If you didn't have any devious ideas, this heart-inch fisher poison wouldn't activate this early Yet, because you had vicious thoughts, you have to suffer more. Why? Luan, twitching, managed to force out the word through clenched teeth. Yi Yuan, with a light smile, explained, "You thought the heart-protecting pill I gave you back at the fragrant medicine pavilion was actually poison. In reality, that was really a heart-protecting pill. It's just that the medicinal pill had been refined several times. Consequently, the medicinal effects became several times more violent. You are bleeding from the 7 orifices, and unable to gather true essence was merely some side effects. There was actually no serious problem with your body. Once the medicinal effects passed, not only would you be completely fine, you might have experienced improvement. But the pill you just ate was a real poison pill, the Heart-Inch Fisher pill. Furthermore, the effects are extremely violent. After consuming it, you will suffer from the pain of your intestines rupturing for 6 hours each day. Moreover, each time it happens, it will become even stronger. All the way until you die." Yi Yuan's words clearly reached Lu En's ears. This seemed to make him convulsed even more violently. Within the bustling confines of the Drunken Star Manor, streams of people moved ceaselessly in and out, engrossed in various activities. Inside the manor, a middle-aged man, garbed in traditional attire, exuded an air of restlessness, pacing incessantly. Seated next to him, a middle-aged man maintained an air of calm composure. The agitated man, Wan Dongyang, addressed the composed figure beside him. "Big brother, why isn't there any news from that Luan? Could it be that the brawny-looking man's poison was cured by Yi Hang?" Wan Dongyang, the one pacing, was the brother of Wan Donghai, both alchemists, hailing from the same sect. The one seated was the manor lord of the Drunken Star Manor, Wan Donghai. However, Wan Donghai remained composed, assuring his brother, "Dongyang, remain calm. I am all too clear on Yi Hang's abilities. It's impossible for him to treat that poison. We just have to sit here and wait for the good news to come." Yet Wan Dongyang couldn't contain his frustration. Big brother, this fragrant medicine pavilion has been competing with us for so many years. Now that we finally have this opportunity, how can we ease the hatred in our hearts if we don't take them down completely? Wan Dongyang gritted his teeth, eager for retribution. However, Wan Donghai, despite acknowledging the animosity, saw the bigger picture. "Haha. Dongyang, you really need to fix that short temper of yours. Otherwise, it will be tough to break through and reach the alchemist grandmaster realm." Despite the admonishment, Wan Dongyang's impatience remained palpable. He pressed further. "Big brother, why do I keep feeling that something is wrong? Why don't we send someone down to check on the situation there?" Wan Donghai, cautious not to alert Yi Hang, hesitated but ultimately agreed. "All right, you send someone to check it out." Wan Donghai feared that acting rashly might draw Yi Hang's attention. Except for Lu En, he refrained from sending anyone else for updates. If there was a conflict, news should have already reached them. Meanwhile, the Drunken Star Manor was abuzz with activity, with individuals engaged in various pursuits. Suddenly, an urgent knock interrupted their deliberations. "Manor Lord, something big is happening. Someone is here to cause trouble." The door opened, and Wan Donghai, donning a cold expression, interrogated, "Who is it?" The shopkeeper stammered. "Who is so audacious to actually dare climb on top of our heads? What are all of you doing?" Upon learning that the troublemaker sought treatment rather than causing harm, Wan Dongyang's irritation surfaced. "Just a silk pants scared you until like this? Are you retarded? Do you still want your job as a shopkeeper?" Disregarding the shopkeeper's shortcomings, Wan Donghai decided, "Forget it, let's go out and take a look." The trio approached the lobby, only to find a youth seated conspicuously in the shopkeeper's place. Wan Donghai, suppressing his annoyance, prepared to address the intruder when he noticed Lu En on the ground. A sudden apprehension gripped his heart. Yi Yuan, aware of Wan Donghai's arrival, leisurely rose and approached. With a smile he greeted, "Manor Lord Wan, this little nephew came here rather abruptly today. I hope you won't take offense." Wan Donghai restrained the impulse to strike Yi Yuan. Forcing a smile, he responded, "Not at all. So it was honorable nephew who came. I was wondering, which blind little bastard dared to be so rude in our drunken star manor. If honorable nephew wants to come, it's better to notify us beforehand so that we wouldn't be discourteous." Although he wished to express his hatred, Wan Donghai refrained from verbal losses. Addressing Yi Yuan as a little bastard subtly hinted at the rivalry between the drunken star manor and the fragrant medicine pavilion. Even though they were business adversaries, civility was essential to avoid escalating matters. Internally smirking at Wan Donghai's narrow-mindedness, Yi Yuan responded, "Ah shucks, it's because I was anxious about saving people and so I had no choice but to intrude. I've long heard that Manor Lord Wan's alchemy Dao is #1 in the state of Qin. That was why this little nephew had the idea of coming here to save a life." Wan Donghai felt the sting of Yi Yuan's words, realizing that he intentionally provoked him in front of a crowd. Given the circumstances, Wan Donghai maintained a forced smile. "If honorable nephew wants to come, it's better to notify us beforehand." Though the exchange remained civil, the tension beneath the surface hinted at the deep-seated animosity between the two establishments. "Is there anything else you'd like assistance with?" In the present situation, Wan Donghai found himself in an uncomfortable position akin to having swallowed a fly. Despite this discomfort, he forced a smile to greet Yi Yuan, saying, "What are you saying, honorable nephew? How can I dare to claim to be the #1 in the state of Qin? At least your father's and the imperial uncle's alchemy Dao standards aren't below mine. However, I find it a little strange that honorable nephew came to the drunken star manor to seek medical help. With an expert like your father, why didn't you find him but come to our drunken star manor instead?" Yi Yuan responded with a smile, "It's a matter of expediency. Firstly, your drunken star manor has always been hailed as #1 in the capital. Secondly, it was obviously because this place is nearer." While explaining, Yi Yuan gestured towards Luan, who resembled a lifeless dog, and with an air of benevolence he continued, "I encountered this person in excruciating agony on the road. Thinking about how heaven cares for every living thing, I brought him to the drunken star manor to seek medical help. But who would have thought that even after swapping a few physicians, they still couldn't do it? This capital's #1. Wan Donghai suddenly realized that he couldn't gain an advantage over this youth standing before him. Something seemed amiss. Just yesterday, Yuaner sent word that he schemed to poison Yi Hang's son to death. So why was this brat alive and well at the drunken star manor today? If Yi Yuan had merely caused some trouble, Wan Donghai wouldn't be overly concerned. However, bringing Luan into the mix was too much of a coincidence. If Luan could be cured, it would be fine. But what if the treatment failed, and Luan decided to betray the drunken star manor? Luan's true identity had to remain hidden from the public eye. With alchemists and demonic beast hunters present, exposing Luan's identity could deal a significant blow to the drunken star manor. Reflecting on everything that had occurred, Wan Donghai found the circumstances highly unusual. If not handled properly, it could lead to a severe setback for the drunken star manor. The questions persisted. What was wrong with Luan? He left for the fragrant medicine pavilion in seemingly good health with only some internal injuries. Why did he return in such a dire state, resembling a lifeless dog? Wan Donghai, with his expertise in the alchemy Dao, could discern that Luan had been poisoned. However, the nature of the poison that left many skilled practitioners helpless and compelled the shopkeeper to exit remained a mystery. As these thoughts swirled in Wan Donghai's mind, he understood the urgency of addressing the situation appropriately to prevent potential harm to the drunken star manor's reputation. In the current predicament, Wan Donghai found himself wrestling with regret for not dispatching individuals to investigate the fragrant medicine pavilion. He had remained passive as the situation unfolded, assuming an unclear stance. However, the unforeseen development involving Lu En, who had adeptly concealed himself, caught Wan Donghai off guard. "My manor lord, save me?" Lu En groaned, lying in a feeble state on the ground. Lu En's plea seemed to strike a nerve with Wan Donghai, evident from the deepening frown on his face, forming an almost upside-down 8. "Yi, manor lord, why do I feel as if this friend over here knows you?" Yuan feigned surprise, making his voice resonate loudly for all to hear. While others might not have discerned anything, these words held a veiled meaning. For Wan Donghai, despite harboring intense hatred, Wan Donghai maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "Honorable nephew, you must be joking. This Wan can be considered to have some fame within the imperial city. My drunken star manor also saved many demonic beast hunters before. Naturally, it isn't strange for him to recognize me." Yi Yuan, sensing an opportunity, continued, "So that's the case, but when I brought this friend over here, I've never mentioned that he is a demonic beast hunter. How did Manor Lord Wan manage to tell with one glance? This nephew is impressed by Manor Lord Wan's sharp eyes." Initially unclear about the situation, the crowd grasped the insinuations. After Yi Yuan's remarks, creating an awkward atmosphere. While it wasn't surprising for Lu En, an 8th-level Essence Chi Realm martial artist, to recognize Wan Donghai, the reverse was peculiar. Wan Donghai, with his status, was acquainted with demonic beast hunters, but those he knew were typically spirit condensation realm martial artists. Recognizing a lesser figure like Lu En was indeed unusual. Rumors of the Drunken Star Manor infiltrating demonic beast hunter teams and eliminating their companions had circulated, lacking concrete evidence. Yuan seized this opportunity to sow doubt, intentionally creating inconsistencies in Wan Donghai's narrative. As Yi Yuan successfully baited Wan Donghai, the latter found himself unable to halt the unfolding events. The youth blew the matter out of proportion, compelling Wan Donghai to refrain from taking action against him. "Haha, honorable nephew misunderstood the situation. This person looks like he has some abilities, plus he is inflicted with a bizarre poison. Just a single glance, and it's clear there is an 80% chance he is a demonic beast hunter," Wan Donghai explained, forcing a laugh. With Yi Yuan achieving his goal, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Returning to the main topic, he said, "So that's the case. Manor Lord Wan would have to forgive me. This nephew I was just recently poisoned and nearly lost my life. Hence the doubt. Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, those rumors are obviously nonsense. Alright, we've been chatting for so long. We almost forgot to save the patient. Just look at the expression in this friend's eyes. He's practically seeing Manor Lord Wan as his relative. Oops, wrong. It is his savior." Yi Yuan, taking advantage of the situation, continued to jest, further grossing out Wan Donghai. In this process, he was also settling some scores on behalf of his predecessor. Caught in an undesirable situation, Wan Donghai couldn't argue with 100 mouths. Yi Yuan denied him the chance to do so. Wan Donghai frowned as he observed Lu En on the ground and then instructed the servants. "Men, bring this friend to the back hall. I will diagnose him." Wan Donghai's statement was cut short by Yi Yuan's interruption. "Manor Lord Wan, can't you see how many friends came today? All of us just want to witness the splendor of Manor Lord Wan's alchemy Dao. Manor Lord Wan cannot disappoint. Everyone says that Manor Lord Wan is the best in the capital, yet few had actually seen Manor Lord Wan demonstrate own skills. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Manor Lord Juan should just display own abilities so everyone can broaden their horizons, as well as giving us juniors an opportunity to observe. Right? Everyone. The crowd, eager for a spectacle, expressed their support. Now ensnared in this predicament, Wan Donghai found it difficult to extricate himself. Glancing at Yi Yuan, he wished he could tear him to pieces. A grandmaster, figure like him unexpectedly cornered by a junior in front of a crowd? Despite the lack of pride in smacking a junior's face, Wan Donghai, finding himself in this predicament, considered it a shame not to retaliate. With a wave of his long sleeve he instructed, "Since everyone's in such a good mood, I will detoxify this friend in front of everyone. Men, set him down." Observing this, the crowd surged forward as if spurred by stimulants. They were eager to witness how the renowned silk pants, Yi Yuan, with his wide, spread notoriety, could challenge the drunken Star Manor's manor lord. By this juncture, even the most naive observer would dismiss the notion that Yi Yuan had serendipitously encountered Lu En on the streets. The prevailing conviction leaned heavily towards Yi Yuan orchestrating the concoction of this poison himself. As for the unfortunate victim of this poisoning, even if the reality did not align precisely with the circulating rumors, it was evident that the individual shared a close and intricate relationship with the drunken Star Manor. Among the assembled onlookers, many were seasoned professionals who had gleaned details about the morning incident at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Drawing connections to the unfolding spectacle, astute minds among them already surmised that Yi Yuan had arrived to mete out a taste of his own medicine to the manor lord. Wan Donghai scrutinized the ailing Lu En, harboring an intense desire to dispatch him with a single lethal blow. This inept operative not only failed in his assigned mission but also thrust Wan Donghai into significant trouble. Lu En, now in the throes of agonizing pain, convulsed sporadically, resembling a lifeless fish. Reluctant to tarnish his own reputation, Wan Donghai found himself compelled to salvage Lu En's precarious state. Engaged in a sequence of activities, intermittently lifting Lu En's eyelids, assessing his pulse, and adjusting his clothing for closer examination, Wan Donghai dedicated almost half the day to the intricate task. However, instead of unraveling the mystery, his heart sank further, and his brows knit tighter. Together, the inconceivable truth confronted him. An alchemy grandmaster was incapable of identifying the nature of the poison afflicting the patient. The gravity of this situation was not lost on Wan Donghai. Were it not for Lu En's current lifeless state, Wan Donghai might even entertain suspicions of collusion between Lu En and Yi Yuan to dismantle his reputation. "Big brother, how is it?" Wan Dongyang inquired, sensing a foreboding tension in the air. "Go, fetch my high-grade detoxification pill," Wan Donghai commanded, teeth gritted as if he had just made a begrudging decision. "What? The high-grade detoxification pill you painstakingly refined for His Majesty? You intend to use it on him?" Wan Dongyang exclaimed in disbelief. "Just go since I asked you to. Enough with the nonsense." Wan Donghai, having exhausted his patience, responded with irritation. Observing his elder brother in a state of unprecedented anxiety, Wan Dongyang wasted no time and hurriedly fetched the high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill that Wan Donghai had requested. The detoxification pill, a versatile remedy for various poisons, held its efficacy contingent upon the specific nature of the poison afflicting the individual. Renowned for its ability to counteract a wide array of ordinary poisons, it stood as one of the most commonly employed and practical pills. In Yi Yuan's discerning eyes, the detoxification pill belonged to the lower echelons of medicinal pills. Distinguished by tiers, there existed Tier 1, Tier 2, all the way up to Tier 5 detoxification pills. However, these pills proved ineffective against poisons classified beyond Tier 5, mainly owing to their exceptional rarity or unique characteristics. Wan Donghai's crafted detoxification pill held a distinguished status within the state of Qin. The high-grade Tier 3 detoxification pill stood as the pinnacle of his accomplishments, surpassing even the abilities of Yi Hang, who specialized differently. This particular detoxification pill represented the apex standard within this specialized domain of expertise in the state of Qin, eclipsing even the imperial uncle's proficiency. Upon receiving the pill from Wan Dongyang, a subtle twitch marred his face. To expend such a potent pill on a subordinate like Lu En seemed, to him, squandering of divine gifts. As Wan Donghai accepted the pill, his gaze met Yi Yuan's, accompanied by a disdainful huff. Regardless of the outcome, he conceded to being outplayed by this junior. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, silently observing Wan Donghai. Rolling up his sleeves, Wan Donghai caused Lu En to sit up involuntarily. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of finger jabs at remarkable speed, leaving an afterimage trailing behind. The onlookers heard a series of puffing sounds, each jab inducing a groan of anguish from Lu En. As the final jab landed, Lu En, in excruciating pain, opened his mouth, prompting Wan Donghai to promptly administer the detoxification pill. Post-consumption, Wan Donghai ceased his actions, and Lu En, now bereft of balance, slumped back onto the ground. A slow applause resonated in the surroundings, initiated by Yi Yuan.
Eve.
Long heard that Manor Lord Wan's profound phantom finger technique is extraordinarily miraculous, capable of both reviving the dead and inflicting fates worse than death. Witnessing it today has truly expanded my horizons. How remarkable! Wan Donghai, catching his breath, found Yi Yuan's praise laced with ridicule. The impulse to retaliate surged within him. Humph! It matters not what poison afflicted him. In the presence of my profound phantom finger and the detoxification pill I've crafted, he will be restored, Wan Donghai declared, projecting a veneer of unwavering confidence. Not fueled by arrogance, Wan Donghai, within the state of Qin, had never encountered an issue he couldn't resolve. That would be for the best. Observe his current condition. I genuinely hope he can recover fully. Yi Yuan chimed in, his tone carrying an air of sincerity, as if Lu En were a longtime friend. Yet Wan Donghai detected an underlying premonition in Yi Yuan's words. Confirming his suspicions, Lu En abruptly expelled a mouthful of blood after
Ye Yuan's remark.
Wan Donghai's countenance shifted, and he rushed to support Lu En, inquiring, "Are you all right? My manor lord. The pain, Arg. The pain is unbearable." Lu En writhed in agony, collapsing onto the floor. Evidently, Wan Donghai's efforts not only failed to neutralize the poison but exacerbated Lu En's suffering by stimulating the toxin. A tormented Lu En, however, received no aid from the onlookers. "Yi, Manor Lord Wan, it appears your profound phantom finger and detoxification pill have failed, worsening our friend's condition. Look at his distressing state. It's difficult to witness. Could it be that Manor Lord Wan lacks the means to alleviate his pain? The Drunken Star Manor, renowned as the capital's best, surely possesses such capabilities."
Ye Yuan queried.
Provocatively, Wan Donghai, unable to maintain pretenses, retorted, pointing at Yi Yuan.
Stinky brat.
"What concoction did you make him ingest? Attempting to besmirch our Drunken Star Manor? You're not qualified." Yi Yuan, feigning astonishment, responded, "Why would you say that, Manor Lord Wan? As the saying goes, saving a life is akin to constructing a 7-storied pagoda. Are you suggesting that, with our friend suffering like this, I should remain indifferent? Is the Drunken Star Manor unworthy of its reputation, incapable of diagnosing the poison afflicting our friend? You, if not for his last shred of restraint, Wan Donghai might have stormed off instantly. Yi Yuan, feigning a look of anguish, leaned down and said to Luin, "My efforts have reached their limit. In the capital, if even Manor Lord Wan cannot save you, then there's nothing more I can do. When you reach the underworld, don't blame me." Despite Lu En's near-lifeless state, Yi Yuan's words seemingly jolted him into a moment of clarity. His initially dulled eyes now exhibited a glimmer of vitality. "Ma Manor Lord, sa save me. I helped you to Essie cell." Struggling against the pain, Luin managed to articulate a few words through gritted teeth. In this moment, Wan Donghai, once consumed by wrath towards Yi Yuan, now stood, soaked in a cold sweat. Reacting swiftly, he leaned down and assured Luin, "Don't worry, I will save you no matter what." Wan Donghai's eyes reflected sincerity, diverging significantly from Yi Yuan's counterfeit warmth. To Luin, it appeared as if they were comrades facing life and death together. At this juncture, the sense of unease sparked by Yi Yuan began to recede, replaced by a newfound serenity. "Ma Manor Lord He mentioned this poison. It's called Heart-inch Fisher." Upon disclosing this, Luin came to a standstill, resembling a deflated ball, with no further movement. "Heart-inch Fisher. Heart-inch Fisher." Wan Donghai muttered, his brows furrowing with increasing intensity. The repetition seemed to trigger a sense of familiarity within him. The more he uttered those words, the more he sensed that he had encountered that name somewhere before. Heart-inch Fisher? Heart-inch Fisher is actually Heart-inch Fisher. To this, how could a brat like him know about Heart-inch Fisher? A hint of astonishment flickered across Wan Donghai's eyes. Finally piecing together the puzzle, Wan Donghai recollected where he had come across that name during his formative years when his master had once mentioned it. Reflecting on it now, his master had conveyed that this poison was exceptionally ruthless, virtually incurable. Despite being classified as a high-grade Tier 1 pill known as the Heart-inch Fisher pill, his master, a Tier 4 alchemy king at the time, had deemed it incurable. The formidable nature of this poison was evident. How could Yi Yuan possess the ability to refine such a formidable poison? Could it be the handiwork of Yi Hang? However, Wan Donghai couldn't dwell on it at the moment. After a brief moment of stupefaction, he recognized that regardless of his actions, Luin was beyond salvation. In the face of this dilemma, he had to make a difficult choice: sacrifice Lu. While his reputation held significance, the potential exposure of demonic beast hunter spies within the Drunken Star Manor could yield even graver consequences. Lu En's incomplete revelation hinted that his failure to rescue him would unveil the unsavory aspect of the Drunken Star Manor. The repercussions, when laid bare before the public, would be unimaginable. Opting for the lesser of two evils, Wan Donghai took a deep breath and sighed. This poison is undeniably potent. This Wan is inept, left with only one final recourse. Concluding, he directed his subordinates to support Lu in rolling up his sleeves. The execution of the profound phantom finger commenced once more. However, this time the spectacle surpassed the prior one. Wan Donghai, weaving around Lu En and enveloping him in a whirlwind of afterimages, generated a gust so forceful that onlookers struggled to keep their eyes open. Observing Wan Donghai exerting himself for this display, a cold sneer played on Yi Yuan's lips. While the profound phantom finger was a martial technique, it could also be classified as a technique under the alchemy Dao. In Yi Yuan's estimation, it was rather crude, yet he possessed some insight into this
Finger technique.
Capable of both saving lives and inflicting harm, the malicious variant was particularly vicious. Wan Donghai's current employment of the technique was precisely the malevolent version. Despite this awareness, Yi Yuan chose not to unveil Wan Donghai's intentions. Since the Manor Lord was willing to tarnish his own reputation, Yi Yuan found it agreeable to aid him. Moreover, given Yi Yuan's current strength, Overpowering Wan Donghai was an unattainable feat. His strength was presently inadequate. Indeed, following the cessation of Wan Donghai's finger technique, Lu En immediately ceased breathing and gradually slumped to the ground. Manor Lord Wan's prowess is truly remarkable.
Executing a finger technique.
Set that inadvertently led to a cure by death. Admirable. Admirable.
Yeah.
Yuan exclaimed, maintaining the same affable smile as before. At the Yi Manor, within a chamber permeated with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs and veiled in a gentle mist, situated at an isolated nook of the estate. Young master, your performance today at the Drunken Star Manor was truly remarkable. Manor Lord Wan, a formidable figure even beyond old masters' reach, was completely defeated by you, remarked Luer using a cattail leaf fan to fan the flames beneath an enormous wooden tub, prepared for an herbal bath for Yi Yuan. The events at the Drunken Star Manor had sent shockwaves through the city. Wan Donghai's treatment of Lu En had culminated in his demise, stunning the onlookers. The renowned Drunken Star Manor, self-proclaimed as the premier establishment in the state of Qin, had been humbled by an audacious young figure. Regardless of Wan Donghai's resilience, the impact on his reputation was undeniable. Post Lu En's demise, Wan Donghai swiftly chose to close the manor for a day, a strategic retreat to mitigate further embarrassment. Among the spectators, some discerning individuals, though unfamiliar with the specifics of the heart-inch fisher poison, speculated that it was concocted by Yi Yuan. The unexpected turn of events had thrust a seemingly insignificant figure into the limelight, significantly elevating Yi Yuan's already considerable reputation. Ha ha ha, just a little repayment of debts. While today's incident may have unsettled the Drunken Star Manor, it's not a fatal blow. Sooner or later I will make that Wan father-son duo pay the real price, Yi Yuan asserted with a tinge of coldness. Inheriting the body of his predecessor, Qing Yunzi, Yi Yuan felt a sense of responsibility to avenge the Yi family and eliminate their rivals. Moreover, Yi Yuan had experienced firsthand the ruthlessness of Wan Donghai and his son, and harbored no goodwill towards them. However, Yi Yuan acknowledged his current limitations. Despite unsettling Wan Donghai, he lacked the strength to truly confront him. The elimination of the father-son pair required time and significant growth on Yi Yuan's part. Indeed, that Wan Yuan is insufferable. In the past, he always bullied young master. Young master must strive hard. Luer believes in young master. Luer, unwavering in her support, expressed her faith in Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. I won't let you down, Luer. By the way, I can sense your exceptional aptitude. Why not embark on martial arts training? Yi Yuan suggested, intrigued by Luer's latent potential. Amidst the relaxation following the day's events, Yi Yuan discerned a lack of essence energy within Luer's body, rendering her seemingly ordinary. Yet he could perceive her outstanding aptitude, surpassing that of his inept predecessor. Responding to Yi Yuan's question, Luer's expression turned somewhat crestfallen. Old Master mentioned that Luer has the 9-in absolute meridian and cannot cultivate. The higher the realm, the sooner I will die. 9-in absolute meridian? Yi Yuan echoed before grasping Luer's wrist to read her pulse. This physical contact made Luer's heart race, and her cheeks flushed crimson. To her, being unable to cultivate was a regret, but being with young master made it worthwhile. With brows initially furrowed, Yi Yuan slowly relaxed while examining Luer's pulse. Indeed, old master and madam treat Luer as their own daughter. If I could cultivate, they would have taught me long ago. Luer, considerate as ever, sought to dispel any misconceptions Yi Yuan might have about her treatment. Yi Yuan released Luer's wrist and smiled. My dear Luer, you're overthinking. Of course, father wouldn't deceive you. However, even he can miscalculate at times. Luer, tell young master, do you wish to learn martial Arts. Of course. Luer replied without hesitation. Excellent. Starting tomorrow you will join me in martial arts training. Will impart to you a technique. With your talent, the confines of this small state of Qin won't contain you. Yi Yuan affirmed with an encouraging smile. Young master, is that really true?
Luere's joy was evident.
However, her elation soon turned to despondency. Young master, you need not console me. Old master, an alchemy grandmaster, deemed it hopeless. How could I possibly learn martial arts? Although I desire it, I don't want to die yet. I wish to stay with young master and care for you. Touched by her sentiments, Yi Yuan reached out, lifted Luer's head, and smiled. Why would young master lie to you? While your constitution is indeed special, it's not the 9-yin absolute meridian. Instead, it's an extremely rare variant known as the 9-yin divine link meridian. This physique not only allows cultivation but promises an exceptionally rapid progress. If major sects discovered your unique constitution, they would vie fiercely to secure you. Yi Hang's understanding couldn't match Yi Yuan's. Although Luer possessed the 9-yin absolute meridian, it was in fact a rare variant called the 9-yin divine link meridian. This distinct constitution had never ventured into the realm of cultivation due to limited resources and information within the lower realms. The 9-yin absolute meridian, lacking a suitable cultivation technique, posed a formidable challenge to those possessing it. In the divine realm, an individual with such a unique constitution would inevitably become the subject of contention among major sections. Intriguingly, within Yi Yuan's memories lay a cultivation technique ideal for Luer, the divine realm's spirit snow divine king's cultivation technique. Notably, the spirit snow divine king shared the identical variant, possessing the 9-yin divine link meridian physique. In response to Yi Yuan's revelation, Luer widened her eyes in disbelief. Young master, is what you said true? You're not deceiving me? Certainly not. While cultivating the 9-yin divine link meridian is undeniably challenging, having a compatible technique ensures a cultivation speed surpassing that of ordinary individuals. I will impart to you the heaven illusionary ice soul technique. With your intelligence, Luer, you will undoubtedly surpass even young master in the future, reassured Yi Yuan in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Luer responded with a playful smile. Luer doesn't aim to surpass young master. As long as I can stay by young master's side, that's more than enough. Previously, young master was frequently bullied by others. That's why Luer wished to learn martial arts to protect you. However, I was afraid that I would pass away after learning martial arts, which is why I refrained from doing so. Discovering Luer's intention to learn martial arts for his protection left Yi Yuan genuinely speechless. He resolved to expedite his strength, vowing not to let his loved ones suffer harm again in this lifetime. My dear Luer, the water is almost ready. You can leave, young master wishes to take an herbal bath, announced Yi Yuan. Luer, with a skeptical expression, inquired, Young master, just go ahead and bathe. Luer is here to tend the fire. Previously, I always attended to young master's bath. Why are you acting shy about it today? Internally sweating, Yi Yuan truly found it uncomfortable having a young girl attend to his bath. However, recognizing that any inconsistencies might raise suspicions, he relented. Well, all right. Hearing this, Luer was delighted and proceeded to assist Yi Yuan in undressing. Stepping into the herbal bath, Yi Yuan, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, endeavored to gather his thoughts. He then initiated the circulation of essence energy to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the water, purging the residual toxins lingering within his body. The herbs used in the bath were commonplace, falling into the categories of Tier 1 and Tier 2, devoid of any extraordinary effects. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan skillfully extracted the medicinal efficacy from these seemingly humble materials maximizing their potential. Contrary to conventional wisdom that esteemed higher-tier medicinal herbs for their superior effects, Yi Yuan dismissed such notions. In his perspective, foundational skills held paramount importance, whether in cultivation or alchemy. A robust foundation laid the groundwork for future advancements, while a weak one limited potential. Recalling his past life, Qing Yunzi dedicated over a decade to the exhaustive study of Tier 3 and below medicinal herbs and pills. This investment of time was pivotal to the extensive proficiency he acquired in alchemy. Dao proved instrumental in his eventual ascent to becoming the youngest alchemy emperor. Within the divine realm, few rivaled his comprehension of medicinal properties, earning him the distinction of being the most likely candidate from the younger generation to become an alchemy god. Even if Yi Yuan harbored the intention to employ higher-tier ingredients, his current weakness rendered him incapable of doing so. Hence, he had challenged the Drunken Star Manor with only a Tier 1 pill, the maximum his current skills could refine. While he doubted Wan Donghai's ability to cure the heart-inch Fisher poison, the move carried inherent risks. If Wan Donghai possessed a remedy, Yi Yuan risked harming himself with his own actions. Wan Donghai had indeed heard of the heart-inch Fisher poison but lacked sufficient knowledge about it. The incident's outcome might have been unpredictable had he been more familiar with this obscure ailment. Strength. As Yi Yuan completed the absorption of the herbal bath's medicinal efficacy, he sighed deeply. Strengthening himself had become an urgent priority. Devoid of strength, aspirations of revenge remained mere rhetoric. He needed the power to safeguard his loved ones. Considering Yi Yuan's current state, not to mention Wan Donghai, even Wan Yuan's presence would overpower him. Yi Yuan anticipated that, following today's confrontation, Wan Donghai would perceive him as a threat. Eager to eliminate him swiftly, Wan Donghai, driven by his unyielding temperament, would resort to any means necessary. To mitigate the potential dangers, Yi Yuan recognized the paramount importance of augmenting his strength. Young master, old master has been waiting outside for quite some time. Luer informed, interrupting Yi Yuan's contemplation. Why didn't you inform me earlier that father was here? It's just an herbal bath, not a secluded life and death training, Yi Yuan remarked. Yi Yuan presumed correctly. Father had likely come to caution him about Wan Donghai's possible schemes. Despite this, Yi Yuan retained great respect for his overprotective father. Having been occupied with his thoughts, Yi Yuan failed to notice father's arrival, making him grateful for Luer's update. He swiftly expressed his apologies to Luer, acknowledging his fault. Outside, in Yi Hang's study room, the father-son duo engaged in a close conversation. Yi Hang expressed his satisfaction with Yi Yuan's actions at the Drunken Star Manor, relishing the frustration Wan Donghai experienced. He had endured years of Wan Donghai's harsh treatment, and this act of retribution was a source of immense joy. Yi Yuan, pleased to witness his father's mirth, attributed the success to master's teachings in his dreams, refusing to claim undue credit. Yi Hang, dismissing Yi Yuan's modesty, chuckled, "No need for such formality. With your father, I'm delighted with your display of prowess today. However, let me remind you once more, Wan Donghai is cunning. Having suffered a loss, he won't idly accept defeat. Who knows what underhanded methods he might employ? While I can guarantee your safety at home, my influence doesn't extend to the Dan Wu Academy. Yuan consider abandoning the academy and staying home." Yi Yuan, aware of his predecessor's past as a sheltered individual, felt the weight of his father's excessive protectiveness. He, however, harbored no intention of becoming a confined figure. The Dan Wu Academy represented an essential step in his journey, and he was determined to pursue it. "Father, I must return to the Dan Wu Academy. Even if I remain at home, avoiding the outside world is unsustainable. While I can elude the spotlight, temporarily, permanent seclusion is impractical. Moreover, remaining at home, without venturing out would be a waste of this life. Skill acquisition from master needs validation and competition with peers to thrive and evolve. Do you not agree? In Yi Yuan's eyes, Wan Donghai hardly posed a significant challenge. If he couldn't overcome this obstacle, how could he navigate the formidable adversaries in the path to the divine realm? Competing with fellow geniuses at the Danwu Academy was imperative for his rapid growth. Additionally, a high cultivation realm didn't necessarily translate to formidable combat prowess. The cultivation world witnessed numerous instances of the weak prevailing over the strong. To Yi Yuan, sheltered growth akin to a greenhouse flower was unacceptable. In his previous life, Qin Yunzi exemplified the pitfalls of such a sheltered existence. Despite achieving a high cultivation realm, his combat abilities were lacking due to limited exposure to actual conflicts. In this life driven by a blood feud, Yi Yuan was determined to pursue rigorous training, unwilling to be confined by his predecessor's shortcomings. This, Yuaner, does make sense. It is father who was too protective. Just that you have to be careful outside there no matter what. If you encounter any problems, don't be stubborn. Remember to come back and ask father for assistance. Something like being poisoned to death, father just doesn't want to witness it for the second time. In response, Yi Yuan reassured his father, saying, "Relax, father. Since I didn't die in this disaster, in the future, no one will be able to bully me anymore." A wave of powerful self-confidence emanated from Yi Yuan, marking a noticeable maturation in his demeanor that Yi Hang couldn't help but observe. "Good, my good son. Since when have the two of us feared anyone? Isn't it just Wan Donghai? In the future, father will definitely have him under these feet." Inspired by Yi Yuan's resilience, Yi Hang felt a surge of confidence swelling within him. Yi Yuan, however, silently chuckled in his heart. While he acknowledged that there might come a day where he could surpass Wan Donghai, he understood the realistic limitations. Trampling Wan Donghai underfoot was a metaphorical expression rather than a literal possibility, especially given Yi Hang's standards. Yet, he appreciated his father's unwavering support and shared sentiment. As Yi Yuan prepared to depart, Yi Hang halted him with a sudden query. "Oh, right. What pill did you let that person eat today? To think it was so powerful. You are just at the first level essence chi realm. How did you manage to refine such a high-tier pill?" Yi Hang's inquiry revealed his passion for alchemy. He was visibly eager to unravel the mystery that had puzzled him throughout the day. It was evident that the question had occupied his thoughts. Yi Yuan, recognizing his father's keen interest in alchemy, didn't hesitate to share the details. With a grin, he explained, "Father, that pill is called Heart Inch Fisher. It's not a high-tier pill, but merely a tier 1 pill. With my current standards, refining this pill is already at the limit." Yi Hang's smile froze momentarily. A tier 1 pill? The disbelief painted across his face betrayed the incongruity of such a revelation. Had these words not come directly from his son, Yi Hang might have dismissed them outright. "Tier 1 pill?" Yi Hang inquired, still grappling with disbelief. "How could a tier 1 pill be this amazing?" In response, Yi Yuan fetched a brush and paper, meticulously transcribing the pill formula for Heart Inch Fisher. He included the refining method and pertinent details before passing the document to Yi Hang. Yi Hang, treating the information as a precious treasure, received the pill formula with great care. The complexity of emotions on his face suggested a mixture of astonishment and gratitude. Yi Yuan sensed that he might not see his father for a few days, knowing that the newfound knowledge would captivate Yi Hang's attention and provide him with an engrossing study. The following day, Yi Yuan revisited the fragrant medicine pavilion, noticing a distinct change in the way the employees regarded him. the events of the previous day had elevated him from a mere silk pants to a figure of admiration. Among the staff, accustomed to such attention from his past life, Yi Yuan took it in stride. His purpose for returning to the fragrant medicine pavilion was straightforward: to gather medicinal herbs. In his current quest for strength, Yi Yuan recognized the pivotal role of pills as stimulants. Neglecting to utilize his alchemy emperor abilities would be a foolish oversight. Despite an abundance of pill formulas in his mind, Yi Yuan's current ability to refine medicinal pills was limited, restricted to crafting only Tier 1 medicinal pills. He relied on his formidable soul as a support. Without this support, his first-level essence Qi realm cultivation would render him incapable of producing anything beyond medicinal dregs. In his nocturnal search for Tier 1 medicinal pills in his memories, Yi Yuan settled on the explosive Yuan pill as the most suitable option. This high-grade Tier 1 pill was designed to explosively increase essence energy, crucial attribute in Yi Yuan's pursuit of strength. While essence Qi pills circulated in the market to aid essence Qi realm martial artists, they were unsuitable for ordinary practitioners. Ordinary martial artists typically underwent intense cultivation to enhance their strength rather than relying on such high-quality pills. Although an essence Qi pill could expedite the cultivation process, the cost and rarity made it an impractical choice for most. Yi Yuan, however, had the means and resources to afford such pills. Yet he found essence Qi pills inadequate for his goals. The explosive Yuan pill, an upgraded version, offered several times the medicinal effects of its predecessor, making it the ideal choice for Yi Yuan's strength enhancement. Arriving at the fragrant medicine pavilion, the shopkeeper greeted Yi Yuan warmly, signaling a change in demeanor from the previous day. Yi Yuan, without acknowledging the shift, provided the shopkeeper with a prescription containing the required medicinal herbs for the explosive Yuan pill. The shopkeeper, after perusing the list, hesitated and then brought to Yi Yuan's attention an issue with the availability of 6-leaf grass. Although not a rare herb, the shopkeeper explained that they normally kept minimal stock of it. To Yi Yuan's surprise, all 3 portions of 6-leaf grass in their inventory had been reserved and deposited by someone the day before. Concerned that Yi Yuan might react adversely, the shopkeeper cautiously conveyed this information. However, Yi Yuan, displaying an unusual calmness, inquired about the person who had reserved the herbs and asked when they would collect them. The shopkeeper, initially apprehensive, shared that it was a youth of similar age to Yi Yuan, and the reserved herbs were needed urgently. Assuring the shopkeeper that he had no intention of disrupting the reservation, Yi Yuan expressed a desire to have a conversation with the youth who had reserved the herbs. The shopkeeper, initially wary, was relieved to hear Yi Yuan's reassurance and marveled at the apparent change in the young master's demeanor. The current state of the shopkeeper left him uncertain about whether this young master had genuinely undergone a change in personality. However, as Yi Yuan displayed no signs of departing, it seemed clear that he was resolute in obtaining the 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass. He mentioned he'd come early in the morning for the collection. Given his urgency, he's likely to arrive soon. The shopkeeper confessed helplessly, unable to conceal the truth. Acknowledging this, Yi Yuan settled into a quiet spot, choosing to meditate. With closed eyes, paying little heed to the shopkeeper's disquiet. The shopkeeper, resigning himself to the situation, hoped fervently that this young master would not stir up any trouble. His concern stemmed not from fear for Yi Yuan but rather from the indelible impression the young master had left on everyone in the past. After the duration of a brief tea break, Yi Yuan, still in meditation, suddenly heard an impatient voice. "Shopkeeper, I've come to collect the 6-leaf grass I reserved yesterday." This? Once again, the shopkeeper's face contorted with difficulty. The newcomer, a youth around 15 or 16, upon seeing the shopkeepers. Expressions, urgently exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, we had an agreement yesterday, and you even accepted the deposit. You can't renege on our deal." "We would never renege on our word, especially after receiving a deposit. Just wanted to inquire, my friend, what is your purpose for acquiring this 6-leaf grass?"
Ye Yuan interjected.
The one addressing him was none other than Yi Yuan. Turning his gaze toward a youth of similar age, clad in silk attire, the newcomer displayed a less than amiable reaction. "What's it to you?" The shopkeeper, alarmed, hesitated to intervene. Was this youth courting trouble by provoking the young master? Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Yi Yuan's eyes communicated a silent message, restraining him. Smiling, Yi Yuan continued, "Certainly, it's none of my concern. I was merely curious why you opted for medicinal herbs instead of a finished product. Are you planning to refine them yourself? There are 3 Tier 1 pills that require 6-leaf grass for refinement. Allow me to hazard a guess. The first is the heavenly spiritual pill designed for breaking through the spirit condensation realm. However, given your current 4th-level essence chi realm, it's unlikely you're seeking this type of pill. The second is the pure heart pill, known for maintaining mental clarity and dispelling heart demons. Since you're not at a bottleneck, this pill might not be your objective either. The third is the Great Returning Pill, a sacred Tier 1 healing medicine. Judging by your urgency, could it be that a loved one is severely injured and you require this specific pill to save their life?" The youth's jaw dropped in astonishment, gazing at Yi Yuan in shock. He was not only surprised by Yi Yuan's extensive knowledge of medicinal matters but also captivated by the penetrating insight reflected in Yi Yuan's torch-like eyes. Yi Yuan's analysis seemed as if he had witnessed the situation firsthand, and, in truth, Yi Yuan had precisely hit the mark. The young man went by the name Tang Yu and shared the same academic institution, the Dan Wu Academy, with Yi Yuan. However, a notable distinction existed between them. While Yi Yuan secured admission through connections, Tang Yu relied solely on his own abilities to earn a place at the prestigious academy. In reality, the majority of the geniuses at the Dan Wu Academy hailed from noble families. Only a scant few emerged from ordinary backgrounds, where the inherent disparity in resources bestowed upon the nobility and advantage, unattainable through hard work alone. The privileged class possessed superior techniques, medicinal pills, and financial means, advantages that eluded the commoners. This discrepancy, deeply ingrained over generations, inherently disadvantaged geniuses of humble origin. Tang Yu's entry into the Dan Wu Academy as a commoner spoke volumes about his abilities. Although being at the 4th-level essence chi realm at his age might not be considered outstanding, it certainly marked him as anything but mediocre. Crossing the threshold from the 3rd to the 4th level presented a significant challenge, and achieving this without relying on copious resources showcased Tang Yu's martial talent. Undoubtedly, Tang Yu's personal efforts played a pivotal role in his current strength and his enrollment in the Dan Wu Academy. However, the support from his father, Tang Zhonghuai, must not be overlooked. Tang Zhonghuai, an experienced demonic beast hunter, devoted the past few years to braving perilous encounters in the endless forest. His motivations were clear: to secure a better future for his son. Yet, as the saying goes, frequent nighttime strolls increase the likelihood of encountering ghosts. During one such venture into the endless forest, Tang Zhonghuai confronted a formidable demonic beast. Although narrowly escaping death, he suffered severe injuries. Tang Yu, witnessing his father's countless injuries over the years, became a sensible child. As he pursued the martial Tao, he also aspired to become an alchemist, envisioning a way to treat his father's injuries. The time spent on the alchemy path, however, potentially detracted from Tang Yu's martial achievements. Being an alchemist required substantial financial investment, a burden Tang Yu struggled to bear. Before entering the Dan Wu Academy, he spent considerable time acquiring theoretical knowledge, yet practical experience remained nearly non-existent. It was only upon entering the academy that he had the opportunity to practice refining pills, though the learning was relatively shallow. Tang Yu's dedication to martial arts over the past few years depleted the family's savings. Consequently, he could no longer afford a fully crafted tier 1 medicinal pill. Despite this financial constraint, Tang Yu could not stand idly by while his father's life hung in the balance. Therefore, he resolved to undertake the daunting task of refining a great returning pill. Tang Yu had kept his family matters private from outsiders until now. However, before Yi Yuan, a youth of similar age but with significantly advanced accomplishments in the alchemy path, Tang Yu poured out his heart. If this person were willing to assist in refining the great returning pill, Yi Yuan, recognizing the impact of his words, smiled and waved away any need for apologies. Since it's a matter of saving a life, there's no need for formalities, brother. In a sincere tone, Tang Yu addressed Yi Yuan. This brother, I was overly cautious earlier. If my words offended you, I apologize. Acknowledging the change in Tang Yu's demeanor, Yi Yuan responded graciously, no need to apologize, brother. If it's for saving a life, courtesy is unnecessary. Inquisitive, Tang Yu asked, based on your earlier words, do you also have an interest in this 6-leaf grass? Yi Yuan, choosing transparency, replied, indeed, I have a significant need for these 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass. However, I understand that you, brother, require them to save a life. If you trust me enough to bring me to see the patient, I might be of some assistance. Had Yi Yuan presented this offer upon their initial meeting, Tang Yu might have dismissed it with disdain. However, Yi Yuan's insightful words had left a lasting impression, prompting Tang Yu to reconsider. In reality, Tang Yu harbored doubts about Tang Zhonghuai's injuries and lacked confidence in successfully refining the great returning pill. Consequently, he had purchased all 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass in anticipation of potential failures. Unable to delay any longer, Tang Yu, after a moment's hesitation, made a firm decision. Cupping his hands toward Yi Yuan, he expressed his gratitude. Then, I will trouble you. How should I address you, brother? Yi Yuan responded with transparency. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Yuan. As Tang Yu ruminated on the name Yi Yuan, it sparked a sense of familiarity, prompting him to wonder where he had heard it before. Observing the interaction between Yi Yuan and Tang Yu, the shopkeeper standing nearby couldn't help but develop a more favorable impression of Yi Yuan. However, when Yi Yuan revealed his name, the shopkeeper's internal exclamation of "not good" echoed in his mind. The name Yi Yuan held considerable weight within the capital, and its thunderous reputation instantly struck a chord with Tang Yu. A realization dawned upon him, linking the name to the fragrant medicine pavilion. You were the one at the bottom of the rankings at the Dan Wu Academy. The super silk pants Yi Yuan. Tang Yu exclaimed, his surprise evident. Yi Yuan inwardly sighed, unsure whether his predecessor led a successful or failed life but left an indelible mark on the capital. That's correct. I'm that Yi Yuan. But don't reject me too hastily. If my guess is right, you lack confidence in refining the great returning pill. Correct. Tang Yu's composure wavered at Yi Yuan's words, a chill running down his spine. How about this? Take me to see the patient first. If I can't resolve the issue, I'll have my father personally intervene and help you refine a great returning pill. How does that sound? Yi Yuan proposed, seizing the opportunity. At the mention of Yi Yuan's father, Tang Yu's eyes lit up. The prospect of Yi Hang taking personal action instilled hope that his father's injuries could be effectively addressed. Is this true? Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, we can draft a contract. Tang Yu, grappling with trust issues, felt conflicted but, with his father's life hanging in the balance, decided not to risk it. With Yi Yuan's distinguished reputation, he didn't dare take chances. If Yi Yuan could save his father, he would apologize later. Having made his decision, Tang Yu respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi." Waving it off casually, Yi Yuan responded, "You're welcome. Shopkeeper, help me draft a contract." The shopkeeper, not daring to delay, swiftly prepared a contract. Only after Yi Yuan signed it did Tang Yu finally relax. Watching the two figures vanish in the distance, the shopkeeper found the situation somewhat surreal. He, better than anyone, understood that, in the past, Yi Yuan wouldn't have been this easy to negotiate with unless he had truly matured after surviving a calamity. Every inch of land in the capital was a precious commodity. Despite higher incomes for demonic beast hunters, Tang Zhonghuai couldn't afford a large house to support his son's martial arts practice. Their dwelling, a modest abode typical of commoners, looked gloomy inside. As Yi Yuan stepped in, a medicinal aroma greeted him. Tranquil heart lotus, red pine nuts, golden flower fruit. Yi Yuan identified the entry-level medicinal herbs placed within the house. Not mincing his words, Yi Yuan remarked, "These medicinal herbs are meant for entry-level medicinal pills. It seems Brother Tang is still practicing refining Tier 1 pills. However, the great returning pill is a high-grade Tier 1. With your current standards, even if you used all 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to refine it, right?" Yi Yuan, unsparing with his critique, unveiled Tang Yu's limitations. Tang Yu couldn't fathom the extent of Yi Yuan's skills. With a single sniff, Yi Yuan accurately identified the medicinal herbs, even those deep within the house, a feat that Tang Yu believed surpassed the capabilities of most academy instructors. In Yi Yuan's presence, Tang Yu, despite their similar ages, felt like a child learning to walk. Yi Yuan deliberately showcased some abilities to dispel any notion of underestimation. Faced with the reality of his predecessor's legacy, Yi Yuan had no choice but to exhibit a bit of flair. Rather than inciting anger, Yi Yuan's words startled Tang Yu. They had only just entered, yet Yi Yuan, unable to visually discern the herbs accurately, identified them solely through scent. What level of alchemy Dao comprehension did such a feat require? Most likely, even academy instructors lack such abilities. To discover Brother Ye's extensive knowledge and profound mastery of the alchemy path is truly eye-opening. Tang Yu, misled by baseless rumors, unwittingly disrespected Brother Yi. "I am sincerely sorry." With Yi Yuan's words, Tang Yu recognized the injustice surrounding Yi Yuan's reputation and promptly apologized. Yi Yuan silently commended Tang Yu. Despite hailing from a humble background, Tang Yu exhibited honesty and straightforwardness, a quality that made him a valuable friend. During their journey to Tang Yu's home, he shared details about his family. Was then that Yi Yuan learned Tang Yu was a student at the Danwu Academy. Explained how Tang Yu was aware of Yi Yuan's ranking at the academy. With a friendly smile, Yi Yuan remarked, "No need for apologies, Brother Tang. My past reputation was indeed abysmal, so you bear no blame. Regarding my proficiency in the alchemy path, it's not as remarkable as it may seem. In my youth, my father compelled me to learn about medicinal herbs, leading to my recognition of a few." Tang Yu, no longer underestimating Yi Yuan, hastily replied, "Brother Yi is too modest. Please, come inside." Guiding Yi Yuan into the house, a series of faint coughs emanated from a figure lying on a bed. Undoubtedly, it was Tang Yu's father, Tang Zhonghuai. "You're you're back." Tang Zhonghuai's condition appeared dire, evident from his severe coughing, even struggling to sit upright. Observing this scene, Tang Yu hurriedly moved to support his father. "Father, I've told you not to exert yourself. Ha ha ha. Cough. This time I probably won't make it. In the cough future, take care of yourself. Tang Zhonghui admitted defeat. Tang Yu, tears streaming down, choked up. Father, don't speak. I will cure you. I brought back the 6-leaf grass. I'll go and refine the great returning pill right away. Tang Yu was about to rise when Tang Zhonghui grasped his arm. No, cough, no need. It's futile. It wasn't that the great returning pill was inherently useless. Tang Zhonghui understood that his son lacked the capability to refine it. Instead of wasting the precious herbs, he preferred leaving them for Tang Yu. Cough, you're to cough. Think there's a guest. Why? Cough. Didn't you invite him to sit? Only now did Tang Zhonghui notice someone else standing at the room's entrance. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Tang Yu immediately turned to him, pleading, Brother, Yi, I implore you, please save my father. If you can cure him, I'll willingly work like a horse for you throughout my life. Despite Tang Yu's modest background, his pride was evident and expressing. Such sentiments revealed the profound bond between father and son. Empathizing with Tang Yu, Yi Yuan responded, You and I can be considered as brothers. Why phrase it as laboring for me like a horse? Let uncle lie down. I'll conduct a diagnosis. Tang Yu made room for Yi Yuan who, unceremoniously, sat on the bed. As Yi Yuan prepared to grasp Tang Zhonghui's wrists, the latter pulled away. Cough. No need, little brother. Thank you, father. Witnessing his father's rejection, Tang Yu's anxiety spiked. Yi Yuan understood that Tang Zhonghui wanted to spare his son from trouble and was determined to die. Moreover, he doubted a young person like Yi Yuan could make a difference. Yi Yuan remained composed. Signaling Tang Yu to refrain, he inquired, Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, were you injured by a giant winged rhinoceros? Tang Yu, impressed by Yi Yuan's insight, exclaimed, Remarkable, Brother Yi, to deduce that at a glance. Tang Zhonghui remained stoic, coughing several times. It's cough. You, or who? Cough. Told you, right? Don't cough. Bother. Father, I genuinely didn't inform Brother Yi. He deduced it himself. Tang Yu, worried about his father's resolve, clarified. Observing the situation, Yi Yuan began to furrow his brow. To treat a person, one needed to address the patient's mental state. Tang Zhonghui had lost the will to live. Even if Tang Zhonghui consumed a miraculous panacea, it might not save him. Yi Yuan realized that, at this point, Tang Zhonghui's condition exceeded what a great returning pill could remedy. Opting for a direct approach, Yi Yuan declared, Forget it, Brother Tang. What's the point of saving someone so resolute in wanting to die? If he wishes to pass away, let him. Misinterpreting Yi Yuan's true intentions, Tang Yu, angered by the apparent disparagement of his father, retorted, Yi Yuan, what are you saying? My father sustained injuries for my sake. How can you call him heartless? Cough. Such an inexperienced provocation technique is ineffective. Though Tang Yu might not discern it, an experienced elder like Tang Zhonghui certainly did. Yi Yuan, not expecting easy success, responded with a cold smile. Is that so? Consider it a provocation, then. When Brother Tang perishes on the streets and arrives in the underworld to reproach you, let's see how you handle it. A subtle disturbance finally stirred in Tang Zhonghui's composed demeanor. Turning around, he inquired, What do you mean by that? Didn't you call it a provocation technique? Why inquire further? I considered Brother Tang's filial piety, which is why I agreed to save you. But if his filial piety is unappreciated, saving you becomes unnecessary. Farewell. Yuan uttered these words and turned away. Hold on. Tang Zhonghui and Tang Yu exclaimed simultaneously. Is there anything else, uncle? Yi Yuan, ignoring Tang Yu, asked Tang Zhonghui icily. I would like to know, what did little brother mean by what you said just now? Tang Yu's prediction of his death on the streets stirred him. You are on the verge of death. Why concern yourself with trivial matters? To disregard your son's life and only care about your own death. What else does that imply but heartlessness? Yi Yuan sneered. As long as this little brother clarifies things, I'm willing to be treated. Tang Zhonghuai's coughing intensified, seemingly strained by excessive talking. Yi Yuan, maintaining his disdainful demeanor, smiled coldly. Do you believe that after Tang Yu enters the Danwu Academy, his future will be boundless? Isn't that the case? Tang Zhonghuai inquired with doubt. Of course not. The Danwu Academy isn't the sanctum you envision. It's an unusually harsh place. Though Brother Tang probably never disclosed this to you, am I right? Yi Yuan questioned, glancing at Tang Yu. Tang Yu, with an embarrassed expression, nodded, tacitly confirming the statement. Tang Zhonghuai, familiar with his son, knew he wasn't lying, causing his heart to tighten. Yi Yuan continued. While the Danwu Academy is a gathering place for geniuses, it's also where competition is fiercest, possibly even more brutal than the outside world. The rise of a genius often entails treading on the bones of others. Though Brother Tang possesses decent talent, it's not exceptional. Moreover, he's a commoner. Without abundant resources, he's destined to be a stepping stone for others. In the future, when he's cast aside, even if he survives, at best, he'll eke out a living as a demonic beast hunter. Numerous individuals in the Danwu Academy share that fate. How many demonic beast hunters do you think lead secure lives? As a demonic beast hunter himself, Tang Zhonghuai comprehended the challenges. Imagining his son potentially following his path, he felt that even in death, he wouldn't find peace. Little brother, earlier cough was my mistake. Can I implore you to tend to my injuries? I'm willing to pay any price. Initially, reluctant to burden his son, Tang Zhonghuai, upon realizing that his son might encounter even more difficulties after his death, decided that he couldn't. Brother Yi, could you provide an update on my father's injuries? Tang Yu inquired with unease, looking to Yi Yuan for reassurance. Being an amateur, Tang Yu lacked confidence in his diagnostic skills. Witnessing Yi Yuan's superior proficiency in the alchemy path, he naturally pinned his hopes on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, his brows furrowed, delivered news that sent Tang Yu's heart plummeting. A giant winged rhinoceros is exceptionally robust and incredibly swift. Uncle is fortunate to have survived an encounter. However, his injuries are severe. A lobe of his lung is torn, and his heart is on the brink of failure. His life hangs in the balance. Yi Yuan's countenance was grave. Tang Yu's heart sank further with each word from Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Tang Zhonghuai's expression exuded a tranquility that suggested he had reconciled with life and death. Clearly, he understood the gravity of his injuries, explaining his decisive stance earlier. Yi Yuan's diagnosis merely affirmed his suspicions. Brother Yi, you don't mean? Tang Yu trailed off, unable to articulate his fear. The despair in his heart was palpable through these few words. However, Yi Yuan offered no response to Tang Yu's question. Instead, he furrowed his brows, appearing deep in thought. An eerie silence enveloped the house for a while. Tang Yu could no longer endure the torment. Gathering his courage, he tentatively asked Yi Yuan, Brother Yi, I know it might be presumptuous, but could you perhaps request your father to intervene? Yi Yuan, lifting his gaze to meet Tang Yu's, seemed composed but remained silent. Yi Yuan's gaze made Tang Yu feel self-conscious, prompting him to express apologetically, I apologize, Brother Yi. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but I understand your meaning, whether you believe it or not. Even if my father were to come, it would be futile. Moreover, not even Wan Donghai or Wu Daofeng could make a difference. Yi Yuan declared with conviction. Wu Daofeng, whom Yi Yuan mentioned, held the position of chairman of the state of Qin's Alchemists Association. In the entire state of Qin, Wu Daofeng surpassed Wan Donghai and even Yi Hang, not to mention any imperial uncle from the imperial family. For Yi Yuan to assert that even Wu Daofeng couldn't help, it was tantamount to pronouncing Tang Zhonghuai's fate as doomed. Yet, these words had a trace of evasion in Tang Yu's ears. In any other situation he might not argue. However, Yi Yuan was, at this moment, pronouncing a death sentence for his father right before him. How could he not harbor doubts? Who was Yi Yuan anyway? Just a silk pants. Brother Yi Yu.
Tang Yu began.
You let Mr. Yi finish what he has to say. Tang Zhonghuai interrupted. Tang Yu was taken aback. Yi Yuan nodded and spoke. I mentioned they won't help, but it doesn't mean Uncle's situation is without hope. Tang Yu's spirits lifted at these words. Grasping Yi Yuan's arm, he eagerly asked, Does Brother Yi have a plan? The solution lies with you, Brother Tang. Me? Tang Yu was bewildered by Yi Yuan's words. In truth, Yi Yuan was unsure how to present his request, which was why he chose a circuitous route. Yi Yuan nodded and explained, Brother Tang, you're aware of my less than stellar past reputation. I wonder if you can trust me. At this moment, Tang Yu grasped the subtlety of Yi Yuan's words. A smart individual, if he failed to comprehend Yi Yuan's hidden intention, would be a fool. Does Brother Yi mean the 6-leaf grass? Tang Yu inquired tentatively. Exactly. Yi Yuan didn't evade the question, confirming it directly. In reality, there were disparities in the way the divine realm and the lower realms ranked their medicines, while a tier 1 pill in the divine realm fell into categories of high, middle, and low, what the state of Qin considered. High-level pills were merely low-level in the divine realm. The variety and quality of pill formulas in the divine realm far surpassed those in a mortal country of the lower realms. In theory, Yi Yuan couldn't refine a high-level tier 1 pill with his current strength. His essence energy couldn't support the refinement of such a pill. The only reason he could do so was his past role as an alchemy emperor. Meticulously controlling the distribution of essence energy allowed him to refine medicines surpassing his current strength. However, these so-called high-level tier 1 pills were, in Yi Yuan's eyes, undesired low-level pills. Yet, high-level tier 1 pills from the lower realms wouldn't suffice to treat Tang Zhonghuai's injuries. Middle-level tier 1 pills from the divine realm were essential. Yi Yuan's current strength was too inadequate, making it impossible to refine pills of such caliber. Therefore, Yi Yuan presented Tang Yu with a choice. If Tang Yu opted not to place trust in him, their association would conclude here, and he would be powerless to aid Tang Zhonghuai's injuries. I can't do that. What if? Tang Yu stammered, visibly flustered. Subconsciously, Tang Yu held a sense of trust in Yi Yuan. However, faced with the harsh reality, he found himself at a loss. His notion was that if Yi Yuan truly couldn't save his father, he had the great returning pill as a last resort. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just... Tang Yu struggled to find the right words. Give it to him. Tang Zhonghuai, breaking his silence, spoke with a feeble voice. Turning to meet his father's gaze, Tang Yu and Tang Zhonghuai exchanged a wealth of information through their eyes. Finally, gritting his teeth, Tang Yu handed the box containing the 6-leaf grass to Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, please. Yi Yuan accepted the box without hesitation. Give me a day. I will return promptly at this time tomorrow. However, Uncle's injuries are not very stable right now. If I don't address it, it would be hard to endure until tomorrow. Let me perform a set of needle techniques to stabilize his condition and prevent it from worsening. Tang Yu gestured a welcoming agreement, saying, I will have to trouble Brother Yi then. Since Yi Yuan didn't have golden needles with him, he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion to retrieve the necessary tools. Once Yi Yuan departed, Tang Yu couldn't help expressing his unease to his father. Father, I know Brother Yi possesses genuine skill, but his previous reputation is truly dreadful. I can't shake the feeling that this is a gamble. After a fit of violent coughing, Tang Zhonghui managed a strained smile and replied, How can I not understand my own injuries? What Brother Yi said was right. Even if Wu Daofeng came, it would be futile. Even if it's a gamble, there is nothing that we can't afford to lose. Father, is it genuinely that dire? Tang Yu never imagined that his father's injuries had deteriorated to such an extent. Tang Zhonghui simply shook his head and said, That boy doesn't belong in a shallow pond. You're, regardless of the outcome in the future, get closer to him. Tang Yu was surprised by his father's high evaluation of Yi Yuan. However, any bias he harbored against Yi Yuan had dissipated since stepping into this house. Nodding solemnly, Tang Yu declared, Father, don't worry. I, your son, am not an ungrateful person. As long as Brother Yi wholeheartedly treats you, my life can be considered pledged to him. Observing Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, flowing as naturally as water, Tang Yu's confidence in him grew. In this moment he realized that Yi Yuan was far from the worthless figure the rumors painted. Father, how are you feeling? Do you feel better? Tang Yu anxiously inquired. After the acupuncture session concluded, Tang Zhonghui's complexion had noticeably improved, and his coughing was less severe. Mr. Yi is truly skilled. Right now, I feel much more relaxed. Although he still struggled to catch his breath while speaking, it was a significant improvement from before. Yi Yuan's needle technique was far from ordinary. It was a pinnacle skill. He had created himself the 72 Paths Great Cycle Acupuncture. Once renowned in the divine realm, this technique possessed profound capabilities. Of course, given Yi Yuan's current cultivation level, he could only utilize a fraction of its power. Currently, it could only offer some control over Tang Zhonghui's condition. This acupuncture can alleviate the symptoms but cannot address the root cause. Tomorrow I will deliver the medicinal pill. Time is of the essence. Will take my leave now, Yi Yuan stated, bidding farewell and leaving. Promptly, Yi Yuan proceeded to the fragrant medicine pavilion, retrieved the herbs for the exploding Yuan pill, and entered the pill refinement room along with the 3 stalks of 6-leaf grass. The exploding Yuan pill was a low-level Tier 1 medicinal pill in the divine realm, well-suited for Yi Yuan's current refining capabilities. Although he possessed higher-tier pills for strength enhancement, he couldn't refine them at the moment. With increased strength, he would eventually be able to refine higher-tier pills of the same level. To Yi Yuan, the process of refining the exploding Yuan pill was straightforward. After 6 hours, he emerged from the pill refinement room with several medicine bottles. The next step involved seclusion training. He found a quiet chamber, instructed the servants not to disturb him, and immersed himself in meditation. Examining the row of pill bottles before him, Yi Yuan frowned. He wasn't satisfied with this round of refinement. Despite using 3 sets of ingredients, he only managed to refine 26 exploding Yuan pills. Among them, 15 were middle grade, 8 were high grade, and only 3 were superior grade. Medicinal pills were categorized into different grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, superior grade, and transcendent grade. In the past, Yi Yuan would have considered even the lowest grade exploding Yuan pill to be at least of superior grade quality. Yet today he felt dissatisfied with the results. This obviously was a deviation from his accustomed standards. If the alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin heard Yi Yuan's sentiments, they would likely find a hole to hide in. For them, refining the exploding Yuan pill, and obtaining even one superior grade pill would be a cause for gratitude. Yet here was Yi Yuan, discontent with refining 3 superior grade pills were considered rare treasures, obtained only through luck and not through intentional refining. Yi Yuan sighed, recognizing that this was a situation beyond his control. This body had never refined pills before, and his skills were still lacking. Moreover, his current strength was insufficient. Dividing one portion of essence energy into 3 for use made refining high-level pills impossible. Holding a bottle containing the superior grade exploding Yuan pills, Yi Yuan took one and swallowed it. As the pill reached his abdomen, it transformed into waves of essence energy surging outward. Yi Yuan, not daring to procrastinate, immediately cultivated the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to guide the chaotic essence energy along the meridians. The initially turbulent essence energy became exceptionally obedient under the guidance of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. After circulating through Yi Yuan's body, it finally converged within his dantian. Through tempering with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, the once disorderly essence energy became remarkably stable. The spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, a profound cultivation technique, comprised 3 chapters: mortal, earth, and heaven. Currently, Yi Yuan immersed himself in the early stages of the mortal chapter, which was further divided into 3 sections, each accompanied by a unique martial technique. This was a distinctive feature of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, the incorporation of potent martial techniques specific to the art. The renowned spirit bristle divine king achieved invincibility in the divine realm by mastering the ultimate martial technique in the heaven chapter, the 9 suns burning heaven. When unleashed, this technique could obliterate a radius of several thousand miles, a truly terrifying power. The martial technique linked to the first section of the mortal chapter was the absolute yang finger. It involved releasing essence energy from the fingertips, and when mastered to the large success stage, it could shatter rocks and metal, boasting formidable attacking prowess. After 4 hours of cultivation with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, Yi Yuan fully absorbed the medicinal efficacy. Sensing that he was on the verge of stepping into the second-level essence chi realm, he promptly ingested the second superior grade exploding Yuan pill to continue tempering the essence energy in his dantian. Another 4 hours passed before he consumed the third pill. Yi Yuan proceeded to ingest the remaining superior grade and high grade exploding Yuan pills, though their effects were less pronounced. As the consumption increased, the medicinal efficacy diminished. By the time dawn approached, Yi Yuan felt a slight swelling and pain in his meridians and dantian, indicating that the maximum amount of essence energy absorption had been reached. He had reached the peak of the 3rd-level essence chi realm, only a step away from entering the 4th-level essence chi realm. Despite the expenditure of 3 superior grade exploding Yuan pills and 6 high grade exploding Yuan pills, the results were far from extravagant. Transitioning from the 3rd level to the 4th level essence chi realm posed a small bottleneck for many in mortal countries like the state of Qin. Some individuals might even struggle with this obstacle throughout their lifetime. However, for Yi Yuan, this bottleneck was virtually non-existent. With his past life cultivation experience, overcoming this hurdle was a matter of accumulating sufficient essence energy. Nevertheless, he recognized the importance of maintaining a stable foundation after the abrupt surge in strength and aimed to strengthen the initial stage essence chi realm before contemplating the next advancement. Yi Yuan's essence energy, thanks to the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, was notably thicker and purer than the average 3rd-level essence chi realm. If someone else were to consume the exploding Yuan pill, a single superior grade and 2 high-grade pills would suffice to elevate them from the 1st level to the 3rd-level essence chi realm. In essence, Yi Yuan's essence energy was 3 times denser than that of the average 3rd-level essence chi realm. This explained the spirit bristle divine King's formidable power. Cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. To an advanced realm allowed the user to expend essence energy strategically, potentially outlasting opponents. Realizing this, even with his current strength inadequacies, Yi Yuan's essence energy was abundant enough to refine a middle-level Tier 1 medicinal pill from the Divine Realm. It's late. Time to assist Uncle Tang in refining the Ink Jade Heart returning pill, Yi Yuan declared, standing up and pushing the door open. As he stepped out, he encountered Luer, swaying gracefully. She greeted him with a smile. "Young master, have you finished your closed-door seclusion?" "Yes." "Oh, you've reached the first-level Essence Chi realm already?" Yi Yuan replied, surprised as he unintentionally examined Luer's body. He discovered that Luer, who lacked essence energy just a day ago, had now attained the first-level Essence Chi realm. Luer nodded timidly and asked, "Young master, am I cultivating too slowly?" Yi Yuan chuckled. "You little lass, don't say such things outside. You'll make others envious. Your cultivation speed is exceptional, making everyone else feel inadequate." Ecstatic with her young master's praise, Luer blushed and asked, "Really? Does that mean I'll be able to assist young master in the future?" "Haha, of course. Our dear Luer is extraordinary. Come, follow me to handle some matters. Tomorrow we depart for the Danwu Academy, and I'll recommend you for admission," Yi Yuan declared with a laugh. In these recent days, the once bustling Drunken Star Manor found itself deserted, its prominence overshadowed by the fragrant medicine pavilion. Following the tumultuous events initiated by Yi Yuan, Wan Donghai chose seclusion, shunning all visitors. This decision left Wan Dongyang, his younger brother, in a state of restlessness. Though eager to dispatch someone to settle the score with Yi Yuan, Wan Dongyang hesitated, fearing to act without his big brother's approval. Consequently, he loitered near Wan Donghai's secluded location, hopeful for an early emergence. Wan Dongyang paced impatiently by the room's entrance, visibly agitated. His frustration had reached its limits, prompting him to express his discontent aloud. "Big brother, if you don't come out soon, I'll bring a crew to teach that punk a lesson. I can't endure this insult any longer," Wan Dongyang exclaimed, his temper flaring. With no response from Wan Donghai, Wan Dongyang, in a fit of anger, stomped his feet. Just as he was about to depart, Wan Donghai's voice reached his ears. "Dongyang, come in." Ecstatic at the summons, Wan Dongyang promptly entered the room. Big brother, weren't you in closed-door seclusion?" "Why?" Wan Dongyang initially believed his big brother was immersed in a breakthrough attempt. To his surprise, he found Wan Donghai leisurely sipping tea, exuding an air of nonchalance. Wan Donghai showed no signs of frustration or defeat, contrary to Wan Dongyang's expectations. His demeanor radiated vitality and vigor, as if the incident from 2 days ago had never occurred. Wan Donghai, with an air of assuredness, smiled lightly and remarked, "Dongyang, how many times must I tell you? In times of trouble, avoid excessive agitation. This is the capital, it's our territory, but also Yi Hang's. Do you believe you can eliminate Yi Yuan by openly dispatching people? Not unless Yi Hang has lost his wits. But big brother, I can't stomach this insult. How can our Drunken Star Manor continue operating in the capital after being humiliated by a brat who's still wet behind the ears?" Wan Dongyang retorted. "Business thrives on harmony, bringing prosperity. Even in conflict, it should remain discreet. There's no point in openly assaulting our opponents. It would only force Drunken Star Manor into a disadvantageous position. Your task is to stabilize and manage Drunken Star Manor. As for Yi Yuan, leave it to me. I've already made arrangements." Wan Dongyang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "What arrangements, big brother?" With a smile, Wan Donghai disclosed, "He's merely a first-level Essence Chi
Realm brat.
No need for us to personally handle him. Now that he's recovered, he'll likely return to the Dan Wu Academy within 2 days. If something were to happen to him along the way, it won't be our concern. What are Big Brother's intentions?
I've hired a Mosha assassin.
Dealing with a first-level Essence Chi Realm brat should be well within his capabilities. Ha ha ha. Wan Dongyang laughed heartily, expressing admiration. Big Brother truly has the situation under control.
I'm impressed.
Why didn't I think of this? Mosha assassins are like shadows, known throughout the tranquil cloud. 10 nations. With them involved, that brat won't escape death. Indeed, Mosha is the most outstanding and reliable assassination organization in the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Since my son failed to poison that brat, I'll use another method to send him on his way. Anyone daring to provoke me, Wan Donghai, must be tired of living. Wan Donghai's demeanor turned colder as he uttered these words. Exactly. Who knows where that brat acquired such a mysterious poison? To challenge us is sheer ignorance of life and death. If he had some strength, it would be a different matter. Unfortunately, he's nothing more than a first-level Essence Chi Realm wastrel. Eradicating him will be effortless. In Wan Dongyang's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man. Wan Donghai laughed, displaying disinterest in Yi Yuan's affairs. To him, Yi Yuan wasn't even considered a worthy opponent. At best, he was a mere nuisance. If this incident was instigated by Yi Hang behind the scenes, he has successfully infuriated me. This time, Drunken Star Manor will surely crush the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion completely. I want Yi Hang's friends and relatives to abandon him. Wan Donghai produced a medicinal pill from his sleeve and handed it to Wan Dongyang. Though skeptical, Wan Dongyang accepted the pill, unable to discern any extraordinary features. Not possessing the alchemical expertise of Yi Yuan, Wan Dongyang could only determine it to be a pill akin to the Essence Chi pill. Big Brother, what is this? This pill is called Essence Gathering Pill. Similar to the Essence Chi pill, it accumulates essence energy, but its efficacy is 50% stronger. Imagine the profits when Drunken Star Manor starts supplying this pill. Wan Donghai couldn't conceal the pride on his face. Wan Dongyang, now grasping the potential, felt a surge of emotions. The release of such a pill into the market promised substantial gains. A lucrative venture indeed. Although the Essence Chi pill held the potential to enhance one's strength, its efficacy dwindled as one progressed from the first-level Essence Chi realm to the 5th or 6th level Essence Chi realm. The Essence Gathering Pill, however, presented a game-changing alternative. If initiated at the first-level Essence Chi realm, it accelerated cultivation speed by an astounding 50%. For prodigies hailing from influential families, this was a dreamlike boon. In the realm of martial pursuits, every passing moment played a crucial role. As bone age advanced, the body's potential gradually diminished. The time available for strengthening became exceedingly limited. Consequently, those who achieved higher realms in their youth could tread further on the martial path. This perspective underscored the extraordinary significance of the Essence Gathering Pill. Big Brother, what is the cost of producing this Essence Gathering Pill? Wan Dongyang, being an alchemist, cut to the chase with this pivotal question. Rest assured, the Essence Gathering Pill is also a Tier 1 medicinal pill. The production cost is only marginally higher than that of the Essence Chi pill. That's fantastic. With this Essence Gathering Pill, Big Brother, we can decisively overpower the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Their gazes met, and the brothers erupted into synchronized laughter. At the Tang family residence, Tang Zhonghui, having consumed the medicinal pill provided by Yi Yuan, immersed himself in closed-door seclusion, striving to refine its potent efficacy. The pill, named the Ink Jade Heart-Returning Pill, was unprecedented in the state of Qin. However, with the resources of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion at his disposal, Yi Yuan swiftly gathered the necessary herbs and successfully refined it. The ink jade heart-returning pill specialized in treating internal injuries. Though similar to the great returning pill in medicinal properties, its efficacy surpassed it by an entire grade. It not only shielded Tang Zhonghuai's heart meridians but also mended his injured organs. Thorough absorption of its properties promised complete recovery within 3 days. In the Tang family outer hall, Tang Yu respectfully bowed to Yi Yuan. This time, if Brother Yi hadn't fortuitously appeared, I'm afraid my father would be beyond salvation. Brother Yi, please accept this bow. Yi Yuan halted Tang Yu with a smile, saying, No need for such formality, Brother Tang. It was your filial piety that moved me. Observing the filial bond between you and your father, I couldn't bear to witness you two separated by death. In a way, you played a crucial role in saving your father. If you hadn't offered the 6-leaf grass, I would have been powerless against uncle's injuries. Tang Yu, upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, suddenly realized that Yi Yuan's essence energy was excessively abundant. In just 1 day he had reached the 3rd level essence chi realm. In 1 night, Brother Yi advanced by 2 levels? How is that possible? Tang Yu, initially focused on his father's condition, now found himself dumbstruck by the changes in Yi Yuan's body. The Dan Wu Academy, a gathering place for geniuses, had introduced Tang Yu to many prodigies. However, the notion of a genius progressing by 2 levels overnight was utterly inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and responded, I seized an opportunity. I don't mind brother Tang's jests. For Yi Yuan, it was indeed seizing an opportunity. However, the exploding Yuan pill, which he consumed, was not something others would dare ingest as he did. For anyone else, it would lead to meridian rupture and death. Yet Yi Yuan's profound understanding of medicinal properties and the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art gave him the confidence to swallow such pills. Recovering from his astonishment, Tang Yu forced a smile. Seizing an opportunity, incurring jests, Brother Yi. Your words make me feel inadequate. Ha ha ha. No need to feel that way, Brother Tang. I have some cultivation, enhancing medicinal pills. I'll give them to you. I believe there's no longer any concern for Uncle Tang's injuries. Will Brother Tang accompany me back to the Dan Wu Academy tomorrow? All right. Once father emerges from seclusion without issues, I'll follow. Brother Yi back tomorrow. Good. Keep the medicinal pills I've given you safe. Ensure no one else discovers them. Tang Yu understood the importance implied by Yi Yuan's words. He replied solemnly, Rest assured, Brother Yi. I will keep it confidential. An exploding Yuan pill, though ordinary in the divine realm, held immense value in the state of Qin. Yi Yuan understood the principle that wealth could lead an innocent man into trouble. The bustling capital streets were constantly filled with people, groups, arriving in 3s or 5s from outside the city. Currently, by the roadside, Yi Hang and his wife were bidding farewell to Yi Yuan. Yuan, even though it's just a half-day journey, I can't shake this feeling of unease. Knowing Wan Donghai's temperament, he won't let this insult slide. Quietly, I'm certain he's plotting something. Ah Ping and Ah Chang have been with me for many years. I think it's best if they accompany you on the way. Yi Hang earnestly tried to convince his son. Understanding Wan Donghai as deeply as Wan Donghai understood him, Yi Hang felt the need to insist that his son be escorted by the 2 guards.
Suggestion Ye Yuan repeatedly declined.
Father, it's only a half-day journey. I'll be fine. Besides, Brother Tang is accompanying me. No matter how bold Wan Donghai is, he wouldn't dare openly send people to harm me. Yi Yuan rejected with a reassuring smile. Oh, do listen to your father, Yuaner. Wan Donghai is ruthless and cunning. It's easy to evade a spear in the open, but guarding against arrows in the dark is a different challenge. Ren Hongling chimed in, echoing her husband's concerns. The couple, having once lost their son, didn't want to risk any accidents now. that they had him back. Yi Yuan simply smiled and shook his head, reiterating his rejection. You're so stubborn, Aya. Aware that his son's current state couldn't be compared to his past, Yi Hang sighed, acknowledging that Yi Yuan likely possessed a life-preserving trump card. His son's astonishing advancement to the third-level Essence Qi realm was a source of shock. Despite understanding that Yi Yuan encountered a formidable master, the speed of this progress was unnerving. Forget it, since he doesn't want to, let him go alone. Our son is all grown. There are some things he must face on his own. Yi Hang sighed. With a bow toward his parents, Yi Yuan set off alongside Tang Yu and Luer. Yi Yuan was well aware that this journey wouldn't be peaceful, but he sought to confront certain challenges independently, aiming to use the experience for personal growth. His knowledge of alchemy Dao and extensive understanding of martial techniques transcended the ordinary, yet they didn't equate to strength. He yearned to transform these assets into genuine power. In his previous life, Yi Yuan prioritized alchemy Dao, neglecting martial Dao. Although his cultivation realm was high, his combat prowess suffered. Now he aimed to convert the knowledge from his past life into tangible strength. Yi Yuan recognized that the key was to fight, to engage in continuous combat, increasing his battle prowess and carving a path back to the divine realm. Without genuine combat experience, his profound knowledge would remain illusory. Hence, Yi Yuan refused to grow under Yi Hang's protection and chose to return to the Dan Wu Academy, entering the crucible of competition with other geniuses. As Yi Yuan described to Tang Zhonghuai, the Dan Wu Academy wasn't a utopia, rather it hosted intense competition. This return journey to the academy marked the first time Yi Yuan would face these challenges. The Dan Wu Academy lay not within the capital but 100 miles north, situated near the Endless Forest, an ideal location to hone young talents. Yi Yuan and his group didn't rush back to the academy. Instead, they rode leisurely on horseback. Oh right, I haven't congratulated Brother Tang on reaching the 5th level. Essence Qi realm. Originally positioned at the peak of the 4th level, Tang Yu now contemplated the possibility of taking his own life if, with Yi Yuan's exploding Yuan pill, he couldn't advance to the 5th level. No. All thanks to Brother Ye's exploding Yuan pill. The miraculous potency of the exploding Yuan pill far surpasses that of the Essence Qi pill. With just one, I easily broke through. Tang Yu vividly remembered the violent surge of essence energy, realizing that advancing in cultivation was unexpectedly straightforward. Consuming the exploding Yuan pill made him comprehend why Yi Yuan managed a 2-rank leap overnight. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, Yi Yuan had ingested the highest quality exploding Yuan pills in significant quantities, sufficient to propel him to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm. Ha ha ha. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. When you return to the academy, be cautious not to disclose the exploding Yuan pill. The consequences would be dire. Wan Donghai, confident in toppling the fragrant medicine pavilion with essence gathering pills, considered the exploding Yuan pill even more potent. Exposing, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Yi Yuan, with his experience, saw commendable qualities in Tang Yu, recognizing his filial piety and lack of treachery. He appreciated Tang Yu's talent and gifted him the exploding Yuan pill as a token of recognition. However, Yi Yuan had a strategic motive. Having trustworthy allies would ease the challenges he might face in the future. Don't worry, Brother Yi. Tang Yu knows right from wrong. I understand the immense implications of the exploding Yuan pill and won't reveal it. Forgive my boldness, but with Brother Ye's capabilities, is there a need to attend the Dan Wu Academy? Tang Yu, though not fully aware of Yi Yuan's capabilities, sensed that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao exceeded the state of Qin's current standard. He questioned the necessity of attending the academy. However, Tang Yu refrained from expressing these thoughts, fearing potential misunderstandings. Where did Yi Yuan acquire such knowledge and resources? The suspicions lingered unspoken. The Danwu Academy gathers the state of Qin's elites. It's an opportunity one cannot pass up, Yi Yuan replied. In my opinion, those so-called elites and geniuses are mere clay chickens and pottery dogs compared to Brother Yi. Yi Yuan shook his head, emphasizing that heroes under the heavens cannot be underestimated. He explained the significant changes were due to a fortuitous encounter but acknowledged his current weakness. A genius who couldn't grow stronger would only become stepping stones for others. Tang Yu admired Yi Yuan's humility and clear understanding of his position. In the academy where arrogance often prevailed, Tang Yu believed Yi Yuan would soon shine brighter than the so-called geniuses. Come out. I believe our guest is tired after following us all this way. Am I right? Yi Yuan abruptly called out while Tang Yu was lost in contemplation. The past few days weighed heavily on Chou Ying's mood. As a bronze rank assassin affiliated with Masha, his usual targets were seasoned martial artists of the 7th level Essence Qi realm and above. However, this time, his mission was to assassinate a mere rookie at the 1st level Essence Qi realm. Attaining the title of a bronze rank assassin indicated preliminary recognition of Chou Ying's skills by the organization. Being at the 7th level Essence Qi realm, he typically received missions commensurate with his level, often targeting martial artists stronger than himself. Being tasked with assassinating a 1st level Essence Qi realm rookie felt like a humiliation. Chou Ying harbored ambitious aspirations, aiming to ascend to the rank of a gold rank assassin. His training in Masha had been intense, focusing on concealment, disguise, and lethal precision. Diligent study of these skills facilitated rapid progress in strength. To unlock his potential, Chou Ying consistently undertook challenging missions. Once, he even accepted a mission to assassinate a 9th level Essence Qi realm target, narrowly succeeding. This achievement drew increased attention and resource allocation from the organization. His current mission involved eliminating a seemingly powerless 15-year-old novice at the 1st level Essence Qi realm. Despite the employer's significant payment for a bronze rank assassin, Chou Ying considered the task beneath him. Facing such a target, he believed a mere finger could suffice for the kill. Yet, Chou Ying, a consummate professional, made meticulous preparations. Despite dismissing the employer's cautions, he adhered to the wisdom that a lion should go all out even when hunting a rabbit, a lesson learned from others in his profession. Anticipating potential challenges, Chou Ying noted the target's father had arranged 2 experts to accompany him, complicating matters. Nevertheless, Chou Ying remained confident in his assassination techniques, believing he could succeed under favorable conditions. Unexpectedly, the young target chose not to bring the anticipated escorts, departing the city with only a fellow youth and a young lady. Seeing an opportunity, Chou Ying, shadowing them from a distance, eagerly anticipated the impending strike. Observing their unhurried pace, Chou Ying relished the prospect of their imminent demise, savoring their last moments of enjoyment. Unbeknownst to them, he had mapped out an ideal location to execute his attack, leveraging the rocky terrain for concealment. As they neared the Danwu Academy, Chou Ying, circling ahead, prepared to ambush them among the rocky outcrops, confident in delivering a swift and lethal blow. However, as Yi Yuan and his companions approached, they unexpectedly halted, leaving Chou Ying puzzled. The suspenseful moment persisted as Yi Yuan's voice reached Chou Ying's ears. Expecting an unguarded response, Chou Ying prepared for a confrontation. Silence followed. This brat, is he attempting a bluff? Underestimating me, trying to lure me out? That must be it. However, Chou Ying sensed he might have underestimated Yi Yuan. If the young man anticipated an assassination attempt, why did he not bring along his supposed followers? Could they be covertly shadowing him, unnoticed even by Yi Yuan himself? Impossible, thought Cho-ing. Their strength matched his own, making it implausible for them to trail undetected. As a bronze-rank assassin, Cho-ing prided himself on his ability to conceal and track, particularly Essence Chi realm martial artists, a skill set that should have unveiled any pursuit. Nevertheless, he remained resolute that once they entered his attack range, he would swiftly dispatch Yi Yuan. Is something amiss, young master?
Luer questioned, perplexed by Yi Yuan's
sudden outburst. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, ever vigilant, immediately went on high alert when Yi Yuan spoke those words. Despite Yi Yuan's nonchalant response, Tang Yu sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, just a petty thief, nothing to worry about. Yi Yuan dismissed with indifference, downplaying the situation. Observing Yi Yuan's casual demeanor, Luer also adopted a relaxed stance. But, young master, where is the wrongdoer hiding? Ah, right behind that large boulder. I suspect he's biding his time, planning to ambush us when we approach. Yi Yuan explained, gesturing casually with a smile. Cho-ing, who had briefly eased his guard, once again tensed at Yi Yuan's words. Wasn't he currently concealed behind a sizable boulder? Yet the rocky terrain offered numerous potential hiding spots. How could Yi Yuan pinpoint his exact location? Tempting to lure me out? Cho-ing, a seasoned assassin, deemed such tactics weak and ineffective. Against his training, your heart seems unsettled. Not a good sign. Yi Yuan's voice echoed once more. Cho-ing involuntarily shivered. Despite his professional training, Yi Yuan's words disrupted the tranquility he prided himself on maintaining.
Impossible.
A mere first-level Essence Chi realm novice shouldn't affect his composure. Yet Yi Yuan's voice persisted. How about this? I'll toss a rock. If it hits the right spot, come out. If not, we'll continue on our way. Deal? Before Cho-ing could react, a rock whooshed through the air, hitting a boulder, his hiding spot. Cho-ing realized his luck had run out. Yi Yuan had indeed discerned his location, dispelling any doubt about the novice's bluff. Emerging from his hiding place, Cho-ing found himself under the scrutiny of three youths, one of whom wore a peculiar grin, the very target he was assigned to assassinate Yi Yuan. How did you discover me? Cho-ing demanded, his expression darkened. Unable to fathom how a first-level Essence Chi realm novice exposed him, Cho-ing sought insight into his concealment failure, eager to refine his techniques for future missions. The idea that these three rookies posed a threat never crossed his mind. Why should I tell you? Yi Yuan retorted, appearing uncooperative and unwilling to divulge any information. He couldn't reveal the extraordinary nature of the soul inhabiting this body, secret capable of altering the course of fate. Courting death. Cho-ing began to strike but abruptly halted. Huh? He's actually at the third-level Essence Chi realm? The information doesn't match. For the past 2 days, Cho-ing had observed Yi Yuan from a distance, unaware of the profound transformation that had taken place within him. Now facing Yi Yuan directly, he discovered that his intended target had ascended to the third-level Essence Chi realm. To Cho-ing, the disparity between the first level and the third level Essence Chi realm seemed inconsequential. An opponent of this caliber was, in his view, an easy target for a swift elimination. In the Essence Chi realm, every 3 levels marked a significant stage, while the difference between the 4th level and the 3rd level Essence Chi realm might seem minimal, the gap in strength was substantial. A person at the 4th level Essence Chi realm could effortlessly contend with 5 or 6 individuals at the 3rd level. Cho-ing, being 2 stages superior to Yi Yuan, perceived no real threat from him. However, a nagging uncertainty lingered. Was the employer's information inaccurate, or was Yi Yuan an unprecedented prodigy? Opting to believe the former, Cho-ing found it implausible that Yi Yuan had progressed from the 1st to the 3rd level Essence Chi realm in a mere 2 to 3 days. Brother Yi, this individual is formidable. I'll engage him, you and Luer, should hasten to the academy, which is approximately 10 miles away. Seek help. Quickly. Tang Yu, brandishing his sword, positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Yuan and Luer. Feeling Chou Ying's intense killing intent, Tang Yu realized they faced a formidable adversary, with Yi Yuan saving his father's life and offering a high-level medicinal pill. Tang Yu felt indebted. His current sacrifice was an attempt to repay that debt, recognizing his inferiority compared to Chou Ying's battle-hardened experience. Though a gifted student of the Dan Wu Academy, Tang Yu acknowledged his shortcomings against someone like Chou Ying, who had weathered countless battles. Staying behind meant almost certain death. Among the trio, Tang Yu possessed the greatest strength, prompting him to act without hesitation. Observing Tang Yu and Luer's brave actions, Yi Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, what can you achieve by staying behind? Move aside. No way. I won't leave.
Luer insisted stubbornly.
Amused and touched by their actions, Yi Yuan marveled at the sincerity revealed during a crisis. Luer's response was expected, but having met Tang Yu just days ago, he didn't anticipate such unwavering resolve. Even facing the formidable Chou Ying, the duo chose to stand their ground. Ha ha ha! What a heartwarming scene. Yi Yuan, you may stay silent, but this young lady is quite enchanting. Soon, Chou Ying began to laugh uproariously, confident that Yi Yuan possessed a technique or a valuable treasure to detect him. Chou Ying considered extracting this information vital. Moreover, the allure of Luer made this an opportune moment. Clear the way. Yi Yuan pushed Luer and Tang Yu aside, stepping forward. Smile lingered on his face, now tinged with an icy resolve. An indescribable chill swept over Chou Ying, prompting an involuntary shudder. What's happening? Chou Ying, a seasoned assassin with numerous kills to his name, exuded a natural coldness. Even a spirit condensation realm martial artist would find it impossible to make him shudder. Yet, facing this third-level essence chi realm youth, an unexpected chill enveloped him. Chou Ying found the day's events exceptionally abnormal. What was meant to be a straightforward mission had taken an unexpected turn. You and I had no prior grievances. Initially, I merely intended to test you, given your penchant for helping others avert disaster by taking their money. But since you dare to harbor ideas about Luer, don't blame me for taking your life. Yi Yuan's words carried a bone-chilling intensity. At this juncture, Yi Yuan ingested a medicinal pill he had crafted before. Embarking on the journey, anticipating the dangers ahead, he came well prepared. This 5-element spirit link pill, composed of medicinal herbs representing the 5 attributes metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, could elevate an essence chi realm martial artist's strength by an entire stage for a temporary period. Ha ha ha! This is amusing. I want to see how a third-level essence chi realm brat like you can take my life. Chou Ying, though maintaining a fa ade of calmness, felt a surge of unease within. His words were more to embolden himself and dispel the growing shadow in his heart. With a swift swing, Chou Ying unsheathed his sword. As a seasoned assassin, he knew no bounds in his pursuit of killing. The notion of a sneak attack during a frontal battle was well within his arsenal. In the blink of an eye, his sword, moments ago engaged in conversation, was now aimed at Yi Yuan. Brother Yi, young master, be careful. Tang Yu and Luer's simultaneous cries echoed. However, their warnings lagged behind Chou Ying's sword. By the time they reacted, the blade had already pierced through Yi Yuan's body. Young master, brother Yi. Tang Yu and Luer's anguished cries filled the air. Chou Ying sensed something amiss. Although his sword had unmistakably passed through Yi Yuan's body, why did his hand not register the impact? The urgency that prompted Chou Ying's swift swordplay wasn't solely due to caution, but also because the disquiet within him had intensified. Witnessing Yi Yuan ingest that medicinal pill, He couldn't believe that mere pills could pose a threat. Yet, driven by caution, he acted swiftly with his sword. Only a deceased individual could afford peace of mind. But he had clearly killed Yi Yuan. Why, then, did this ominous feeling persist? At that moment, the figure of Yi Yuan, impaled by Chou Ying's sword, gradually dissipated, turning into nothingness. What Chou Ying had stabbed was merely an afterimage. "Hey! It's very dangerous to show your back to the enemy." Yi Yuan's voice made Chou Ying go stiff.
Impossible.
"I already stabbed him."
Instant flash.
"It's actually instant flash."
Tang yêu ekkelim.
"Young master, it's great that you are fine."
Lu shouted, pleasantly.
Surprised. "Ha ha ha, of course I'm fine. How can your young master die so easily?"
Yeah.
Yuan said with a smile. Brother Yi actually managed to master such difficult footwork. Furthermore, your use of it was absolutely superb. What a genius! Tang Yu marveled at this display of skill. Just a trifling skill. To others, instant flash was an immensely profound footwork, challenging to comprehend. However, to Yi Yuan, this level of footwork posed no real challenge. Instant flash might seem impressive, but it was, in fact, only a footwork technique enabling freedom of movement within a small radius. A mere Tier 1 martial technique, it lacked profundity. Nevertheless, this footwork incorporated heavenly Tao, making it easy to learn, yet challenging to master, while others found it an incredibly difficult technique. Yi Yuan, with his past cultivation level, considered this level of heavenly Tao inconsequential. In truth, there were certain advantages to Yi Hang sending Yi Yuan to the Dan Wu Academy. The young man, at the very least, would attend a few classes and acquire some knowledge. While these things might not hold much significance, for the current Yi Yuan, it provided a decent cover for his true capabilities. Given Yi Yuan's present strength, instant flash proved to be a practical martial technique, discreet yet effective. Despite its subtle incorporation of heavenly Tao, it merely grazed the surface and fell short of true mastery. Over the past few days, Yi Yuan had meticulously organized his predecessors' memories. Drawing upon the vague impressions from these recollections, he managed to decipher several basic martial techniques, with instant flash being among them. In practice, Yi Yuan's execution of instant flash differed slightly from its conventional form. However, his understanding and application made it not only comparable but even superior to those demonstrated by academy teachers. No wonder you dared not bring followers. Your instant flash has already reached an impressive level. Very commendable. It seems the report's assessment of you was somewhat misleading, Chou Ying remarked. While he recognized that instant flash was not an exclusive martial technique, he hadn't delved into it extensively, as its limited range made it less useful for assassination. Mastery of a martial technique could be categorized into several stages: entry, small success, large success, great circle, and the legendary breaking illusion stage. Chou Ying knew that to leave behind an afterimage with instant flash, it had to reach at least the great circle stage. This level of mastery granted him the ability to safeguard himself against opponents at the essence chi realm and below, provided they didn't specialize in movement technique. This revelation explained Yi Yuan's audacity. He indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. As an assassin, Chou Ying specialized in a movement technique, but it had only reached the large success stage. The gap between this and the great circle stage was significant, representing a considerable disparity in mastery. The breaking illusion stage, even more elusive, required transcending the great circle stage, constituting an evolution of the original technique. Achieving this legendary stage demanded exceptional comprehension and stringent conditions, making it rare. Chou Ying, confident in his movements, refused to concede to someone he considered a pampered individual. "You flatter me, but flattery won't earn you any bonus points. You still have
2D, Yi Yuan retorted casually.
Ha ha ha. Chou Ying laughed uproariously. To not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I admit my movements are inferior to yours, but I doubt those too. Beside, you have movement techniques at the Great Circle stage. I'd like to see how a weak silk pants at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm like you will withstand my blow directly. A seasoned warrior, Cho Ying quickly adapted after missing his initial strike, identifying the 2 individuals beside Yi Yuan as his prime targets. While Tang Yu posed some threat, lure in Cho Ying's eyes was an easy target. However, the triumphant grin on his face turned into bewilderment. In this moment, Yi Yuan's aura surged dramatically, surpassing everyone's perception. Peak 3rd level Essence Chi realm, 4th level Essence Chi realm, 5th level Essence Chi realm, 6th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's cultivation broke through, ascending from the 3rd level Essence Chi realm to the 4th, continuing its ascent until it surpassed the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Cho Ying, dumbfounded, momentarily forgot to make his move. How is this possible? Cho Ying gasped. Recalling the moment Yi Yuan ingested the medicinal pill, he wondered if this drastic increase was a result of its effects. While he'd heard of pills temporarily boosting strength, witnessing a pill elevate someone by 3 small cultivation realms was unprecedented. Cho Ying couldn't help but ponder the ease with which missions could be accomplished if he possessed a medicinal pill like the one Yi Yuan had ingested. However, the stark reality unfolded as the rookie, with a mere 4 small cultivation realm difference, swiftly closed the gap, leaving Cho Ying trailing by only a single realm. While the 6th level Essence Chi realm and the 7th level Essence Chi realm differed significantly, Yi Yuan's newfound prowess endowed him with the capability to engage in combat. Enhanced by his instant flash technique at the Great Circle stage, Yi Yuan emerged as a formidable opponent, shattering Cho Ying's initial perception of a simple mission. Today, Cho Ying found himself in an unusual situation. The young individual before him had defied expectations, presenting a series of surprises. What started as a complaint about the mission's simplicity now transformed into a sense of regret for taking it on. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Cho Ying understood the importance of completing the mission to maintain the hard-earned status in Masha. Cho Ying's decision to proceed with the mission stemmed from the realization that even after Yi Yuan consumed the 5-element spirit link pill, his cultivation had plateaued at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, a level Cho Ying believed he could handle. With narrowed eyes, Cho Ying focused his killing intent on lure, unleashing his most potent technique. One-word kill, simple yet domineering, this move had sealed the fates of numerous adversaries in the past. Lure stood defenseless, facing imminent danger as Cho Ying's sword closed. A malicious smile played on Cho Ying's lips, anticipating the impending demise of the vulnerable Lure and the anguish it would inflict on Yi Yuan. However, just as Cho Ying's sword was on the verge of reaching Lure's throat, a resounding ding reverberated through the air. Cho Ying's hand went numb and his sword was sent flying. Yi Yuan, who had reached Lure with instant flash, demonstrated a surprising strength. Using his absolute yang finger, Yi Yuan deftly intercepted Cho Ying's attack, sending him reeling backward. The absolute yang finger, even in its entry stage, proved formidable, surpassing Cho Ying's capacity to withstand. Cho Ying, now battered and bloodied, rolled on the ground, releasing a mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan, with a cold demeanor, declared, "I will only use one finger. Whether you can escape or not is up to your abilities." Despite the chaos within him, Cho Ying recognized the gravity of his actions. Feigning weakness, Yi Yuan had transformed into a formidable opponent. In a desperate attempt to flee, Cho Ying exerted every ounce of strength, sensing a newfound speed that hinted at the threshold of the Great Circle stage. As he endeavored to escape, his consciousness gradually blurred. Observing Cho Ying's attempt to flee using his movement technique, Yi Yuan nonchalantly raised his finger, pouring essence energy with utmost concentration through the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The pointed finger unleashed a formless force, tearing through the air and piercing Chou Ying's heart in an instant. The speed and ferocity of the attack were so overwhelming that Chou Ying remained oblivious to his injury, charging forward for several meters before collapsing unconscious. The absolute yang finger, wielded by Yi Yuan at the 6th level essence qi realm, proved to be dominantly formidable. Its concentrated force delivered a pinpoint and lethal blow, showcasing its undeniable lethality. Despite its potency, absolute yang finger had its weaknesses, primarily the prolonged charging time. This flaw explained the slight delay in Yi Yuan's rescue of lure. If Chou Ying had engaged Yi Yuan in close combat, preventing him from fully charging, he might have had a slim chance of survival. However, Yi Yuan's strategic approach, using various means to disrupt and weaken Chou Ying, culminated in the decisive absolute yang finger strike. Though seemingly unremarkable, the entire process was filled with tension. Yi Yuan's limited strength necessitated the use of hidden cards, with the 5-element spirit link pill and the absolute yang finger being pivotal in overcoming Chou Ying's superior prowess. "Brother Tang, it is time to go," Yi Yuan casually instructed Tang Yu, paying little attention to the fallen Chou Ying. Tang Yu, still recovering from the shock of Yi Yuan's attack, mounted his horse awkwardly, and the trio continued their journey to the Danwu Academy. As they traversed the disorderly stone forest, their surroundings gradually expanded, revealing a vast plain. In the distance, multi-storied pavilions, resembling the Danwu Academy, came into view. The Danwu Academy, situated south of the Endless Forest, belonged to the tranquil Cloud 10 nations. Despite its location in the state of Qin, the Academy was under the jurisdiction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Functioning as the outer sect establishment, the Danwu Academy primarily focused on alchemy and martial arts. Upon reaching the gates and heading towards the residential area, the trio encountered a group of individuals who obstructed their path. Well, isn't this the 10,000 years last place? You truly are resilient. When they sent you out, it seemed like you were at death's door. Yet here you are, alive and kicking," remarked the person at the forefront, dripping with sarcasm. This individual, Fei Qingping, served as a loyal subordinate to Wan Yuan. He played a role in the demise of Yi Yuan's predecessor, who was poisoned while competing with Fei Qingping. These individuals hailed from ordinary backgrounds, seeking to attach themselves to noble figures within the academy for additional resources. Fei Qingping, accustomed to such associations, found Yi Yuan's indifference infuriating. Yi Yuan, however, dismissed Fei Qingping's provocations, refusing to engage seriously with someone of lower status. "You, Yi Yuan, it seems like your skin is itching for trouble again," Fei Qingping, unable to tolerate being scolded as a dog, retorted. "With just you."
Ye Yuan responded expressionlessly.
After closely scrutinizing Yi Yuan, Fei Qingping was astounded by the unexpected revelation. Yi Yuan, previously at the bottom, had ascended to cultivation realms within a few days, reaching the 3rd level essence qi realm. Fei Qingping, recovering from the initial shock, contemplated a possible explanation. Aware of Yi Hang's alchemical expertise, Fei Qingping speculated that Yi Hang might have employed a method similar to the Gi empowerment, sacrificing potential for immediate strength. As Yi Yuan's fame rose, Fei Qingping sneered, "It's great to have a good father, poisoned nearly to death, yet you miraculously survive and even gain strength effortlessly. Truly an era for competing with fathers." Yi Yuan swiftly grasped Fei Qingping's thoughts, opting not to clarify but rather play along. Sporting a wry smile, he remarked, "Indeed, I can leverage my father's influence. But can you say the same? I've heard your father is a watchdog for others, pulling strings to secure your entry into the Danwu Academy. Unexpectedly, even here, you've assumed the role of a watchdog. Like father, like son. Two gatekeepers. Quite impressive. Yi Yuan gleaned from his predecessor's memories that Fei Qingping's father was Wan Donghai's confidant, leveraging connections to secure his son's admission. Without such patronage, Fei Qingping, despite sharing the fourth-level essence Qi realm with Tang Yu, might not have qualified for enrollment. The stark contrast revealed the limitations of Fei Qingping's future prospects. Likely remaining at the early stages of spirit condensation realm, or possibly remaining stuck at essence Qi realm. Fei Qingping, seething with anger, struggled to contain his fury as Yi Yuan persistently referred to him as a dog, causing him to lose face in front of his peers. Surveying his companions, Fei Qingping discerned suppressed laughter, further fueling his embarrassment. Undeterred, Yi Yuan provocatively extended his arm, inviting Fei Qingping to bite him. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Amidst the mockery, Fei Qingping, wearing the color of a livid pig's liver, issued a challenge to Yi Yuan demanding a deathmatch. Though the Danwu Academy allowed private battles among students, killing without academy approval incurred severe consequences. Yet, if both parties agreed to a life and death contract, the academy not only permitted it but also assigned an instructor to officiate the duel. Yi Yuan, feigning surprise, questioned Fei Qingping's sincerity about the deathmatch. Unfazed, Fei Qingping, believing Yi Yuan to be fearful, taunted him further, suggesting a repetition of a previous tactic to coerce his compliance. Yi Yuan, seemingly mishearing, asked innocently, "Say what 3 times?" With a gleam of realization, Fei Qingping discovered his inadvertent mistake, leading to another round of laughter from the onlookers. In a fit of anger, Fei Qingping accused Yi Yuan of cowardice, but Yi Yuan, unfazed, humorously responded, "Good dog, so obedient. Grandpa Yi has never considered the owner before disciplining the dog. Since you've presented yourself, I'll discipline you for your owner to witness," accompanied by a sly smile. "Have you caught wind of the latest news? The individual at the bottom of the yellow rank, colloquially known as the 10,000 years last place, Yi Yuan, has recently entered into a life and death contract with someone." "Certainly, I've heard about it. Does he have a death wish?" "It's been over 2 years since we had a life and death contract in the academy. This will be the talk of the town for a while." "Yes. It's been precisely 2 years and 5 months. The last such contract was signed by senior apprentice Brother Long, also a yellow rank student. Surprisingly, he emerged victorious against an opponent 2 minor realms above him. Who would have predicted he'd climb to the top of the martial roll of honor within 2 years? That's right. Senior apprentice Brother Long didn't even reveal his full strength back then. Since that deathmatch, he became unstoppable, progressing to the heaven rank and ultimately claiming the first position on the martial roll of honor. Do you think this Yi Yuan can replicate senior apprentice Brother Long's feat? Rumor has it that he advanced 2 levels in just a few days, jumping from the first level Essence Qi realm to the 3rd level Essence Qi realm.
Impossible.
He can't compare to senior apprentice Brother Long. Even when he was low-key, senior apprentice Brother Long wasn't that weak. Advancing 2 levels at once? Don't you know Yi Yuan entered the academy through a significant backdoor? His father is one of the few alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin. Using such means to boost his son's strength by 2 levels is hardly surprising. It's an empty advancement. What combat power does he truly possess? True, he's been in the academy for half a year already. If he could advance, he would have done so sooner. It's likely he used some secret technique to augment his strength. This guy really doesn't know his limits. He supposedly engaged in a poison-neutralizing competition with Fei Qingping, nearly succumbing to poisoning. His father impressively saved him. Yet he's courting death again. After returning to the academy, is he missing a screw in his brain? In the Dan Wu Academy, which categorized students into heaven, earth, black, and yellow ranks, Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping fell under the yellow rank. Initially overshadowed by the more prestigious heaven rank, topics related to the yellow rank rarely garnered attention. However, the life and death contract between Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping brought them into the spotlight. While the academy tolerated student competitions and disputes, it strictly forbade any form of killing without official approval. Past incident involving a student from a prominent family resulted in the academy forcibly dealing with the offender, leaving no room for negotiation. Consequently, even powerful families refrained from making a fuss. A life and death contract, however, operated under different rules. Instructors refrained from intervening, allowing the duel to unfold without interference. The news of Yi Yuan's life and death contract swiftly spread throughout the academy, elevating his reputation, nearly reaching the level of Long Tang, who occupied the first position on the martial roll of honor. Yet, public sentiment, as illustrated by the ongoing conversation, largely leaned toward disdain for Yi Yuan's seemingly reckless actions. The rapid advancement of his strength was met with skepticism, with many attributing it to his father's influence, dismissing it as a hollow accomplishment. As the discussions unfolded, a quiet observation revealed Yi Yuan heading towards the scripture library. Despite the general perception of him as rash and brain-damaged, some observers questioned his motives. Why would he be heading to the scripture library instead of preparing for the impending deathmatch? Speculation arose, suggesting that Yi Yuan might be acknowledging the futility of immediate action. Holding the lowest position in the yellow rank, he faced an uphill battle against an opponent one level higher, particularly considering Fei Qingping's reputed top 10 standing in the yellow rank. However, Yi Yuan's unexpected direction caught the attention of onlookers. Discussions pondered whether he was attempting to seek guidance in his desperate hour, possibly seeking to enhance his skills. As Yi Yuan proceeded, his path was unexpectedly blocked by Wan Yuan, a recent Earth rank advancer. The presence of Lu Ruoxue, an admired figure among the students, further intensified the intrigue. Observing this unfolding scene, voices in the crowd murmured about the unexpected turn of events, highlighting the enigmatic nature of Yi Yuan's actions amidst the looming deathmatch. Yi Yuan possessed a vast array of martial techniques, yet finding one suitable for someone at the Essence Qi realm proved challenging. Given his stature in his previous life, martial techniques designed for the Essence Qi realm seemed trivial in his discerning eyes. To his surprise, Wan Yuan crossed his path on the way to the scripture library. It was evident that Wan Yuan deliberately awaited him, and by his side stood Lu Ruoxue. Yi Yuan, having crossed paths with her due to a recent competition with Fei Qingping, was familiar with her presence. In a seemingly coincidental encounter, Wan Yuan greeted Yi Yuan with feigned warmth, his eyes, however, betraying a cold and detached demeanor. Wan Yuan, convinced of Yi Yuan's impending demise in the upcoming deathmatch, took this opportunity to taunt him in advance. Observing Wan Yuan's impatience, Yi Yuan smirked at the prospect of defying Wan Yuan's expectations. Wan Yuan anticipated Yi Yuan's defeat and the subsequent loss of the pleasure derived from taunting him. Yi Yuan decided to indulge in this confrontation before the impending deathmatch. Halting his rush to the scripture library, Yi Yuan responded with a composed smile, stating, "Indeed, to reincarnate, but it's to escort you on your journey to reincarnation." Wan Yuan, hearing this, erupted into laughter, dismissing Yi Yuan's assertion. "Escort me to reincarnate? Ha ha ha, I'm right here. Go ahead, escort me if you can. Don't tell me you believe that just because you've reached the third level Essence Qi realm through some unconventional means you can challenge me." Lu Ruoshui, standing by Wan Yuan's side, joined in the amusement, covering her mouth as she chuckled. She found Yi Yuan's declaration amusing, perhaps underestimating his capabilities. Lu Ruoshui exuded an irresistible allure, captivating the desires nestled in the hearts of the male students. Yi Yuan's predecessor, naive and weak, had succumbed to her charms. Lu Ruoshui, initially feigning weakness and pitifulness to entice Yi Yuan, now dropped the facade, openly expressing her disdain and condescension as Yi Yuan faced an imminent duel with Fei Qingping. Addressing Wan Yuan, she added scornfully, "Senior apprentice brother Wan, this junior apprentice brother Yi is quite the character. Despite his evident plight, he emulates others, akin to a toad harboring delusions of reaching a swan's elegance. Despite his meager strength, he seeks to inflate his presence. Now, on the brink of a duel, he even dares to issue threats. Isn't it rather amusing?" Now that Lu Ruoshui and Wan Yuan had made a joint appearance, their intentions became unmistakably clear. Prior to this, the Academy's Earth rank goddess walking intimately with Wan Yuan was a revelation to many, unbeknownst to the public eye. By escorting Lu Ruoshui, Wan Yuan aimed to subject Yi Yuan to humiliation, forcing him to witness the woman of his dreams walking alongside his rival. Wan Yuan eagerly anticipated witnessing Yi Yuan's expressions of resentment, shame, and regret. To his disappointment, none of these emotions manifested on Yi Yuan's face. From start to finish, Yi Yuan did not spare a glance for Lu Ruoshui, treating her as if she were invisible. This blatant disregard infuriated Lu Ruoshui, adding a venomous edge to her words. Confident in her own allure, Lu Ruoshui expected Yi Yuan to be groveling, pleading with tears in his eyes for her not to leave. However, Yi Yuan's response shattered her expectations. He glanced at her emotionlessly and remarked, "A swan? Aren't you overthinking things? At best you are a defeathered chicken. How can you be compared with a noble animal such as a swan? How can a true proud daughter of heaven spare any thoughts to seduce men?" Lu Ruoshui, proud and popular in the Danwu Academy, found herself unable to refute Yi Yuan's comparison. The mention of senior apprentice sister Feng further heightened the contrast, as Feng Zhihua was an unparalleled beauty and martial talent, surpassing Lu Ruoshui in every aspect. Despite Lu Ruoshui's anger, she couldn't deny the truth. She was left fuming, realizing that her pursuit of Yi Yuan had backfired. In her frustration, she threatened to have Fei Qingping take care of Yi Yuan in their upcoming deathmatch. Yi Yuan, unfazed, dismissed them with a wave, leaving the two disgruntled and contemplating their failed attempt to provoke him. Wan Yuan, not willing to accept defeat, attempted to restrain Yi Yuan physically, but the latter effortlessly evaded his grasp using a swift technique called instant flash. Even Lu Ruoshui was momentarily stunned by Yi Yuan's unexpected move. As they speculated about Yi Yuan's capabilities, the conversation shifted to the possible involvement of an assassin and whether Yi Yuan was pretending to be weaker than he truly was. Undeterred, Yi Yuan proceeded to the scripture library, seemingly unfazed by the commotion he left behind. Instant flash, a technique he had displayed, was just one facet of his skills, and he had no qualms about revealing it at this stage. His true strength remained his key advantage, and he was determined to continue his pursuit of knowledge in the library. Yi Yuan relied heavily on the absolute yang finger as his primary martial technique. However, the nature of this technique dictated that it couldn't be openly displayed in front of outsiders, as it could lead to significant trouble. Consequently, Yi Yuan decided to visit the scripture library with the specific purpose of selecting a suitable martial technique. The martial techniques available in the scripture library were not excessively profound, given that the Tranquil Cloud sect was cautious about releasing highly advanced techniques to the outside world. Nevertheless, for Yi Yuan, the array of martial techniques in the library proved more than adequate for his needs. Approaching the duty-bound senior apprentice brother guarding the entrance, Yi Yuan respectfully made his request, handing over his identity token to facilitate his entry. Zhao Chunyang, the Earth-rank senior apprentice brother on duty, cast a disdainful glance at the token displaying the yellow rank symbol. This symbolized Yi Yuan's lower status within the academy. The identity token, a creation of the Danwu Academy, allowed one to verify a person's status with a touch of essence energy. Yi Yuan, Zhao Chunyang mused, recognizing the name. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled, "You're the Academy's last place holder, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan responded with a confident smile. "If there isn't a second Yi Yuan, then yes, that's me." He seemed unperturbed by the title of being the last place holder, considering it a part of his past. Intrigued, Zhao Chunyang handed the token back to Yi Yuan, keeping a firm grip on him as he inquired, "You're quite a sensation within the academy now. The last place holder daring to engage in a life-and-death contract with others. What were you thinking?" Yi Yuan, not one to shy away from the topic, smiled and replied, "Others have already trampled on my pride. I can't afford to act like a coward, don't you think?" Laughing, Zhao Chunyang, known for his outspoken nature, remarked, "That's true. But your strength." Yi Yuan, undeterred, acknowledged the reality. "That's precisely why I'm here, to choose martial techniques." Zhao Chunyang, assessing Yi Yuan once again, broke into a sudden smile and commented, "Interesting. You seem different from the rumors. Go ahead then. You have 2 hours. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." Zhao Chunyang gave Yi Yuan a friendly pat on the shoulder and offered encouraging words, "Choose wisely. I'll be rooting for you when the time comes." The scripture library of the Danwu Academy comprised 3 distinct sections, each catering to different levels of proficiency. The second section, accessible only to those in the spirit condensation realm, remained beyond Yi Yuan's current reach. In contrast, the first section proved to be a treasure trove for Yi Yuan. Housed Tier 1 martial techniques, aligning perfectly with his current needs. The extensive collection included cultivation laws, martial techniques, and literature on Tier 1 medicinal pills, meticulously organized for easy exploration. Given Yi Yuan's dedication to the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, cultivation laws held no immediate interest. Similarly, his familiarity with medicinal pills rendered the related literature redundant. The real focus for him was on Tier 1 martial techniques. Navigating through the shelves dedicated to martial techniques, Yi Yuan carefully sought a technique suitable for his requirements. His discerning eye quickly dismissed the likes of Blazing Palm, deeming it too basic and lacking in depth. Dismissing several flashy yet insubstantial martial techniques, Yi Yuan grew frustrated as none met his expectations. He pondered the apparent stinginess of the Tranquil Cloud sect in displaying only commonplace techniques. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan found solace in the realization that truly significant cultivation laws and martial techniques wouldn't be casually exposed to the secular world. Determined to find a technique that suited him, he ventured deeper into the library. As he delved further, the quality of the martial techniques on the shelves improved, reaching high-grade Tier 1. Yet, Yi Yuan remained unsatisfied, discerning a lack of depth in the available options. His exploration wasn't born out of idle curiosity but rather a quest for beneficial insights. To Yi Yuan, the distinction between middle-grade and superior-grade Tier 1 martial techniques was negligible. The potential value lay in the unique aspects of each technique. Reflecting on his recent encounter with Instant Flash, a middle-grade Tier 1 technique, Yi Yuan considered its distinctiveness despite its lower grade. He had successfully enhanced its potency, demonstrating that higher grades didn't necessarily equate to better performance. As Yi Yuan delved deeper, the shelves gave way to scattered jade pieces, containing the essence of the first layer's martial techniques. High-grade, Tier 1 techniques were etched onto these precious jade fragments, their rarity, making them highly coveted outside the academy. Yet Yi Yuan's interest in these high-grade techniques waned. His discerning gaze scanned over the jade pieces briefly before he returned them to their place. Reaching the deepest part of the first layer, Yi Yuan faced the prospect of settling for these high-grade techniques if his search proved fruitless. On the final shelf, he discovered only 3 jade pieces, distinct from the others. The first jade piece, named 1,000 Feet Leap, drew Yi Yuan's attention. Movement technique, when mastered, it promised the ability to cover immense distances in the blink of an eye. Intrigued, Yi Yuan delved into the intricacies of 1,000 Feet Leap. Comparing it to Instant Flash, he recognized its unique strengths, particularly in straight-line movements. The technique presented potential applications for both sneak attacks and evasive maneuvers, earning Yi Yuan's approval with a muttered, "A bit interesting," after carefully returning the 1,000 Feet Leap jade piece to its designated spot. Yi Yuan turned his attention to a second jade piece. This one showcased a rare lightning attribute martial technique of similar grade to the 1,000 Feet Leap, known for its formidable complexity. Despite its difficulty, this lightning attribute technique failed to captivate Yi Yuan's interest. His discerning eyes then shifted to the third and final jade piece in the lineup. His examination revealed the martial technique's name, Stacking Waves Layered Palm. Intriguingly, it was labeled as an incomplete martial technique, potentially reaching Tier 3 or beyond. The flaw in its completeness relegated it to the high-grade Tier 1 category. Yi Yuan found himself drawn to this jade piece not because of its high grade, as Tier 3 martial techniques were not particularly high-tier to him. Rather, the appeal lay in its emphasis on efficient power utilization. Once mastered, it could unleash multiple, even dozens of times one's inherent power, promising substantial might. The introduction on the jade piece hinted at a powerful figure from either the Tranquil Cloud sect or the Dan Wu Academy being responsible for its creation. If fully mastered, this technique had the potential to enable leaps in strength during battles, a prospect that left Yi Yuan in awe. Acknowledging the inherent difficulty in further improvement, Yi Yuan understood that the challenges would escalate significantly. While releasing power twice might be relatively straightforward, the subsequent increments 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, and even 32 times posed increasingly immense challenges. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan recognized the remarkable potential of this martial technique, despite its incomplete nature. Upon selecting this particular martial technique, Yi Yuan's choice surprised Zhao Chunyang. Perplexed, he questioned Yi Yuan's decision, emphasizing the technique's incompleteness and formidable difficulty. Undeterred, Yi Yuan explained that he found the technique impressive and was willing to endure its challenges for the time being. Zhao Chunyang, expressing concern, highlighted the difficulty of learning the technique, referencing senior apprentice brother Long Tang's failed attempt. Zhao Chunyang subtly conveyed his skepticism, suggesting that even a month might not be sufficient for Yi Yuan to master the first layer wave. He implied that the incremental power boost might not bridge the gap between Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping. Yi Yuan, appreciating Zhao Chunyang's genuine concern, responded with a smile, expressing gratitude for the advice but insisting on pursuing his own plan. Despite Zhao Chunyang's reservations, Yi Yuan remained confident in facing the impending death match 3 days away. Acknowledging Yi Yuan's determination, Zhao Chunyang sighed and accepted his decision, wishing him the best in his endeavor. In a concealed location within the Dan Wu Academy, 2 individuals engaged in a hushed conversation, their voices barely audible. Qingping, what are your thoughts on the impending deathmatch with Yi Yuan? Fei Qingping responded with disdain. What's there to think about? Just eliminate him. This guy's resilience is truly baffling. Last time he was practically lifeless when he was sent back. Who would have guessed that he'd bounce back in a few days? This time, I won't give him any chance to survive. Wang Yuan, familiar with the lifelong rivalry between Yi Yuan and himself, harbored no qualms about urging Fei Qingping to defeat Yi Yuan. However, sensing an unusual atmosphere, Wang Yuan questioned, "Young Master Wang, you don't think I'd lose to him, do you?" Wang Yuan, contemplating Yi Yuan's recent changes, expressed his concerns, suggesting that Yi Yuan appeared different from his past self. Fei Qingping dismissed this notion, attributing the perceived difference to a mere advancement of two minor realms. He believed Yi Yuan's current state would likely be his limit, emphasizing the seemingly insurmountable gap between them. Despite Wang Yuan's initial inclination to defend Yi Yuan, he couldn't ignore the reality presented by Fei Qingping's perspective. Fei Qingping, being older and more experienced, held the upper hand in the Essence Qi realm, a fact that couldn't be easily dismissed. Acknowledging Fei Qingping's expertise, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel conflicted. While he desired to rebuke Fei Qingping, he couldn't entirely deny the validity of his observations. Fei Qingping's assessment aligned with the general sentiment toward Yi Yuan. Despite this internal conflict, Wang Yuan, after a moment of silence, asserted, "Qingping, in the upcoming deathmatch, victory is the only option. I won't accept defeat. Even if Yi Yuan is nothing more than a rat, you must give it your all to triumph. Remember, underestimate him at your peril." Wang Yuan's impassioned plea revealed a level of concern and urgency previously unseen. Fei Qingping, initially nonchalant, found himself taken aback by Wang Yuan's unexpected fervor. As the gravity of the situation dawned on Fei Qingping, Wang Yuan's anger intensified. "If you persist with this attitude, I'll eliminate you first. Your defeat reflects not only on yourself but also on the Wan family and the Drunken Star Manor. If you fall to Yi Yuan, where should my father and I hide our faces?" This outburst marked a departure from Wang Yuan's usual demeanor. Fei Qingping, momentarily stunned, understood that Wang Yuan had never shown such concern for Yi Yuan before. "I understand. I'll exert every effort to defeat him." Fei Qingping acquiesced, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Wang Yuan, with a sigh, attempted to convey his apprehension. "Qingping, I acknowledge that you view Yi Yuan with disdain, but this time after his return to the academy, I sense something unusual." "In what way?" Fei Qingping, curious about Wang Yuan's observations, probed further. Wang Yuan, known for his careful and prudent approach, explained a recent encounter with Yi Yuan. Attempting to test Yi Yuan's resolve, Wang Yuan exerted 70% of his power but failed to catch him. Shockingly, Yi Yuan not only knew Instant Flash but had mastered it to the Great Success stage. What? Instant Flash at the Great Success stage? How is that possible? Fei Qingping, well aware of the implications, expressed disbelief. Wang Yuan confirmed, "Yes, Instant Flash at the Great Success stage. It's not only possible, it's a reality." Fei Qingping, struggling to comprehend the revelation, babbled incoherently. Wang Yuan, underlining the gravity of the situation, emphasized that Yi Yuan had created disturbances during his return to the capital and even faced a Masha assassin arranged by Wang Yuan's father, yet emerged unscathed. Wang Yuan's intuition told him that something peculiar was transpiring with Yi Yuan. Fei Qingping, now thoroughly alarmed, sought guidance. "What should I do?" Gently patting Fei Qingping's shoulders, Wang Yuan offered reassurance. "Relax. Even if he seems a bit unusual, the disparity in strength between the two of you is insurmountable. However, you mustn't let your guard down in these 3 days. Utilize every moment to its fullest." Taking Wang Yuan's words seriously, Fei Qingping acknowledged his commitment. "Young Master Wang, Just guide me on what needs to be done. I'll unquestionably follow your lead. Observing Fei Qingping's sincerity, Wan Yuan produced a bottle of medicinal pills and presented it before him, explaining, "These are essence gathering pills refined by my father. They're 50% more effective than essence chi pills. Over the next 3 days, use these pills to enhance your strength. Your goal is to break through to the 5th level essence chi realm." Fei Qingping's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Achieving the 5th level essence chi realm would significantly improve his chances of victory. The discrepancy in strength between a 5th level and a 3rd level essence chi realm martial artist was formidable. Grateful for Wan Yuan's support, Fei Qingping bowed deeply, expressing his thanks. Wan Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his calm demeanor as he added, "Another crucial aspect. Dedicate your efforts to mastering the lesser, capturing hand in these 3 days. It will be your trump card against instant flash, positioning you in an invincible stance." In a training chamber within the Dan Wu Academy, Yi Yuan stood motionless, eyes tightly shut, appearing almost as if he were in deep slumber. For nearly 2 hours, he had been in this meditative state, contemplating the information contained in the jade piece. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes snapped open, and he took a step back, executing a precise palm movement. Stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave. A gust of wind accompanied the palm strike, colliding with the wall with a
resounding boom.
The impact left a noticeable dent, yet the wall rapidly restored itself before one's eyes. Surveying his handiwork, Yi Yuan shook his head in self-reflection. Mastering the stacking waves layered palm is indeed a formidable challenge.
No wonder.
Senior apprentice brother Zhao suggested giving up. I spent 2 hours adjusting the essence energy in my body, and yet the first layer waves effects remain elusive. Yi Yuan sighed, contemplating the difficulty of the technique. Imagining senior apprentice brother Zhao Chunyang's astonishment, he mused that the latter might deem him ungrateful. It was worth noting that when Long Tan trained in this technique, it took him a month to master the first layer wave. However, Yi Yuan, though not yet a master, was already in close proximity to achieving it, and only after 2 hours. Once more, undeterred, Yi Yuan recommitted himself to the task, circulating the essence energy within his body, determined to conquer the challenges posed by the stacking waves layered palm. The stacking waves layered palm, a martial technique known for its ability to create resonance between the essence energy within the human body and the energy of heaven and earth, amplifying its power to inflict damage upon enemies. This concept, akin to tossing a rock into water causing ripples to spread, may sound simple in description, but in reality it posed an immense challenge akin to reaching for the heavens. Heaven and earth essence energy, being a vague and ethereal existence, required a profound understanding to create the necessary resonance. While martial artists instinctively cultivated essence energy, most could only gather it based on their martial skills without truly comprehending its essence. As one's cultivation realm increased, a deeper understanding of essence energy was gained. For those initially ignorant, mastering the resonance essential. For the stacking waves layered palm involved relentless training to slowly grasp the technique's intricacies. Yi Yuan, with a past life marked by an exceptionally high cultivation realm and significant achievements in alchemy Dao, found it comparatively easier to learn this technique. Raising his right palm, an earthly yellow glow condensed, forming a tiny vortex. With a palm strike, the yellow light spread like water ripples, creating a deep dent in the wall, a successful execution of the stacking waves layered palm on his second attempt. Examining his achievement, Yi Yuan mused, "Well, that's the feeling, but it still isn't that stable. Also, the execution time is too long. Looks like I still need to practice more." In the blink of an eye, 3 days elapsed. On the morning of the anticipated Deathmatch. The combat arena buzzed with spectators eager for the impending clash. The news of Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping's confrontation had circulated widely within the Dan Wu Academy during this period. The anticipation reached a peak, as the deathmatch promised an outcome where one party would inevitably meet their demise. The allure of such a spectacle drew crowds, especially since the Academy had not witnessed a deathmatch in over 2 years. Discussions among the onlookers intensified, contemplating the likely winner. Arguments unfolded, with some optimistic about Yi Yuan's potential surprises, while others dismissed the possibility given Fei Qingping's higher cultivation level. Who knows? Perhaps that Yi Yuan has something surprising up his sleeves. Don't you know that he spent the past few days cultivating in a closed-door seclusion? Maybe when he appears, he would be at 4th level. Essence Chi realm already? One spectator proposed optimistically. In response, a skeptic countered, "What's the use of hugging Buddha's feet at the last moment? Yi Yuan isn't the only one who went into a closed-door seclusion. That Fei Qingping also spent 3 days in a closed-door seclusion. I heard that Fei Qingping has been stuck at the 4th level Essence Chi realm for a long time. This time around, who knows if he might directly break through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. That Yi Yuan is definitely dead." However, another voice chimed in with a different perspective. "That's not necessarily true. I heard that Yi Yuan managed to learn Instant Flash, and it's even at the great success stage. This practically means that he is in an undefeatable position."
Instant Flash?
What's the use? Shitty combat power, low cultivation realm. Don't tell me he has to keep using Instant Flash? When his essence energy is finally depleted, wouldn't he still be defeated?
Furter mort, Instant Flash.
Might be amazing, but it isn't invincible. Okay. A skeptical voice echoed through the crowd, questioning the effectiveness of Yi Yuan's reliance on Instant Flash. The speaker emphasized the perceived weaknesses in Yi Yuan's combat strategy and cultivation level, expressing doubt about the technique's invincibility. "I'm guessing that Yi Yuan is making up for his weaknesses during these 3 days of closed-door seclusion. It's hard to increase cultivation realm in a short period of time, so it's possible he's training some amazing martial technique. I heard that a few days before Yi Yuan went to the scripture library. Oh right, wasn't it Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao on duty then? Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao. What martial technique did Yi Yuan choose?" The discussion shifted to the possibility that Yi Yuan utilized his time in seclusion to enhance his skills. The mention of Zhao Chunyang, who was present and on duty at the scripture library, sparked curiosity about the martial technique Yi Yuan might have selected. Zhao Chunyang found himself unexpectedly drawn into the conversation, responding, "It's the stacking waves layered palm. I already said so. This Yi Yuan is outrageous. Plenty to choose from, yet he just had to choose this martial technique. Even Senior Apprentice Brother Long spent a month before he managed to master the first layer wave. Yi Yuan is too confident. Does he think he's stronger than Senior Apprentice Brother Long? Even if he is stronger than Senior Apprentice Brother Long, how long does he need to master the first layer wave? Half a month? 10 days? 7 days? Ha ha ha." A dismissive tone accompanied the ridicule of Yi Yuan's choice of the stacking waves layered palm. The speaker mockingly questioned Yi Yuan's confidence and compared his abilities to Senior Apprentice Brother Long, suggesting an overestimation of his strength. So it's that martial technique? I was still hoping that he could create a miracle by becoming a dark horse and finishing off that Fei Qingping. Looks like I was expecting too much. I reckon this deathmatch doesn't have any more value to watch. That Yi Yuan is dead. Disappointment resonated in the discussion as participants expressed their skepticism about Yi Yuan's chances of success. The sentiment among the onlookers leaned heavily towards anticipating Yi Yuan's defeat in the upcoming deathmatch. I've long said that there isn't anything worth watching But you didn't. Believe me, this Yi Yuan is just a silk pants whose father forcefully raised him by 2 cultivation realms. What combat power can he have? If it wasn't a deathmatch, I wouldn't even be bothered to come and watch. Make a guess how many moves will Fei Qingping take to finish off Yi Yuan? Casual cynicism dominated the conversation, with participants disparaging Yi Yuan's perceived lack of combat prowess. The discussion evolved into predictions about how swiftly Fei Qingping would defeat Yi Yuan in the impending death match. That 20 moves? One person ventured a guess. 20 moves? You are expecting too much. At best 5 moves. Senior apprentice brother Zhao, what do you think? Another person asked Zhao Chunyang. That I'm not too sure. But I feel that it might not be impossible. For Yi Yuan. Zhao Chunyang replied. Zhao Chunyang hesitated, expressing uncertainty about the outcome, yet hinting at a subtle belief that Yi Yuan might surprise everyone. His ambiguous response added an element of intrigue to the ongoing discussion. That person thought he heard wrong and was just about to open his mouth when another voice sounded off from behind him. 10 moves. Junior apprentice brother Yi wins. The abrupt declaration disrupted the ongoing discussions, catching the attention of the entire crowd. The unexpected proclamation stood in stark contrast to the prevailing sentiment, injecting an air of curiosity into the atmosphere. Before this, everyone's opinions were one-sided, thinking that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. The two who were predicting how many moves Yi Yuan would last before he loses were not in the minority. Therefore, this voice could be said to be very different, resulting in all the other discussions ceased. Tang Yu, are you all right? Someone recognized who it was. It was precisely Tang Yu who returned to the Dan Wu Academy with Yi Yuan. There was even a young lady beside him, who was Luer. Tang Yu, I've heard that you've been walking very closely with that moron recently. Is that why you also became retarded? The matter of Tang Yu and Yi Yuan returning together obviously could not be hidden from others. It was dug out over these few days. Tang Yu emotionlessly swept a look over everyone and gave a cold smile. He then said, 100 essence chi pills. Who dares to wager with me? Tang Yu's words once again made everyone silent, but their expressions were even more like they were looking at a fool. Tang Yu, I will wager with you. As Wan Yuan made his entrance, an air of authority accompanied him, leaving Tang Yu breathless in its wake. Fine. Tang Yu didn't beat around the bush and promptly accepted the challenge. Since we are wagering, let's play a little bigger. Wan Yuan's cold smile hinted at the success of his scheme. How do you want to play? Tang Yu, with gritted teeth, inquired. 1,000 pills. Transcendent grade essence chi pills. How about it? Do you dare to play? Wan Yuan, sensing Tang Yu's hesitation, grew more self-satisfied. Tang Yu, displaying a hint of difficulty, seemed to reconsider the sizable figure proposed by Wan Yuan. Although Yi Yuan is disappointing, his father Yi Hang is an alchemy grandmaster that everyone looks up to. Can't be that you can't even take out this bit of essence chi pills, right? Wan Yuan, noticing Tang Yu's expression, took the opportunity to taunt him. Fine. 1,000 then. Do you think I'm scared of you? Tang Yu, with determined resolve, finally agreed. Ha ha ha. You got guts. Now everybody heard that? If the time comes and one goes back on his word, everyone will go to the fragrant medicine pavilion together to find Yi Hang. Wan Yuan declared loudly. In response to Tang Yu's expression, many decided to join the wager, assured that Yi Yuan wouldn't renege on the bet, especially with his reputable father. Yi Hang, I will bet too. 100 high-grade essence chi pills. I will bet too. Me too. And so on. After invoking Yi Hang's name, the participants felt confident that the wager was secure. Over 200 people signed the paper, committing an extensive quantity of essence chi pills to the bet. Tang Yu, observing the signatures, felt a surge of joy. He envisioned a prosperous future for the fragrant medicine pavilion, fueled by the essence qi. Pills won in the bet. Not everyone dared to participate, but the stakes involved a considerable number of essence qi pills. If Yi Yuan lost, it would be a substantial blow to the fragrant medicine pavilion. However, Tang Yu harbored doubts about the likelihood of such an outcome. After this business was settled, night had fallen. Fei Qingping made his way into the combat arena. Fei Qingping is actually already at the 5th level essence qi realm. It's true. Yi Yuan is definitely doomed now. Ha ha ha. That wager of 100 high-grade essence qi pills just now was really a great haul. Amidst the growing skepticism surrounding Yi Yuan's chances, the sight of Fei Qingping's 5th level essence qi realm heightened the prevailing pessimism. Among the onlookers, listening to the public opinions, Fei Qingping felt very refreshed. The initial trace of worry in his heart was already wholly forgotten. Fei Qingping, propelled into the spotlight, savored the attention, anticipating admiration and, perhaps, love letters from admirers after the anticipated victory. What time is it already? Why isn't Yi Yuan here yet? He probably didn't dare to come and ran away already. Ha ha ha. Losing face is better than losing his life. After all, he will die even if he comes. At least he can save his life by finding his father to shield him. Impatience spread among the spectators as they awaited Yi Yuan's arrival. The prevailing sentiment assumed Yi Yuan's reluctance, suggesting he might have chosen to avoid the impending duel. At a private viewing stand in the combat arena, 2 young men, Long Tang and Zhuobugui, ranked 1st and 2nd in the martial roll of honor, observed the unfolding events. To think that the great martial roll of honor's rank 1 would actually stoop to come watch this sort of small fight. Zhuobugui expressed surprise at Long Tang's presence. Long Tang, number 1 in the martial roll of honor, remained silent, disregarding the mockery. The laid-back-looking Zhuobugui, ranked 2nd, hinted at an impending shift in rankings due to the competitive threat posed by junior apprentice Sister Feng. It isn't just the 2 of us. Sui Shan, Su Qingfeng, those guys came too. Look at the grandstand opposite. After all, it's been 2 years since a deathmatch has occurred. Even if it's only 2 rookies, it isn't strange to attract everyone over, right? Thinking back, weren't we also rookies back then? Long Tang shared a nonchalant observation. Hehe, that's true. Who wasn't a rookie before? But that fellow Sui Shan and Wan Yuan have common interests. Is he here to watch a joke? After all, the Su family and the fragrant medicine pavilion don't get along. With his personality, watching Yi Hang's son get killed will definitely make him derive pleasure from others' misfort. TSK. I knew you were like this. I know that you came here today because you wanted to see if the stacking waves layered palm that even you couldn't master can be mastered by a rookie, right? Zhuobugui displayed a keen understanding of Long Tang's motives and bluntly voiced the purpose behind Long Tang's presence. Long Tang did not evade the observation. Instead, he acknowledged it with a nod and explained, stacking waves layered palm might be an incomplete martial technique, but it's publicly acknowledged within the academy to be the hardest to master, as well as the martial technique with the greatest might. These past few years, virtually no one dared to touch it. I want to see if this Yi Yuan is here to be a joke, or does he really have the confidence to master stacking waves layered palm? Zhuobugui, with a hint of disdain, commented, I think that you are thinking too much. Even a sicko like you spent a month's time to master only the first layer. How can Yi Yuan, that last place, possibly master it? Even if he mastered it, what's the use of the first layer wave? The difference between Fei Qingping and him is 2 whole cultivation realms. Perhaps? Long Tang responded nonchalantly, dismissing the need for further debate with Zhuobugui. Hey, what kind of attitude is this? Is there a need to put on a cool Appearance all day. I think you won't be able to see it anymore. Yi Yuan, that punk probably ran away already. What time is it already? And yet he still hasn't appeared. Zwa. Bugue continued to chatter, but Long Tang remained indifferent to the comments. Make way! Make way! Yi Yuan's voice echoed at this moment, drawing attention, as he struggled to enter, caught in the crowd. It's Yi Yuan. He came. He actually dared to come. Quickly make way for him. Don't delay me from collecting my essence chi. Pills. Amidst the mixed reactions, the crowd parted for Yi Yuan. Rather than entering the combat arena immediately, Yi Yuan approached Tang Yu, inquiring slyly, "Is it done?"
Tang Yu grin.
Don't worry, junior apprentice brother Yi. Luckily, I didn't fail you. Ha ha ha. Then that's good. That's good. Yi Yuan, with both arms raised in a gesture of gratitude, addressed the crowd. Many thanks to all senior apprentice brothers and sisters that gave these essence chi pills. I, your junior apprentice brother, thank you here, and kindly accept them. Confused by Yi Yuan's display, onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Was Yi Yuan boasting, or had he lost his senses during training? Undeterred by the audience's confusion, Yi Yuan instructed Tang Yu, "Senior apprentice brother Tang, take care not to lose the name list. After the match, I have to go and claim from each person." With these words, Yi Yuan confidently entered the combat arena. Fei Qingping, observing Yi Yuan's display, wore a cold smile. You are about to die, and yet you still dare to ask for essence chi pills. Yi Yuan smiled back. Fei Qingping, did you wager? Since I'm about to die, why don't you bet some more? Don't worry, I've already wagered everything. Now I will send you to the Western Paradise. Fei Qingping unleashed the power of his 5th level essence Qi realm, aiming to seize control from the very start.
Yo.
Momentum's not bad. Yi, you are actually at the 5th level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan's expression betrayed astonishment. Fei Qingping, seeing Yi Yuan's reaction, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Humph. Anyhow, we are apprentice brothers after all. How about this? I will allow you 3 moves. Make your move. Yi Yuan's face lit up with delight, and he asked with amazement, do you really mean it, senior apprentice brother Fei? Of course. Then that's great. Yi Yuan smiled and addressed the crowd. You all heard. He was the one who said he will allow me 3 moves. This fellow is really dumb like a pig. As Fei Qingping haughtily allowed 3 moves in the impending match, Yuan, seated among the audience, ground his teeth in frustration. Despite countless warnings in the past few days against underestimating the opponent, Fei Qingping's increased strength was accompanied by a resurgence of his habit of underestimating his foes. Yuan, unlike Fei Qingping, held a considerable disdain for Yi Yuan. However, he made it clear that if he were in Fei Qingping's shoes, he wouldn't nonchalantly declare, allow you 3 moves. Instead, he would unleash full force to subdue Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue, beside him, covered her mouth in laughter and remarked, don't get mad, senior apprentice brother Wan. Fei Qingping might be a little arrogant, but right now he does have the capital to be arrogant. 5th level Essence Chi Realm versus 3rd level Essence Chi Realm. No matter how you look at it, he wouldn't lose, don't you think? Even if he allows 3 moves, it has no bearing on the overall situation. With Lu Ruoxue's words offering some perspective, Yuan refrained from engaging in a serious discussion. Yet, inwardly, he resolved to address this matter once they returned. I've incurred junior apprentice sister Lu's ridicule. It's just that this is a deathmatch. Fei Qingping shouldn't be so careless. But I don't think that Yi Yuan would be able to do anything. Yuan shook his head, maintaining a smile. That's obvious. Senior apprentice brother Wan spent the past few days helping junior apprentice brother Fei's bitter close seclusion training. Furthermore, He has an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation realm. Nothing is going to happen. What's funny is that just now Yi Yuan was still showing off. As if so many senior apprentice brothers' essence chi pills were already his. Looking at this point, he isn't any different from the past Yi Yuan. Lu. Ruoshui's words carried a faint enmity as she replied. Oh, that's true now that you mentioned it. Perhaps I was overly cautious. But, this way, it does seem more like Yi Yuan's personality. With Ruoshui's observation, Wan Yuan reconsidered. Reflecting on Yi Yuan's recent actions, it seemed reminiscent of his past tendencies. Reckless and overconfident. Yet, this was going to be the last time. In the arena, a middle-aged man clad in black walked in measured steps. He was Huyen Yong, the instructor overseeing the deathmatch. Huyen Yong glanced at the two participants with stoic indifference, showing no apparent concern for the impending deathmatch. Since the two of you are here, the deathmatch will begin now. In a deathmatch, each person is responsible for their own life and death. Begin. Having uttered these words, Huyen Yong promptly exited. Presently, Yi Yuan, donned in a white martial outfit, stood with a somewhat gallant and heroic demeanor. However, this valiant appearance seemed incongruent with his strength, leaving spectators with an inexplicable sense of peculiarity. Hey, you said 3 moves. After I hit you, you mustn't retaliate.
Ye Yuan
Suddenly grinned and exclaimed. Fei Qingping, in response, smiled coldly. Just relying on you? Hee. Won't you know after trying? Here I come. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Yuan's figure materialized in front of Fei Qingping. Stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave. Smash! Fei Qingping was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone gaped at Yi Yuan standing in the arena with an incredulous expression, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. No, to be precise, they couldn't fathom the truth witnessed before their eyes. How could he be so fast? Stacking waves layered palm? He really mastered it? How is this possible? Just now that was stacking waves layered palm. On the secret viewing platform, Zhuobugui's laid-back demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. It sounded like he was asking Long Tang, and at the same time as if he was talking to himself. Shock was written all over Long Tang's face, but he still replied, That's right. It's stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave. But didn't he only train for 3 days? Zhuobugui felt that his brain was a little insufficient to process this. 3 days to learn stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave. Could it be that this Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than this Long Tang in front of him? But even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous than Long Tang, it could not be to the extent of learning it in 3 days. Right? Long Tang used a month, and yet Yi Yuan only used 3 days. The time that Long Tang took was actually 10 times of Yi Yuan's? Isn't it too demoralizing? Long Tang didn't know what happened either. But among Dan Wu Academy's students, nobody was more familiar with this martial technique than him. What Yi Yuan used just now was the authentic first layer wave. If this was Yi Yuan's first time looking at the jade piece, it means he really mastered it in 3 days. Long Tang's words were tinged with a mix of emotions. Zhuobugui discerned this aspect and inquired, Do you mean that he trained in it before? This time around it's just to deceive the public? If it's like that, then it makes sense. As Zhuobugui ruminated on the situation, he became more convinced that this might be the case. A smile, though somewhat strained, returned to his face. That's what I said. How can there be someone even more monstrous than you? Furthermore, it's monstrous to such an extent. Long Tang shook his head, offering a calm response. I didn't say that. Just an assumption. In reality, I'm more inclined to believe that this was his first time seeing that jade piece. Zhuobugui was left momentarily speechless. In the arena, A glint of realization flickered in Huyen Yong's eyes, breaking his usual indifferent expression. Yi Yuan's strike had shocked him, not due to the mastery of stacking waves, layered palm, but because of Yi Yuan's exceptional movement technique. While Yi Yuan had previously displayed instant flash, the audience's understanding remained at the large success stage. However, the instant flash demonstrated just now was undeniably at the great circle stage. What Yi Yuan executed left no afterimages, deceiving every student's senses. An afterimage is characteristic of mastering instant flash to the great circle stage, but it doesn't necessarily appear in the great success stage. The true mastery lies in the tactics employed, showcasing a deeper understanding of the technique. In the past, Huyen Yong had invested substantial effort in mastering instant flash, even reaching the great circle stage. Though he progressed to higher ranking movement techniques, his familiarity with instant flash remained. Yi Yuan's execution had a nuanced difference that he couldn't precisely articulate. Nevertheless, it was unmistakable that Yi Yuan's understanding surpassed his own. This punk isn't ordinary. Huyen Yong, who initially approached the deathmatch with indifference, found himself growing intrigued. That fool! I already told him not to underestimate the enemy, Wan Yuan exclaimed through gritted teeth as he observed the arena. Wan Yuan never anticipated that Yi Yuan would succeed in mastering the stacking waves layered palm. What transpired within this guy's training regimen? Just 3 days. Something that senior apprentice brother Long Tang took a month to achieve. Yi Yuan managed in just 3 days. Was this still the Yi Yuan he knew? Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Wan. Junior apprentice brother Fei only underestimated the enemy for a moment. Even if Yi Yuan mastered stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave, he can't win against junior apprentice brother Fei. Lu Ruoxue reassured, maintaining her confidence. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement. He was aware that this strike didn't pose a genuine threat to Fei Qingping. Underestimated the enemy? Even if he didn't take the enemy lightly, he probably also couldn't avoid that strike just now, right? Huyen Yong, situated not far from Wan Yuan, overheard Lu Ruoxue's conversation, forming his own assessment. Hey, have you laid down long enough? There are still 2 more moves which you allowed me. You aren't going to go back on your words, are you? Yi Yuan clapped his hands together, wearing an expression that suggested it couldn't be helped. Coughing persistently, Fei Qingping struggled to catch his breath. The previous palm strike had struck his chest, leaving him breathless. Had he not erected an essence energy shield at the last moment, the outcome might have been far worse. The advancement to the 4th level Essence Chi realm not only thickened one's essence energy but also enabled the manifestation of an essence energy shield. This shield significantly bolstered one's self-defense capabilities, diminishing the impact of an attack from a lower cultivation realm. Little bastard! Fei Qingping, holding his chest, managed to stand upright. However, as soon as he steadied himself, Yi Yuan's palm struck again. Smash! Fei Qingping was sent flying once more, rolling on the ground at a considerable distance. You're really asking for a beating. Try scolding again if you got the guts. Yi Yuan's tone turned cold, the smile on his face fading. Coughing, Fei Qingping stammered. So what if I scold you? The little badash. Smash! Before he could complete his sentence, Yi Yuan's palm imprinted onto Fei Qingping's chest once more. I admire your guts. Come, carry on scolding. Yi Yuan's words took on an even, frostier tone. Coughing, Fei Qingping continued. 3 moves are over. Prepare to die. Little badash. Smash! Another palm. This time, the strike was directed at his face. Though weakened by the essence energy shield, Fei Qingping's face began to swell slightly. Little dash. Smash! 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 Yi Yuan landed 1 palm after another on Fei Qingping's face. Each time Fei Qingping managed to stand, he was sent flying again. The continuous assault left him no opportunity to retaliate or scold. Although conventionally one avoids hitting the face, Yi Yuan deliberately targeted Fei Qingping's visage. After over a dozen palms, Fei Qingping's face resembled a pig's head. Even his parents would struggle to recognize their own son. Now, Fei Qingping regretted every insult he had hurled at Yi Yuan. The Yi Yuan he underestimated had turned out to be a formidable opponent. The spectators observed in astonishment as Yi Yuan relentlessly struck Fei Qingping. Each palm sent shockwaves through their hearts, as if the force of the strike reverberated onto their own faces. Touching their faces, they felt an unusual warmth. The spectacle unfolding before them was having a visceral impact. Wan Yuan remained silent, but his face turned increasingly dark. This wasn't merely about Yi Yuan slapping Fei Qingping's face. It was a direct affront to Wan Yuan himself. Fei Qingping was Wan Yuan's lackey, and the humiliation felt personal. Lacking Huyen Yong's discernment, Wan Yuan stubbornly clung to the belief that Yi Yuan had the upper hand due to those 3 moves. He assumed Yi Yuan could only defeat Fei Qingping because he caught him off guard. Recalling Fei Qingping's promise to allow Yi Yuan 3 moves, it now seemed like a ludicrous joke. Over 10 moves later, Fei Qingping had yet to counterattack. Fei Qingping, are you a pig? Quickly, use the lesser capturing hand. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Wan Yuan shouted out loud. Murmurs erupted from the audience, and all eyes turned toward Wan Yuan. Yi Yuan, pausing his relentless beating, looked over, his gaze fixing on Wan Yuan. Shut up. This is a death match. Who permitted you to shout? Huyen Yong, turning around, glared frostily at Wan Yuan. A potent pressure characteristic of the spirit condensation realm crushed Wan Yuan, almost stifling his breath. Teacher Huyen, does his action count as breaking the academy's rules? Yuan calmly inquired. Huyen Yong found himself facing a predicament. Despite Wan Yuan's status as an Earth-rank student with considerable potential and influential connections, through his father Wan Donghai, his interference in the ongoing deathmatch was a clear violation of the rules. The deathmatch explicitly forbade any interruption, and Wan Yuan's actions had undeniably disrupted Yi Yuan's momentum. Handling this situation in front of everyone proved challenging for Huyen Yong. If Yi Yuan chose to press the matter and not let it go, Huyen Yong was uncertain about how to proceed without damaging his own standing. Of course it counts, Huyen Yong affirmed, acknowledging the disruption caused by Wan Yuan, despite the potential complications it might bring. The audience's gaze shifted towards Wan Yuan, now filled with contempt. It was evident to all that Wan Yuan had intentionally disrupted Yi Yuan's momentum. Concerned about the consequences, Yi Yuan innocently spoke up that, according to the Academy's rules, how should he be punished for his actions? Just now, I had the full advantage, but after that shout, I'm afraid that I will be beaten by Fei Qingping later. I don't want to look like a pig head. Teacher Huyen, you have to stand up for me. The weak party. Huyen Yong felt exasperated and cursed internally. Despite the interruption, he knew that Wan Yuan's interference wouldn't change the overall outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan skillfully played the sympathy card, making it challenging for Huyen Yong to find an appropriate resolution, whether he chose to punish Wan Yuan or not. As Yi Yuan's voice faded, murmurs swept through the grandstand. The spectators understood the implications. Yi Yuan, already at a disadvantage due to a lower cultivation realm, now faced an additional setback from Wan Yuan's interference. While many had initially wagered against Yi Yuan, they couldn't help but feel pity for him. The interruption came just when he saw a glimmer of victory. Though Yi Yuan appeared to be the aggressor, the injuries inflicted on Fei Qingping were superficial, incapable of causing serious harm. The stacking wave's layered palm's power was undeniable, but the first layer wave couldn't bridge the cultivation realm gap. If Fei Qingping were at the third level essence chi realm, the outcome might be different. At the 5th level Essence Chi realm, however, doubts lingered about Yi Yuan's ability to defeat him. Caught in this dilemma, Huyen Yong faced a new challenge as Fei Qingping, taking advantage of the chaos, struggled to stand up in an unstable manner. Confused and disoriented, he pointed towards a blurry figure which turned out to be Huyen Yong, and angrily shouted, "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you." The unexpected turn of events prompted laughter from the crowd, causing Fei Qingping's discomfort. He failed to comprehend the reason behind the laughter, until he realized he was pointing at Huyen Yong. In a stern tone, Huyen Yong declared, "Wan Yuan disrupted the deathmatch. In accordance with the Academy's rules, he will go and receive 100 whippings himself after the duel. Wan Yuan, leave the combat arena right now." Today marked a rare moment where Huyen Yong, an experienced instructor, found his authority challenged. Whipping, a disciplinary measure, found frequent application in the academy, where students faced its punitive lashings. This form of punishment, unlike mundane whippings, involved the use of a low-grade spirit artifact whip. Each stroke dispersed the student's protective essence energy, inflicting searing pain to the bone. Ordinarily, a student committing an error would endure around 30 to 50 lashes, necessitating a 10-day recovery period. In Wan Yuan's case, facing a sentence of 100 lashes, he anticipated a prolonged recovery, rendering him unable to walk for at least 20 days. Recognizing the public disdain he had garnered, Wan Yuan refrained from challenging Huyen Yong. Glaring fiercely at Yi Yuan, he declared, "Humph, in a while, we will come and collect your corpse." Undeterred, Yi Yuan retorted confidently, "Many thanks then, but I think you better collect the corpse of your family's dog. I won't see you off." With a dismissive wave, Yi Yuan bid Wan Yuan farewell. In a hypothetical non-deathmatch scenario, Wan Yuan would have seized the opportunity to confront and dismantle Yi Yuan. Yet, for now, he was compelled to depart, nursing his resentment. With Wan Yuan's departure, Huyen Yong, his expression stern, announced, "Death match resumes." Fei Qingping, now recovered, harbored a seething hatred, seemingly eager to
dismantle Yi Yuan.
Accusing him of despicable tactics, Fei Qingping denounced Yi Yuan for employing underhanded methods. Unfazed, Yi Yuan responded with a gaze of disbelief. "Hey, you were the one who said that you will allow me 3 moves. Now you turn around and blame me for being despicable? Did you really become a pig's head?" Infuriated, Fei Qingping erupted, "Little bastard, you are dead." His anger-laden threats were met with Yi Yuan's swift execution of Instant Flash, sending Fei Qingping flying once again. This time, spectators on the grandstand observed a nuance. Unlike the initial instance where Fei Qingping underestimated his opponent, this time he was prepared for a counterattack. Nevertheless, he proved slower by half a beat. Puzzled, Zhuobuguo remarked, "Is Instant Flash supposed to be this quick?" Reevaluating his understanding, he realized that Yi Yuan had already mastered the Great Circle stage of Instant Flash. Long Tang confirmed Zhuobuguo's realization, adding, "Looks like we were both wrong." Yi Yuan's Instant Flash had already reached the Great Circle stage. Astonished, Zhuobuguo acknowledged the new revelation. "See, Great Circle stage. Do you also know Instant Flash?" Long Tang admitted, "I still cannot find the crux to step into the Great Circle realm." Mulling over the developments, Zhuobuguo muttered, "This Yi Yuan is truly monstrous. Looks like in the future we will have another terrifying opponent." Maintaining his fighting spirit, Long Tang responded, "If he can rise up, he would be a pretty good opponent." Despite the age disparity, Long Tang's determination hinted at a prolonged period of isolation within Danwu Academy. Dismissive of Zhuobuguo's concerns, he continued, "You are indeed a sicko. Even though I don't know what happened to Yi Yuan, most likely he can't cause any threat to you. After all, your cultivation realm is much higher than his. Long Tang, however, countered, "It may not necessarily be so. Don't tell me. You still believe that Yi Yuan rising 2 minor cultivation realms in a row was the result of his father pulling the shoot to help it grow?" Zhuobuguo shook his head, expressing skepticism. "Even though I don't know how he did it, he is definitely not those sorts of third-level essence Qi realm with superficial foundations. From the start until now, he had continuously used over a dozen instant flashes and stacking wave-layered palms. All these no longer support the principle where his foundation is superficial. But, looking at him, he doesn't seem to be under strain. Instead, he seems to be doing it with ease. But the question is, how does he do it?" Acknowledging the mysteries surrounding Yi Yuan, Zhuobuguo felt that many occurrences surpassed his understanding. Although not considering Yi Yuan a direct opponent due to the difference in their realms, Zhuobuguo foresaw Yi Yuan becoming a formidable adversary in the future. In the ongoing duel, Yi Yuan coldly addressed the fallen Fei Qingping, warning, "I don't care how you scold me, but if you scold my parents, I won't stand for it. If you have the guts, try scolding another sentence. The next time I strike, it will no longer be light." Yi Yuan's resolve remained unyielding. Struggling to rise from the ground, Fei Qingping shook his swollen head and unleashed a grotesque smile. "Ha ha ha, just relying on you? So what if you managed to learn the stacking waves layered palm? It's just the first layer. Wave. Even if I let you hit me, can you even kill me? Once your essence energy is fully exhausted, you are dead. So what if I scold you? Little bastard, little bastard, little bastard. Come on, come hit me." Displaying newfound wisdom, Fei Qingping remained on high alert as he spoke, secretly channeling essence energy, preparing to employ the lesser capturing hand at any given moment. Aware that he couldn't match Yi Yuan in movement technique, he opted for a defensive stance, intending to drain Yi Yuan's essence energy entirely. Contrary to expectations, Yi Yuan showed no immediate intention of striking. Instead, he gazed at Fei Qingping, wearing a smile that emanated an icy intent, sending shivers down the spines of the students on the grandstand. Observing this, Huyen Yong narrowed his eyes, recognizing Yi Yuan's genuine anger. Anticipation filled the air, as the next attack promised to descend like a thunderbolt. Huyen Yong, however, grappled with the mystery of how Yi Yuan would bridge the gap in their cultivation realms. While the stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave, proved ineffective, Huyen Yong wondered if Yi Yuan possessed an unrevealed trump card. The enigma surrounding Yi Yuan intrigued him, sparking a faint sense of anticipation. "Very good. You really have balls. I'm coming. You better prepare your lesser capturing hand properly," Yi Yuan remarked, his smiles holding a sinister edge. In the next instant, Fei Qingping noticed Yi Yuan's figure gradually blurring. Recognizing the impending danger, Fei Qingping hastily executed the lesser capturing hand, attempting to impede Yi Yuan's swift movements. Yet his efforts proved futile. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan materialized in front of him, delivering a palm strike almost identical to the previous one. Stacking waves layered palm, second layer wave. Fei Qingping soared through the air like a broken kite, landing with a resounding thud. A torrent of blood accompanied his landing, revealing the severity of his internal injuries. Second layer wave. He mastered the second layer wave. How is that possible? It's only been 3 days. Zhuobuguo's disbelief echoed through the grandstand. The sheer shock of witnessing such a feat left him speechless. The power escalation might only be fourfold, but the cultivation difficulty was far from a mere linear increase. Long Tang's earlier estimation suggested a minimum of 3 months to master the second layer wave, yet here was Yi Yuan achieving it in just 3 days. Was Yi Yuan truly human? The astonishment reverberated not only in Zhuobugui's mind but also in the silent contemplation of Long Tang, who stood witness to the seemingly impossible. The rapid progression of Yi Yuan remained an enigma, leaving both onlookers in a state of incredulity. Yi Yuan paid little attention to the astonishment of the onlookers and approached Fei Qingping at a leisurely pace. "You said that I can't kill you? Who do you think you are? You are nothing but a dog of Wan Yuan," Yi Yuan stated with cool detachment. Fei Qingping, attempting to retort, could only manage to expel another mouthful of blood. The first layer wave was already twice as potent, and the second layer wave quadrupled that force. Yi Yuan's abundance of essence energy made the blow formidable, breaching Fei Qingping's insufficient essence energy shield. The previous palm had not just shattered the shield but also left an indelible imprint on his chest. Yi Yuan's attack showed no restraint, breaking through Fei Qingping's defenses, shattering internal organs, and severing heart meridians. Unye, Yuan's heart. Fei Qingping had long been condemned to death. This verdict stemmed from the resentment inherited from his predecessor, who met his demise at Fei Qingping's hands. Fei Qingping, struggling to stand, choked out defiant words. "Cough, cough, cough, Yi Yuan, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off."
Amuset, Ye Yuan responded, "Haha."
"Then I will make sure that you can't even become a ghost." He swiftly delivered another palm, definitively ending Fei Qingping's life. Throughout the duel, Fei Qingping hadn't made a single move. On the grandstand, the spectators were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. This 10,000 years last place had surpassed all expectations today, killing a 5th level Essence Chi Realm opponent while being at the 3rd level. Essence Chi Realm executing Instant Flash at the Great Circle stage and mastering the 2nd layer wave of the Stacking Waves layered palm. Any one of these feats could have caused a stir in Danwu Academy. Yet Yi Yuan achieved all three, creating an unparalleled spectacle. Deathmatch concluded. Fei Qingping is dead.
Ye Yuan emerges victorious.
Huyen Yong, finally regaining composure, announced the result. Yi Yuan bowed respectfully toward Huyen Yong and expressed gratitude. "You've worked hard, Teacher Huyen." Turning toward the grandstand, Yi Yuan extended another bow, gratitude etched across his face. "Many thanks to all senior apprentice brothers and sisters for the support. This junior apprentice brother, lacking essence chi pills for cultivation, is overwhelmed by your generosity. I hope senior apprentice brothers and sisters will not force me to seek you out. It wouldn't be very pleasant." The audience, initially awestruck, now harbored resentment and contempt. Wasn't this Yi Yuan's way of asserting dominance, displaying a mercenary-like demeanor? Haha, this Yi Yuan is interesting. With the formidable Yi Hang supporting him, how could he be lacking essence chi pills? Zhuobugui couldn't contain his laughter at Yi Yuan's sly, merchant-like demeanor. This trip was not in vain. "Let's go," said Long Tang nonchalantly. Not in vain at all. Danwu Academy will be entertaining in the future. In another context, Wan Yuan, if I don't tear you to shreds, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lying on a bed, Wan Yuan displayed horrific whip marks on his back. Upon learning of Fei Qingping's demise at Yi Yuan's hands, Wan Yuan's hatred surged. Under these circumstances, he still had to endure the whip punishment, intensifying his loathing toward Yi Yuan. After 100 whips, Wan Yuan's skin was lacerated and flesh torn. He promptly fainted on the spot. At this point, Wan Yuan's profound family background came to light. He ingested 2 high-grade great returning pills, swiftly suppressing the injuries. Coupled with external wound medicines, within 7 or 8 days, Wan Yuan would fully recover physically. Yet, emotional wounds ran deep. Despite their master-servant status, Wan Yuan and Fei Qingping were like true brothers. Wan Yuan never anticipated Yi Yuan's remarkable progress. enabling him to slay Fei Qingping, a 5th-level Essence Qi realm expert, with such ease. Had he known beforehand, he wouldn't have sent Fei Qingping to his death. As Wan Yuan grappled with his hatred, Lu Ruoshui entered, her graceful presence as captivating as ever. Senior apprentice Brother Wan, please control your grief. Little did we know, Yi Yuan would be such a despicable person, scheming to ensnare Junior apprentice Brother Fei. His deceit knows no bounds. Lu Ruoshui's sorrowful expression lent her a pitiable and delicate air. Touched by Lu Ruoshui's visit during this difficult time, Wan Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Junior Apprentice Sister Lu. I was indeed careless, having fought against Yi Hang for years and against Yi Yuan. Personally, I thought I understood him well, yet he concealed his abilities so deeply. Lu Ruoshui concurred. Yes, we misjudged. It seems that the poisoning incident infuriated him, prompting him to counter with this scheme, luring Junior Apprentice Brother Fei into a trap. Wan Yuan, grinding his teeth, declared, Yi Yuan, one of us must die. Moreover, his advancement is too swift. I can't allow him to continue growing. Through this deathmatch, Wan Yuan felt the immense pressure of Yi Yuan's burgeoning strength. The dazzling displays indicated that Yi Yuan's prowess far exceeded what he could have achieved at the Danwu Academy. If given more time, Yi Yuan might genuinely pose a threat. Stacking waves, layered palm, second layer wave, and great circle stage instant flash, Yi Yuan's capabilities were accelerating. Wan Yuan understood that if unchecked, Yi Yuan would soon surpass him. Wan Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Yuan had already dispatched someone on his level, the assassin Chou Ying. In the context of a deathmatch, Yi Yuan now possessed the capability to defeat him. Wholeheartedly concurring with this sentiment, Lu Ruoshui voiced her agreement. Indeed, Yi Yuan is exceedingly cunning, harboring ulterior motives. Senior apprentice Brother Wan should find a swift solution to deal with him. Lu Ruoshui felt trapped in a precarious situation. Both she and Wan Yuan were like grasshoppers on the same string, having previously conspired against Yi Yuan. She was well aware that he would not let her off the hook. Hence she approached Wan Yuan, urging him to address the issue promptly. However, Wan Yuan hesitated, citing the Academy's strict prohibition on students taking private actions, emphasizing the severe consequences. In reality, even if he were to take action now, he wasn't confident about defeating Yi Yuan, especially considering the formidable Great Circle stage instant flash that placed Yi Yuan in an almost impregnable position. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, startling both Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui. It's Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Apologies, Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Wan Yuan is injured, so it's inconvenient to greet you. Wan Yuan apologized, with sincerity etched across his face. The unexpected visitor was none other than Sui Shan, a remarkable figure among the Academy's top 10, acknowledged on the martial roll of honor. Lu Ruoshui, not daring to disregard him, gracefully greeted, I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Sui Shan, however, offered no response, giving her a brief, indifferent glance. Without a care in the world, he casually took a seat, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he owned the place. In the competitive landscape of the Danwu Academy, strength and talent commanded respect. If one possessed strength, arrogance went uncontested. Those lacking strength could only endure being trampled by others. Previously, Yi Yuan held the unenviable title of the 10,000 years last place, and no one paid him any attention. Yet, with his recent meteoric rise, he demanded everyone's serious consideration. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, you mentioned the endless trials just now. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Wan Yuan's excitement caused him to impulsively push with his hand, inadvertently worsening his injuries, and his contorted face betrayed the pain. Lu Ruoshui's eyes also brightened, indicating her understanding of Su Ishan's underlying message. Su Ishan, remaining calm, affirmed, "Indeed, the endless trials, the endless forest is the perfect setting to handle Yi Yuan." The endless trials, essentially a hunting expedition, served as a crucible for the students of Dan Wu Academy to refine and temper their skills. Nestled within the confines of the endless forest were myriad demonic beasts, creating an ideal environment for students to test their mettle. However, this trial by fire often came at the cost of injuries and even fatalities. The harsh reality within Dan Wu Academy surpassed any utopian ideals. Here, cruelty reigned, and the weak faced inevitable elimination. It was a world dictated by the rule of the strong, while the Academy offered a relatively safe platform for genius students to compete. It could never replace the true forging ground required to cultivate powerhouses. Without the harsh baptism of adversity, these geniuses would remain stunted in their growth. Conflicts within the Academy necessitated an outlet, and the endless trials provided precisely that. Unresolved grudges found resolution amidst the trials, even if the Academy officially discouraged students from taking action against their peers. Senior apprentice Brother Su has indeed chosen a fitting burial ground for Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue complimented, her words laced with approval. Su Ishan, casting a contemplative gaze her way, caused Lu Ruoxue to blush, enhancing her allure. Despite her lack of a prestigious family background, her innate talent led her to the Dan Wu Academy. Yet, the dearth of resources due to her background hindered her progress. Lu Ruoxue harbored deep resentment toward her family and hoped to prove her worth without their support. However, within the Academy, she realized the limitations her background imposed. Resource-starved, she resorted to associating with men to secure cultivation resources, leveraging her naturally attractive persona. While Lu Ruoxue previously considered Yi Yuan, she deemed Wan Yuan a more viable option due to his potential and the sway of his family. Wan Yuan, for his part, reciprocated her affection. Su Ishan, an extraordinary genius, barely registered her presence. Aware that individuals like him wouldn't entertain her, Lu Ruoxue set her sights on those with untapped potential, including Wan Yuan. Lu Ruoxue's recent advancement to the Earth rank hadn't acquainted her with extraordinary geniuses like Su Ishan. However, a single glance from him made her feel exposed and uncomfortable. Junior apprentice Sister Lu isn't bad, Su Ishan remarked casually, leaving Lu Ruoxue puzzled. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to Wan Yuan, discussing their collaboration to eliminate Yi Yuan. Su Ishan anticipated that Yi Hang, upon losing his son, would act impulsively. This would pave the way for both families to join forces and uproot the fragrant medicine pavilion. Wan Yuan, elated by the prospect of Su Ishan personally taking action, expressed confidence that Yi Yuan would have no escape this time. Lu Ruoxue couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. Su Ishan's schemes were far-reaching, encompassing not only the resolution of the Yi Yuan issue but the orchestration of a broader plan involving the fragrant medicine pavilion. The Su family, reliant on medicinal herbs and pills, held deep ties with the Drunken Star Manor, while the fragrant medicine pavilion, spearheaded by Yi Hang, operated independently of the Su family's influence. This lack of collaboration intensified the Su family's disdain for Yi Hang. Su Ishan aimed to leverage Yi Yuan's situation to dismantle the fragrant medicine pavilion completely. His meticulous plotting revealed a cunning streak that belied his age, marking him as an outlaw-like figure within the academy. After Su Ishan took his leave, Lu Ruoxue's eyes gleamed with excitement as she congratulated senior apprentice Brother Wan. She expressed confidence that, with Su Ishan's assistance, Yi Yuan's demise was inevitable. Her enthusiasm extended beyond Yi Yuan, anticipating the removal of Wan Yuan's father's thorn in the eye. However, Wang Yuan's demeanor drastically changed after Su Yishan's departure. He didn't share Lu Ruoshui's exuberance, appearing almost like a different person. Senior apprentice brother Su is feeling threatened, Wang Yuan remarked in a subdued tone, taking a deep breath. Lu Ruoshui, astute and perceptive, immediately grasped the implication. The unsettling thought that Su Yishan might feel threatened by Yi Yuan, a third-level essence Qi realm, sent a shiver down her spine. The notion was inconceivable, considering the usual reverence students held for those in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor. In Yi Yuan's dwelling, Luer observed her young master diligently working with essence Qi pills that filled the room. Yi Yuan carefully selected 6 essence Qi pills and arranged them in a hexagon array he had drawn. Injecting some essence energy, the array emitted a faint white light, causing the 6 pills to slowly liquefy and converge at the array's center. After a brief period, the light dimmed, and the liquid pills began to reform. At the center, coalescing into a single medicinal pill. The luster of the reformed pill surpassed that of the original high-grade essence Qi pills. Is this a transcendent-grade essence Qi pill, young master?
Luer, familiar.
With medicinal pills due to her upbringing in the Yi family, marveled at the miraculous transformation. While high-grade essence Qi pills were relatively common, transcendent-grade pills were a rarity. Even if Yi Hang excelled in alchemy, producing one transcendent-grade essence Qi pill from an entire furnace of pills would be considered impressive. Yet, Yi Yuan effortlessly created one using 6 high-grade pills. Yi Yuan nonchalantly placing the transcendent-grade pill in a medicine bottle explained, "Not bad. This is called the 6 astral array, a specialized array for extracting and refining low-level medicinal pills." Luer, deeply impressed, praised her young master's skills. "Young master, you are too amazing." The day following the intense duel, Yi Yuan found himself attending a medicinal theory lesson, guided by Feng Ruoqing. As the youngest teacher in Dan Wu Academy, Feng Ruoqing was renowned for her astonishing beauty, garnering countless admirers among the students. Medicinal theory classes conducted by Feng Ruoqing always drew a full house, with students eagerly fixated on her every word. Despite the typically dry nature of medicinal theory, Feng Ruoqing's captivating presence made the subject matter seem interesting. Contrary to the engaged atmosphere, Yi Yuan appeared less enthusiastic, occasionally dozing off due to the exhaustion from expending a considerable amount of essence energy the previous night. The relentless extraction and refinement of transcendent-grade essence Qi pills had left him completely drained. Every high-tier alchemist, including Yi Yuan, possessed proficiency in array formations, an essential skill for crafting high-tier medicinal pills. Despite the 6 astral array not being a high-tier array, the exhaustive process of extracting and refining thousands of essence Qi pills had taken a toll on Yi Yuan. Another long night awaited him to complete the arduous task. Once all the transcendent-grade essence Qi pills were ready, Yi Yuan would amass a staggering quantity, a feat that would astonish anyone familiar with medicinal pills. Transcendent-grade essence Qi pills, unlike their high-grade counterparts, were rare and seldom available on the market. Their circulation was limited primarily due to the challenging process of refinement by even accomplished alchemists. The qualitative transformation that occurred when a medicinal pill reached transcendent grade made it superior to low-grade explosive yuan pills in terms of efficacy, with the added advantage of being free from side effects. Despite these benefits, the rarity of transcendent-grade essence Qi pills made them a precious commodity. Yi Yuan, however, was an exception. His proficiency in alchemy and the 6 astral array allowed him to effortlessly produce transcendent-grade essence Qi pills. While the explosive yuan pill was effective, its higher tier and Yi Yuan's current strength made it challenging to consistently produce high-grade or superior-grade pills, let alone transcendent grade. As the lesson continued, Feng Ruoqing delved into the attributes of the seven-star lotus, explaining its affinity with water and its yin attribute. Unbeknownst to Yi Yuan, he had dozed off during the lecture, leading to a sudden disruption in the form of wind blades slicing through the table legs beneath his hands. Awakening from his brief slumber, Yi Yuan found himself narrowly avoiding a fall, realizing that Feng Ruoqing had disrupted his nap. Unaware of the disdainful gazes directed at him, he attempted to explain, citing the exhaustion from the previous day's deathmatch and the extensive use of essence energy in refining the transcendent grade essence chi pills. Although Feng Ruoqing was unfamiliar with Yi Yuan, she had heard of the recent deathmatch commotion. Despite his unconventional behavior, his explanation slightly improved Feng Ruoqing's mood. However, she believed that such conduct during class should not be tolerated. In response to Yi Yuan's attempt to alleviate the situation with humor, Feng Ruoqing sternly reminded him to refrain from cheekiness during the lesson and urged him to focus. Indeed, if it's due to the deathmatch, some leniency can be granted, thought Yi Yuan, assuming the matter was settled. However, to his surprise, Feng Ruoqing shifted the conversation. In her eyes, the alchemy path held equal importance to the martial path in Danwu Academy and the medicinal theory. Class served as the foundational knowledge for the alchemy Dao.
Ye Yuan's
tendency to sleep during class, in her opinion, was impeding his future. Yi Yuan sincerely apologized, acknowledging his mistake, and pledged not to sleep during her lessons anymore. Feng Ruoqing, unyielding, retorted, "Not just my lesson. You are not allowed to sleep in all lessons. Go back and copy the herbal essentials 10 times. I will check during the next lesson." Yi Yuan, taken aback, questioned, "Ah? 10 times?" The herbal essentials was an abridged version of the herbal compendium, authored by the alchemy sovereign Li Shizhen, a comprehensive guide to medicinal herbs. Even in its simplified form, the book was voluminous. The prospect of copying it 10 times seemed daunting to Yi Yuan. As he contemplated, Yi Yuan recalled Li Shizhen's name, a figure who had apprenticed himself to his father, Zhengyang Zi, in the divine realm. In that recollection, a sense of resentment towards Qingyun Zi, who was present at the time, emerged, vowing to teach him a lesson upon his return to the divine realm. Yi Yuan expressed disdain for the thick book, criticizing its inaccuracies and potential harm to others. Unfazed, Feng Ruoqing insisted on the punishment, viewing it as a necessary deterrent. Yi Yuan, however, stood his ground and voiced his complaint, challenging the relevance of copying such a seemingly simple book when he could utilize his time more productively by refining medicinal pills. In response, Feng Ruoqing, incensed by Yi Yuan's audacity, laughed off his assertion. She found it inconceivable that someone not even at the level of an alchemy apprentice would dare to dismiss the complexity of the herbal essentials, a course that even alchemy kings would approach with reverence. In the esteemed halls of the Danwu Academy, Feng Ruoqing commanded the respect and admiration of all. Her proficiency in medicinal theory made her the natural choice to impart this knowledge to the students. However, even the illustrious Feng Ruoqing hesitated to claim a complete mastery of the herbal essentials, let alone its extensive counterpart, the herbal compendium. The latter was a syllabus so profound that even an alchemy king needed to devote undivided attention to unravel its secrets. Now, standing before her, was an audacious individual who, despite not achieving the status of an alchemy apprentice, casually asserted that the herbal essentials was a simple subject. This brazen statement wounded the pride built through years of hard work and dedication. Yi Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents of Feng Ruoqing's displeasure, nonchalantly commented, "Yeah, it's too simple. The person who wrote the book didn't observe and study properly." His disregard for the significance of the herbal essentials fueled the Anticipation of those present, eager to witness how Teacher Feng would reprimand this audacious individual, many among them having fallen victim to Yi Yuan's essence chi pills scam, relished the prospect of his impending punishment. Feng Ruoqing, visibly angered, responded with two curt goods, expressing her frustration. She proposed a challenge, offering a chance for Yi Yuan to prove the simplicity of the herbal essentials. If he could answer her question, he would be granted leniency in future medicinal theory classes. However, failure would result in the arduous task of copying the herbal essentials 100 times. While others perceived this as a surefire way to humiliate Yi Yuan, he welcomed the challenge. The prospect of copying the voluminous text seemed far less appealing than answering questions, especially considering his profound understanding of medicinal theory. Undeterred, Feng Ruoqing posed her question, asking about the medicinal herbs and steps involved in refining a qi returning pill. As the collective gaze focused on Yi Yuan, the expectation of him making a fool of himself intensified. Yet Yi Yuan confidently provided a detailed response. He identified the core ingredients: jade toad's inner core and crimson sun sword-toothed flower, and secondary ingredients like Four Seasons azure, windtail grass, and sky, southern star. He outlined a refinement process, emphasizing the separation and extraction of medicinal essence from the core and secondary ingredients, followed by simultaneous refinement in the furnace and eventual merging. The students erupted in laughter, dismissing Yi Yuan's explanation as nonsensical. Unfamiliar with the qi returning pill formula, they deemed his response a feeble attempt to deceive Feng Ruoqing. Amidst the laughter, Yi Yuan remained composed, confident in his unconventional answer. However, Feng Ruoqing surprised everyone by not immediately reprimanding him. Instead, she asked, "Oh, you are saying in
Yang separation flow technique.
Yi Yuan seized the opportunity, acknowledging her recognition of the
Refinement technique.
He praised her for being well-read, acknowledging her familiarity with the yin-yang separation flow technique. This obscure technique, unknown to most, required a level of mastery beyond the ordinary. Yi Yuan, however, was well-versed in complex refinement techniques, making the task seem trivial in comparison. In the hallowed halls of the Dan Wu Academy, the formidable Feng Ruoqing, usually cold and prideful, exhibited an unexpected thirst for knowledge. Her countenance transformed into that of a curious student, a sight that left the onlookers in profound shock. It seemed that Yi Yuan, the enigmatic character before her, had transcended the ordinary bounds of alchemical understanding. The notion of Yi Yuan possessing profound knowledge in alchemy startled the students, challenging their preconceived judgments. His articulate response to Feng Ruoqing's question surpassed the comprehension of those present, leading them to reconsider his standing in the realm of alchemy. Yi Yuan, maintaining an air of confidence, elaborated on the applicability of the yin-yang separation flow technique to the duocycle qi returning pill. He effortlessly explained that while the ingredients for the duocycle qi returning pill were more complex, and the refinement process more intricate, the fundamental principle still aligned with the yin-yang separation flow
Technique.
In this unexpected turn of events, Yi Yuan assumed the role of the teacher, with Feng Ruoqing, the knowledgeable figure, adopting the role of the student. Yi Yuan's words flowed effortlessly, further cementing the impression that he possessed an unparalleled understanding of alchemy. Feng Ruoqing's eyes gleamed with newfound insight, and she murmured, "That's right. Why didn't I think of using the yin-yang separation flow technique?" The duocycle qi returning pill, classified as a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill, presented challenges for Feng Ruoqing, whose sole strength rested between middle-tier alchemy master and high-tier alchemy master. The yin-yang separation flow technique offered a solution by simplifying the control of two smaller portions of medicinal essence, making it more manageable for alchemists with varying levels of soul strength. Beyond ease of control, the yin-yang separation flow technique provided an additional advantage by preserving the medicinal efficacy of core ingredients. This preservation resulted in a higher quality pill after refinement, an outcome desirable for any skilled alchemist. Despite its potency, the yin-yang separation flow technique remained obscure, due to its demanding control requirements and the proficiency needed to derive its benefits fully. With the revelation of this advanced technique, Yi Yuan, wearing an innocent expression, sought permission to return to his slumber. He pointed out his table, insinuating that the evidence of his answer lay there. Feng Ruoqing, her wrath momentarily subdued, discovered Yi Yuan's desperation for rest. However, puzzled by the cause of his fatigue, she questioned his activities the previous day. Even after a deathmatch, she mused, one should not be so fatigued the following day. Yi Yuan, adopting a troubled expression, expressed his genuine weariness and proposed returning to sleep. However, Feng Ruoqing, maintaining her mysterious aura, queried the students, "Did I say anything?" Her unreasonable demand heightened the sense of privilege befitting an unparalleled beauty. All the students, intimidated by Feng Ruoqing's demeanor, denied any recollection of her previous statement. A sense of embarrassment pervaded the room, and Yi Yuan found himself thoroughly defeated. As Yi Yuan yearned for uninterrupted slumber, Feng Ruoqing revealed the underlying condition for his respite: to serve as her assistant. The students, once again petrified, envied Yi Yuan for the unexpected favor bestowed upon him. Swiftly employing instant flash, Yi Yuan disappeared, leaving only the echo of his voice affirming his readiness for the task. The students were left in awe, contemplating the intriguing dynamics between the unassuming Yi Yuan and the enigmatic teacher Feng Ruoqing. Amid the astonished gazes of the students, Yi Yuan discreetly slipped away, leaving behind Feng Ruoqing, who wore a somewhat bitter expression. Unfazed by the teacher's reaction, Yi Yuan's weariness propelled him forward, with the looming prospect of another intense battle during the night demanding his immediate attention. The agreement to become Feng Ruoqing's assistant was a casual acquiescence on Yi Yuan's part, driven by the necessity of the moment. Feng Ruoqing, being a genuine spirit condensation realm martial artist, held the power to restrain Yi Yuan, making his compliance the only viable option. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening only at dusk, consuming a transcendent-grade qi-returning pill, combined with the restorative effects of his sleep, swiftly replenished the essence energy in his fatigued body. The qi-returning pill, meticulously crafted before Yi Yuan embarked on his endeavors, proved to be a valuable asset at this juncture. With revitalized energy, Yi Yuan resumed the intricate task of employing the 6 astral array to refine transcendent-grade essence qi pills. This monumental undertaking involved the transformation of tens of thousands of high-grade essence qi pills, with each iteration yielding several thousand transcendent-grade essence qi pills. Days passed in a cyclical pattern of daytime slumber and nighttime alchemical endeavors, demonstrating Yi Yuan's unwavering commitment to his pursuit. 2 days later, during the onset of dusk, Yi Yuan, poised to refine the final batch of transcendent-grade essence qi pills, received an unexpected visitor. Huyen Yong, the host of the deathmatch, summoned by Lu Er, Yi Yuan, employing a peculiar stance, blocked the entrance to his abode to prevent Huyen Yong from peering inside. In a jovial manner, Yi Yuan greeted Huyen Yong, expressing a desire for brevity due to pressing matters. Huyen Yong, known for his stoicism, showed no irritation at Yi Yuan's behavior, prompting the curious question, "Since I'm here, you are not going to invite me in to have a seat?" Yi Yuan, maintaining a vigilant posture at the door, declined Huyen Yong's entry, attributing the refusal to the disarray within. His true motive, however, was to conceal the miraculous alchemical feats transpiring inside. He was acutely aware that allowing Huyen Yong to witness the refinement of transcendent-grade essence chi pills could potentially throw the Danwu Academy and the state of Qin into chaos. With an excuse of tidying up, Yi Yuan deftly dodged Huyen Yong's request, who, despite recognizing Yi Yuan's evasion, refrained from further intrusion. Yi Yuan, eager for uninterrupted rest, proposed an invitation for another day. To his surprise, Huyen Yong readily accepted, indicating a desire to await the
Promisette a Catherine.
Yi Yuan's polite gestures were met with unexpected persistence, as Huyen Yong conveyed the purpose of his visit. Recognizing Yi Yuan's enhanced strength, Huyen Yong suggested that he undertake the advancement test, signaling a potential ascent to the coveted black rank. In the Danwu Academy, one's rank was determined not by cultivation realm but by combat prowess. The illusionary spirit tower housed the advancement test, and Huyen Yong, responsible for overseeing it, found merit in Yi Yuan's abilities. The revelation stirred curiosity, as Huyen Yong's interest in Yi Yuan had intensified during the recent death match. Yi Yuan, labeled a dark horse, carried an aura of mystery that intrigued the observant teacher. The secrets, veiled within Yi Yuan's being, a trait not uncommon among accomplished individuals, added an additional layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative. In the esteemed martial roll of honor, the first and second ranks belonged to Long Tang and Zhubuguay, individuals whose achievements undoubtedly stemmed from their fortuitous encounters. The academy, however, remained indifferent to such matters, focusing instead on cultivating formidable students. Yi Yuan, currently at the third-level Essence Chi realm, had managed to defeat Fei Qingping, a cultivator at the fifth-level Essence Chi realm, during the recent death match. What caught the attention of Huyen Yong, however, was the suspicion that Yi Yuan hadn't exerted his full potential in the confrontation. Eager to explore Yi Yuan's true limits, Huyen Yong deemed the illusionary Spirit Tower test as an ideal platform for such an evaluation. In the Danwu Academy, students promptly underwent the advancement test when their strength met the requisite standard. However, Huyen Yong learned that Yi Yuan, despite possessing the necessary prowess, had been seemingly disinterested and spent several days sleeping through classes. Intrigued by this peculiarity, Huyen Yong personally sought out Yi Yuan to encourage his participation in the test. Surprised by the suggestion, Yi Yuan readily accepted the proposal, forgetting in his recent focus on strength enhancement that the advancement test awaited him. Unconcerned about potentially invoking jealousy, Yi Yuan, a former alchemy emperor, felt no need to be overly cautious within the confines of the Danwu Academy. His willingness to explore the limits of his current strength mirrored his determination. Observing Yi Yuan's willingness to partake in the test, Huyen Yong, initially anticipating some hesitation, expressed his availability at any time for the examination. The agreement was settled, with Yi Yuan deciding to visit the illusionary spirit tower the following morning. As Huyen Yong prepared to depart, Yi Yuan halted him with a sudden realization. Requesting a favor, Yi Yuan sought Huyen Yong's assistance in facilitating an entrance test for his maidservant Luer. Having accompanied Yi Yuan for several days, Luer needed to formalize her stay within the academy. Huyen Yong, acknowledging Luer's strength at the third-level Essence Chi realm, agreed to arrange the entrance test. Unbeknownst to Huyen Yong, Luer's remarkable cultivation speed had astounded even Yi Yuan, achieving the third-level Essence Chi realm in less than a month. Luer's talent overshadowed many purported geniuses in the state of Qin. Yi Yuan attributed her rapid progress to both her innate abilities and his teachings, particularly the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul technique tailored for her, with Luer's strength rivaling that of the average fourth-level Essence Chi realm cultivator. Both master and servant eagerly anticipated their simultaneous participation in the entrance test, a noteworthy event that promised to unravel further layers of their abilities. Having successfully refined the last transcendent grade essence chi pill, Yi Yuan sighed in relief, marking the conclusion of days filled with arduous refining that nearly exhausted his essence energy. The intensive labor, however, bore fruit as his cultivation realm stabilized, leaving him on the cusp of breaking through to the fourth-level essence chi realm. Only awaiting the accumulation of sufficient essence energy, Yi Yuan stood at the threshold of a significant advancement. Appreciating the hard-earned achievement, Yi Yuan directed his maidservant, Luer, to stand guard, announcing his intention to commence the breakthrough. With only a modest quantity of the final batch of pills, Yi Yuan ingested a qi returning pill and meditated to restore his peak condition. Drawing on the potent spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, he initiated the breakthrough process by consuming 5 transcendent grade essence chi pills, a feat that would be perilous for ordinary cultivators. The unrivaled power of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, however, ensured a seamless integration of the essence energy, allowing Yi Yuan to absorb the pills without encountering the usual violent reactions. Unfazed, Yi Yuan continued his consumption, ceaselessly swallowing transcendent grade essence chi pills until reaching the pinnacle of the 4th-level essence chi realm. Despite attaining a breakthrough that would typically take months or even a year in just 2 hours, Yi Yuan remained dissatisfied. Reflecting on the lingering goal of returning to the divine realm, he recognized the need for even greater strength. Contemplating a potential rematch with Fei Qingping, he envisioned the ability to vanquish his opponent effortlessly using only the first-layer wave. As the night of cultivation gave way to the morning sun, Yi Yuan, now at the 4th-level essence chi realm, experienced a resurgence of energy, rendering fatigue an afterthought. With Luer, now a cultivator herself, equally unaffected by a night of meditation, master and servant set out for the illusionary spirit tower, where Huyen Yong awaited their arrival. Greeting Huyen Yong upon reaching the tower, Yi Yuan introduced Luer, eliciting a calm nod from the teacher. Intrigued by Yi Yuan's rapid progression, Huyen Yong scrutinized him with divine sense, expressing mild astonishment at the unexpected advancement to the 4th-level essence chi realm overnight. In response to Huyen Yong's inquiry, Yi Yuan attributed his rapid growth to luck, dismissing the notion that his cultivation realm was forcibly elevated by his father. Acknowledging Yi Yuan's prowess, Huyen Yong commented on the unexpected leap to the 4th-level essence chi realm. As the test participants assembled, Yi Yuan's presence stirred conversation among the onlookers with his recent feats in mind. Recognizing him as the victor over Fei Qingping and the orchestrator of a mass essence chi pill scam, the crowd acknowledged Yi Yuan's formidable reputation. Awaiting the commencement of the test alongside Luer and others, Yi Yuan's participation garnered attention and discussions among the spectators. Some debated the suitability of a 3rd-level essence chi realm cultivator, attempting the black rank test, while others compared his abilities to renowned figures within the academy, notably senior apprentice Brother Long. With the anticipation building, the impending test promised to reveal more layers of Yi Yuan's extraordinary abilities, elevating the atmosphere at the illusionary spirit tower. How would you account for his accomplishment of the Great Circle stage? Instant flash. Observe. Observe what? Making a scene. Yi Yuan seems to have undergone a breakthrough. A breakthrough in what? He has already reached the 4th level essence chi realm. Heavens! Is this individual still human? How many days has it been since he ascended to the 3rd-level essence chi realm? Upon discovering Yi Yuan's breakthrough, the expressions of these two individuals resembled encountering a supernatural phenomenon. Simultaneously, others in the vicinity also discerned Yi Yuan's advancement to the 4th-level essence chi realm, and their gazes toward him became peculiar. Haha! Why is everyone staring at me? I know I'm exceedingly handsome, but I don't swing that way, so please refrain from looking at me with that expression, alright? Breaking through to the 4th level Essence Chi realm is not a monumental achievement. All you senior apprentice brothers possess higher cultivation realms than me, so can everyone cease being so astonished? Yi Yuan nonchalantly brushed off the attention, unaffected by the collective speechlessness around him. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Was this individual here merely to boast? Achieving the 4th level Essence Chi realm marked the initial threshold on the martial path. Who among them did not approach it with utmost caution, investing substantial time in preparation before making the breakthrough? Yet, Yi Yuan seemed to trivialize the feat, assuming an air of nonchalance. It was almost as if he were inviting trouble. What's the big deal about reaching the 4th level Essence Chi realm? Why the surprise? Regardless of his antics, isn't it just the black rank? Even if he attains the black rank, he's still nothing but trash. The conversation was interrupted by a haughty voice emanating condescension. That's senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng. He's currently a student in the Earth rank, likely to advance to the Heaven rank. I didn't expect him to participate in this advancement test. It seems he's confident about advancing to the Heaven rank this time. Someone quickly identified the voice's source. With an air of arrogance, Lin Tiancheng strolled forward, hands behind his back exuding an overbearing aura. Addressing Yi Yuan, he inquired, "Are you Yi Yuan?" Unperturbed by Lin Tiancheng's pressure, Yi Yuan responded calmly, "I don't know if the Yi Yuan you're referring to is me, but I am indeed called Yi Yuan." Humph! Such smooth talk. All I've heard in recent days is endless chatter about you. Today, I want to see if you're truly as remarkable as they claim. Lin Tiancheng remarked with a disdainful expression. Is that so? I'm actually that famous now? Surprising that even senior apprentice brother Lin hears my name everywhere. However, I believe it's my first time hearing of senior apprentice brother Lin today. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Lin can achieve Heaven rank today. This junior apprentice brother wishes that senior apprentice brother Lin won't encounter any mishaps. While Yi Yuan maintained an exaggerated demeanor, his words left onlookers feeling a sense of unease. This individual appeared to be subtly wishing Lin Tiancheng ill fortune. When people spoke of Lin Tiancheng's prowess in the Earth rank, it wasn't in reference to his innate talent. In fact, Lin Tiancheng had participated in the advancement test for the 4th time, making him one of the few who had not yet advanced to the Heaven rank, a source of considerable shame for him. Others knew better than to mention this in his presence, as it was a sensitive topic that could trigger his anger. Yi Yuan's casual words, however, found the chink in Lin Tiancheng's armor. The senior apprentice brother's face underwent a visible change as he glared fiercely at Yi Yuan, accusing him of disrespecting his senior. Without hesitation, Lin Tiancheng gathered his essence energy and launched a palm strike toward Yi Yuan. A resounding smash echoed, but it was Lin Tiancheng who was sent flying backward, struggling to regain his balance as he rolled on the ground. Bewildered, he demanded to know who had ambushed him, only to realize that the surrounding onlookers were regarding him with strange expressions. It was then that Huyen Yong's stern voice cut through the air, causing Lin Tiancheng to involuntarily shudder. Facing the imposing teacher, Lin Tiancheng, gripped by fear, regretted his rash actions. Scolding Huyen Yong as a bastard was tantamount to courting disaster. Huyen Yong, being the test host, held immense influence, and crossing him could jeopardize Lin Tiancheng's future rank advancements. Sorry, teacher Huyen. I didn't know it was you. Lin Tiancheng hastily apologized, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Expressionless, Huyen Yong admonished him. The illusionary spirit tower is the place for advancement tests. Taking action without my permission can disrupt other students' tests. Can you handle that responsibility? Teacher Huyen, he deliberately provoked me with words to incite. My reaction. Lin Tiancheng shifted the blame to Yi Yuan, not daring to incur Huyen Yong's displeasure. Senior apprentice brother Lin, do not falsely accuse good people. I was clearly extending good wishes for your test success, yet somehow I seem to have provoked you into attacking me. Could it be that senior apprentice brother Lin came here to participate in the Illusionary Spirit Tower's test, but has no intention of advancing?
Ye Yuan fine perplexity, virinan.
Exaggerated expression that left others skeptical. Although Yi Yuan did wish Lin Tiancheng well in his test, the theatrics accompanying his words cast doubt on his sincerity. Unfortunately, Lin Tiancheng was oblivious to the fact that Yi Yuan had been invited by Huyen Yong for the test. Despite the altercation being initiated by Lin Tiancheng, even if he was justified, Huyen Yong could not openly side with him. I witnessed the entire incident. From start to finish, you were the one mocking others. Do you think I, as the examiner, am easily deceived? Huyen Yong's voice grew colder.
Enano, y.
Remain here and do not move. Considering this is your first infraction, I will overlook it. However, any further violation of the rules and I will revoke your assessment rights. Silenced and chastened, Lin Tiancheng moved aside to await further instructions. After a brief wait, a gathering of around 50 students occurred. Huyen Yong reappeared, addressing the assembled students. Now that everyone is present, I will soon lift the restrictions. The Illusionary Spirit Tower will automatically transport you to the corresponding test site based on your cultivation level. While many of you have undergone the advancement test, previously some of you are first-timers. Allow me to provide a brief overview. Huyen Yong succinctly explained the key aspects of the Illusionary Spirit Tower, particularly for the benefit of Yi Yuan and Luer. Most participants had undergone the test before except for the two newcomers. Feeling the intricate layers of restrictions on the Illusionary Spirit Tower, Yi Yuan couldn't help but commend. So, it's a 32 restriction spirit artifact. The Tranquil Cloud sect indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. To Yi Yuan, a 32 restriction spirit artifact held little significance. However, while its rank might not be lofty, the Illusionary Spirit Tower possessed unique characteristics that made it well-suited for the students. Advancement testing. Evidently crafted with a specific purpose, the Illusionary Spirit Tower seemed tailor-made by the Tranquil Cloud sect for assessing students' ranks. Comprised 5 distinct regions: Entry Advancement, Yellow Rank Advancement, Black Rank Advancement, Earth Rank Advancement, and Heaven Rank Advancement. Each of the first 4 regions corresponded to the respective student rankings. At the Dan Wu Academy, advancing through the Entry Advancement led to the Yellow Rank and so forth. The Heaven Rank Advancement served as the Tranquil Cloud sect's criterion for determining if Heaven Rank students were qualified to join the sect, essentially functioning as a test for becoming outer sect disciples. The difficulty of the tests increased progressively across the 5 regions. By the Black Rank Advancement test, the challenges became notably formidable. Despite Lin Tiancheng's considerable talent, the Earth Rank Advancement test proved excessively challenging, leading to his repeated failures, a situation shared by numerous Earth Rank students. As for the Heaven Rank Advancement test, I truly hope that one of you will be deemed qualified to participate in that test during your time at the Dan Wu Academy, Huyen Yong expressed to the students. However, Huyen Yong's words elicited minimal reaction, indicating that the students were well aware of the daunting nature of the test. The emphasis on being qualified rather than passing implied that none of the present students would have the opportunity to attempt the test before graduating from the academy at the age of 20. The test's difficulty was indeed a formidable hurdle. Most of the students present were undertaking the Black Rank Advancement Test, a crucial step for a black rank to ascend to the earth rank. A few were engaging in the yellow rank advancement test and the earth rank advancement test. Notably, Luer was the sole participant in the entry advancement test. The first time you enter the illusionary spirit tower, you can partake in multiple rank advancement tests until you either fall in battle or voluntarily withdraw. Upon passing a test, you'll automatically proceed to the next one. There, you can decide whether to undergo the subsequent test or not. The illusionary spirit tower will record the rank advancement test at which you were defeated. When you re-enter the tower, you'll resume from that rank. Now, enter the illusionary spirit tower. Huyen Yong's final remarks were clearly directed at Yi Yuan. Approaching the illusionary spirit tower's gate, Huyen Yong gestured with a half-arc in front of him, releasing faint black essence energy into the structure. The gate opened gradually. The students participating in the test filed in systematically, and upon entering the gate, they disappeared, evidently transported to their respective destinations by the illusionary spirit tower. When Lin Tiancheng's turn arrived, he shot a venomous glare at Yi Yuan and issued a parting threat. If you can't advance to the earth rank, you will forever be trash. You're fortunate today with teacher Huyen's assistance. Don't let me catch sight of you in the academy again, or you're dead. Unfazed by Lin Tiancheng's warning, Yi Yuan chuckled and turned to Luer, saying, "Luer, let's go in too." Yi Yuan found himself in a state of blurred vision before realizing that he had been transported to a dazzling, multicolored dream world, a distinctive space within the illusionary spirit tower. It became evident that each layer of the illusionary spirit tower comprised numerous independent spaces, with each student allocated to a different realm. Although such a method might not be considered mystical in the divine realm, it stood as an impressive feat for a sect in the lower realms like the Tranquil Cloud sect to utilize this approach for nurturing their students. As Yi Yuan surveyed the empty space, a voice resonated. "Welcome to the illusionary spirit tower. This is your first visit and you are about to undergo the entry advancement test. I am your guide for this examination." Acknowledging that this voice belonged to the illusionary spirit tower's artifact spirit, Yi Yuan displayed no agitation. However, the surprise lay in the fact that he had been directed to the entry advancement test. It seemed that the illusionary spirit tower automatically sent first-time students to this introductory test, placing Yi Yuan and Luer on a common starting line. Curious about the impending test, Yi Yuan inquired, "What am I supposed to do now?" The artifact spirit appeared momentarily taken aback, as Yi Yuan's composed demeanor was a departure from the norm. It had guided countless students before, but none had displayed such composure. "For now, sit down and meditate. I will guide you through the test and do not resist whatever happens. Any consequences will be borne by you," the artifact spirit advised. Yi Yuan complied without a word, settling into a meditative posture. Although curious about the nature of the test, he awaited the artifact spirit's guidance. Moments later, a lightness enveloped Yi Yuan, and he entered a trance-like state, finding himself in an empty training room. The revelation brought a subtle smile to Yi Yuan's lips. So, this illusionary spirit tower's artifact spirit is a dream taper. The Tranquil Cloud sect, indeed, possesses remarkable methods utilizing a 32 restriction spirit artifact, likely a gray dream taper, to conduct tests. Within a dream world, a safe and impartial approach. Dream tapers, beings intricately tied to dream worlds, could silently enter the dreams of humans, and even demonic beasts, strengthening themselves within those dreams. Yi Yuan speculated that the highest-ranking white dream taper existed in the divine realm, possessing formidable abilities related to dream worlds, making them challenging to guard against. The artifact spirit Yi Yuan encountered was probably the lowest-ranking gray dream taper, choosing to become the illusionary spirit tower's artifact spirit, to utilize students' dream worlds for their own strengthening. Even the lowest-ranking gray dream taper would be elusive and challenging for a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect to capture, especially considering that multiple countries had their own Dan Wu academies under the jurisdiction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Aware that he was within the dream world, Yi Yuan marveled at the ability of the Dream Taper tribe to perfectly project his real-world strength into the dream world. This minimized the possibility of deception, leaving Yi Yuan impressed. In the dream world, a middle-aged, brawny man materialized before Yi Yuan. Mere illusion crafted by the gray dream taper. These illusions could take various forms within the dream world. I am now responsible for your advancement test. The test is about to begin. You can choose your weapon, the dream taper announced. Yi Yuan responded indifferently. Choose a weapon? I'll go with a sword. The dream taper found Yi Yuan's attitude highly unusual. Most students, upon entering the dream world, bombarded it with questions and confusion. However, Yi Yuan's calm demeanor indicated that he was aware he was within a dream world. As Yi Yuan's knowledge of dream tapers wasn't common among others, the dream taper tribe's elusive nature remained a mystery to many. Even within dreams, it was impossible to detect their presence unless they chose to reveal themselves. The dream taper maintained its mysterious identity, refraining from revealing its true nature to the students. Instead, it asserted itself as the guide for the illusionary spirit towers test. Contrary to the typical curiosity displayed by students, Yi Yuan appeared entirely disinterested, unfazed by the dreamlike surroundings and the enigmatic nature of the dream taper. He remained calm. With a nonchalant wave of the dream taper's hand, an utterly ordinary sword materialized in Yi Yuan's grasp. However, his reaction wasn't one of gratitude. Rather, he forced a smile, commenting on the apparent simplicity of the weapon. The dream taper explained impassively. To maintain the fairness of the test, the Academy mandates that each student is treated equally. Regardless of the weapon you choose, only the most basic options will be provided. Yi Yuan sighed in resignation, drawing the sword and accepting its simplicity. All right then, I will make do with this. Encountering someone who exhibited no curiosity was a first for the dream taper. Yet, it dismissed this peculiarity considering a fourth-level essence. Qi realm rookie like Yi Yuan as unworthy of much attention. The dream taper proceeded to collect basic information from Yi Yuan, prompting him to disclose his name and birthplace. The capital, the fragrant medicine. Pavilion Yi Yuan, he reported. Acknowledging the information, the dream taper declared emotionlessly, "The test will start now. They are your opponents." A wave of the dream taper's hand summoned 5 black-clothed martial artists, all at the 4th-level essence Qi realm, the most ordinary kind. Simultaneously, the illusion of the middle-aged brawny man vanished, leaving Yi Yuan to confront his opponents alone. In the entry advancement test, participants were tasked with defeating 5 adversaries of the same cultivation level. To the average person, this was a formidable challenge. The dream world prohibited the use of external aids such as weapons, equipment, and medicinal pills. Success hinged solely on the cultivator's innate abilities. However, for Yi Yuan, this challenge proved to be a mere formality. As the dream taper faded away, the 5 black-clothed martial artists coordinated their attacks from different angles. Without drawing his sword, Yi Yuan executed the stacking waves layered palm, unleashing the first layer. Wave. The ripple of essence energy emanated, sending the adversaries flying backward, completely incapacitated. The dream taper reappeared, wearing a surprised expression. Yi Yuan turned towards the dream taper with a faint smile and casually remarked, "My apologies. I forgot to mention that I'm here to take the yellow rank advancement test." Whenever the advancement test occurred, it invariably drew a substantial crowd of students eager to witness the proceedings. The outcome of the test held the potential to influence their standings within the ranking hierarchy. A luminous screen showcased everyone's test progress outside the illusionary Spirit Tower. Wait, someone passed the test so quickly? It's Yi Yuan, exclaimed someone, observing the rapid change in the light screen. Isn't that Yi Yuan, the one who defeated Fei Qingping in the deathmatch? That guy is something else. But it's his first advancement test, right? This should be the entry advancement test. Even so, it's remarkable, considering the time he should have just started. Even though it's the entry advancement test, he has to face 5 4th level Essence Chi Realm fighters. Could it be that he instantly killed them all? That's a possibility. How formidable is his combat prowess? Back when I did the entry advancement test, it took me the time for a burning incense stick to finish them off. Even Fei Qingping, who broke through, might not be able to kill 5 4th level Essence Chi Realm opponents instantly, right? I see. I made the right choice coming today. Yi Yuan made a stunning entrance. I'm eager to see how far he can go in this test. Yi Yuan's swift defeat of 5 martial artists of the same level sparked a fervor among the students. All present had undergone the entry advancement test, yet not one dared claim the ability to instantly slay 5 peers at the same level. The prowess Yi Yuan displayed, killing Fei Qingping at the 3rd level Essence Chi Realm now. At the 4th level, intensified the curiosity surrounding his combat strength. While many attendees initially sought to witness who might advance to heaven rank, the spotlight shifted unexpectedly to Yi Yuan. Huyen Yong silently observed the light screen, distinguishing himself from the crowd. Unlike others, he harbored a profound interest in Yi Yuan's test. Upon witnessing Yi Yuan's success in the entry advancement test, the astonishment Huyen Yong experienced equaled that of the other students. At the 4th level Essence Chi Realm, defeating 5 martial artists simultaneously was well within his capability. However, instantly killing them was an accomplishment beyond his reach. Yi Yuan's prowess continued to astound. Look, Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui are here too. They've probably come to assess just how strong Yi Yuan is. I wonder what they thought when they saw Yi Yuan pass the entry advancement test instantly. Amidst the crowd, someone noted the arrival of Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui. The tension between Wan Yuan and Yi Yuan was no secret, and their presence signaled a direct interest in Yi Yuan's performance. As Wan Yuan scrutinized the light screen, his expression darkened. Witnessing Yi Yuan's swift advancement, even in the entry test, left him unsettled. Unaware of Yi Yuan's progression to the 4th level Essence Chi Realm, Wan Yuan couldn't fathom the speed at which Yi Yuan excelled. Inside the illusionary spirit tower, the dream taper gazed at Yi Yuan with an air of bewilderment, having assessed countless students, each exhibiting power surpassing their peers. He now faced a novel experience with Yi Yuan, someone capable of instantly slaying 5 opponents at the same level. Typically, reaching a 7th level Essence Chi Realm was necessary to achieve. Such a feat jumping ranks was common among genius students, but transcending an entire minor stage was an extraordinary challenge. Yi Yuan, formerly unable to contend with Fei Qingping at the 3rd level Essence Chi Realm, demonstrated an unparalleled ascent. My apologies. I forgot to tell you that I'm here to take the yellow rank advancement test, Yi Yuan casually disclosed, a light smile playing on his lips. The dream taper, slightly displeased with Yi Yuan's demeanor, frowned and responded, "All right, the yellow rank advancement test begins now. Meet your opponent." With a wave of the dream taper's hand, 5 black-clothed martial artists materialized. Astonishingly, they were all at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. 6th level Essence Chi Realm? The difficulty doesn't seem to have increased much, Yi Yuan mused to himself, as Yi Yuan declared the yellow rank advancement test, despite being more challenging than the entry advancement test, still presented a manageable difficulty. The adversaries' 5 6th level Essence Chi Realm martial artists posed a considerable threat, yet their collective strength fell within a range that diligent students could confront. With time's passage, as students' cultivation realms ascended, confronting fighters at the 6th level Essence Chi realm would become less formidable. The true crucible lay in the Black Rank Advancement Test and the Earth Rank Advancement Test. The challenges escalated in these advanced tests. The Black Rank Advancement Test pitted students against a more formidable challenge, facing 5/8 level Essence Chi realm martial artists. The pinnacle was the Earth Rank Advancement Test, requiring students to contend with 5 adversaries at the 1st level Spirit Condensation realm. Typically, overcoming these trials mandated a commensurate increase in one's cultivation realm. The notion of one cultivation realm, one layer of heaven underscored the conventional progression. Save for extraordinary talents like Long Tang, the average student struggled to surmount this hierarchical constraint. Notably, ascending to the Spirit Condensation realm was imperative to qualify for the Earth Rank Advancement Test, a prerequisite for becoming a Heaven Rank student. Wang Yuan's breakthrough to Earth Rank with his 7th level Essence Chi realm cultivation was a remarkable achievement, testament to his exceptional potential and the Academy's substantial investment in his development. Facing 5/6th level Essence Chi realm opponents was a substantial challenge. Yet, for Yi Yuan, who effortlessly dispatched Fei Qingping at the 3rd level Essence Chi realm, these adversaries posed little difficulty. His rapid ascent to the 4th level Essence Chi realm further diminished the challenge presented by the 5/6th level Essence Chi realm fighters. As the assailants closed in, Yi Yuan maintained a sheathed sword, opting instead for a palm strike, the stacking waves layered palm 2nd layer wave. The impact sent the 5 black-clothed martial artists hurtling through the air, disappearing from view. The Dream Taper, observing in disbelief, found himself awestruck by Yi Yuan's prowess. The seemingly impossible feat left the Dream Taper contemplating the extent of Yi Yuan's capabilities. In the meantime, Huyen Yong, keenly observing the light curtain, registered a 2nd instant kill. The Yellow Rank Advancement Test, designed with 5/6th level Essence Chi realm fighters, appeared inconceivable for an instant kill. Yi Yuan's ease in overcoming the Yellow Rank Advancement Test left Huyen Yong in disbelief. The opponents, each 2 minor cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan, should have presented a formidable challenge. The sheer ease with which Yi Yuan disposed of them defied expectations. Witnesses among the students echoed the sentiment of shock and amazement. Yi Yuan's prowess transcended imagination, prompting discussions on his monstrous capabilities and the unprecedented nature of his feats. Wang Yuan, confronted by the spectacle on the light screen, grappled with a profound sense of threat. Yi Yuan's meteoric progress hinted at an impending gap in their abilities during the endless trials. In the face of this perceived threat, Wang Yuan harbored an adamant resolve. Yi Yuan must be eliminated. Yi Yuan's remarkable advancement speed sent ripples of concern through Wang Yuan. The capability to effortlessly dispatch 5/6th level Essence Chi realm opponents hinted at the possibility of Yi Yuan entering the Earth ranking or at least approaching it closely. Wang Yuan already acknowledging his inferiority in both movement technique and combat prowess compared to Yi Yuan, found his position increasingly precarious. As he contemplated the forthcoming endless trials, Wang Yuan resolved to enlist senior apprentice brother Su to eliminate Yi Yuan, deeming it a necessity to avert future challenges. Amidst the onlookers, a speculative question emerged regarding Yi Yuan's potential ascension to the Earth ranking. The prospect of a 4th level Essence Chi realm student confronting 5/8th level Essence Chi realm martial artists prompted a collective silence. While Yi Yuan's strength was acknowledged, the considerable difference in realms and the intervening minor stage raised doubts about the feasibility of such a feat. The revelation that Yi Yuan proceeded to challenge the Black Rank Advancement Test fueled astonishment. The audacity to consecutively undertake 3 tests during his first attempt hinted at a potential milestone in Dan Wu Academy's history. Facing the 5/8 level Essence Chi realm opponents, Yi Yuan discarded his previous nonchalant approach, engaging with heightened intensity. The adversaries, however, presented a formidable challenge by employing a sword array, a strategic formation that accentuated their combined might equivalent to a powerful 9th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan, though adept at array formations, found himself struggling against the overwhelming power of the sword array. Despite perceiving its vulnerabilities, the immense disparity in strength left him unable to mount a counterattack. The sword shadows blurred his vision, and the dream taper tribe's nightmare skill ensured that the sensation of pain within the dream world was disturbingly authentic. As the relentless assault continued, Yi Yuan's attire succumbed to tatters, and wounds adorned his body. The dream taper, witnessing Yi Yuan's valiant efforts, wore a subtle smile, seemingly content with this retaliation. The enigmatic and haughty aura that the dream taper typically exuded appeared diminished in the face of Yi Yuan's indifferent demeanor, leaving the creature unexpectedly exposed and disrobed of its usual mystique. Though born in dream worlds, dream tapers displayed emotions such as pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy. The dream taper, feeling displeased from the onset by Yi Yuan's unperturbed attitude, now experienced a peculiar sense of vulnerability in the wake of Yi Yuan's resolute confrontation. Among the esteemed students participating in the test, it was only Yi Yuan who challenged the dream taper's authority and rendered it vulnerable. The dream taper's self-assured demeanor seemed shattered in the face of Yi Yuan's audacious approach, leaving a palpable sense of discomfort and a perceived loss of face. Thus, as the black rank advancement test commenced, the dream taper surreptitiously enhanced the challenge for Yi Yuan by incorporating a sword array among the 5 black-clothed martial artists, amplifying their collective power. Mocking Yi Yuan's audacity, the dream taper, elated by the unfolding spectacle, issued a dismissive remark, relishing the prospect of Yi Yuan's impending defeat. Observing the relentless nature of the battle, the dream taper noted Yi Yuan's shrinking defensive radius and accumulating injuries, predicting his eventual downfall. Despite Yi Yuan's valiant efforts, the dream taper marveled at his tenacity, engaging 5/8 level Essence Chi realm opponents with 4th level Essence Chi realm strength was an unprecedented feat. While the dream taper had encountered numerous geniuses before, none had displayed such remarkable prowess. However, as the dream taper contemplated the ongoing battle, an underlying sentiment suggested that Yi Yuan's remarkable performance would likely conclude here. Meanwhile, Lin Tiancheng faced another setback as he exited the illusionary Spirit Tower, having failed for the 5th time to reach the heaven ranking. The disdainful looks and mocking glances from onlookers intensified his frustration. Lin Tiancheng, at the half-step spirit condensation realm, grappled with the decision to suppress his cultivation level intentionally.
In Dan Wu Academy,
achieving success at a lower cultivation realm and age signified greater potential. Lin Tiancheng's desire to pass the Earth rank advancement test, while maintaining his current cultivation level, reflected his determination to prove his extraordinary talent. However, the top achievers on the martial roll of honor, including Long Tang, Zhuobugui, and Suishan, had all surpassed the 1st level spirit condensation realm when they reached the 9th level Essence Chi realm. This stark contrast fueled Lin Tiancheng's frustration as he struggled to bridge the evident gap. Dejected and resentful, Lin Tiancheng vowed to retaliate violently against anyone who displayed even a hint of scorn. However, upon exiting the illusionary Spirit Tower, he found a surprising absence of contemptuous gazes. Intrigued, he inquired about the peculiar situation. To his amazement, the student informed Lin Tiancheng about the current focus on Yi Yuan's black rank advancement test. Unaware of Yi Yuan's previous accomplishments, Lin Tiancheng expressed skepticism at Yi Yuan's ability to undertake such a challenging test. The revelation of Yi Yuan's prowess, particularly his instant kills during the entry and yellow rank advancement tests, left Lin Tiancheng incredulous. The student's explanation underscored the unexpected turn of events in Yi Yuan's favor during the black rank advancement test, capturing the collective attention of onlookers fixated on the light screen. Lin Tiancheng, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of Yi Yuan's achievements, grappled with disbelief, further intensifying the intrigue surrounding Yi Yuan's unprecedented performance. Expressing a sense of regret, Huyen Yong sighed as he observed the fading light on the screen symbolizing Yi Yuan's progress. Despite Yi Yuan's valiant efforts, Huyen Yong acknowledged the impressiveness of his journey, especially considering his current cultivation level at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan's remarkable performance marked the emergence of a rare genius. In the Dan Wu Academy of the State of Qin, occurring once in 50 years. Reflecting on the ongoing battle, Huyen Yong couldn't help but find humor in his initial sympathy. Recognizing the formidable power exhibited by Yi Yuan, Huyen Yong conceded that challenging the black rank advancement test with 4th level Essence Qi realm strength was a formidable feat. Anticipating Yi Yuan's inevitable failure in this test, Huyen Yong speculated on the potential for success once Yi Yuan attained a higher cultivation level, possibly the 6th or 5th level Essence Qi realm. Amidst discussions among students, a sense of resignation permeated the atmosphere as Yi Yuan's light on the screen dimmed. Some expressed disappointment, while others admired Yi Yuan's resilience, acknowledging the difficulty of creating miracles. Comparisons were drawn to senior apprentice Brother Long Tang's achievement in passing the black rank advancement test when approaching the 7th level Essence Qi realm. Amidst the varying sentiments, Wan Yuan, harboring a deep-seated desire for Yi Yuan's failure, observed the unfolding events with a sneer. His relief at witnessing Yi Yuan's anticipated failure was palpable, reinforcing his belief that Yi Yuan had overestimated himself. Within the illusionary spirit tower, the Dream Taper sensed an anomaly in the ongoing group battle. Struck by confusion, it realized that Yi Yuan's defensive radius had not diminished for a considerable time. Intrigued, the Dream Taper scrutinized the situation, discovering that Yi Yuan had begun employing his sword, a previously overlooked aspect of his arsenal. Reflecting on the earlier weapon selection, the Dream Taper had underestimated the significance of Yi Yuan's sword, assuming it to be a mere accessory. However, as Yi Yuan demonstrated exceptional swordsmanship, the Dream Taper acknowledged the flaw in its assessment. Yi Yuan's resilience, combined with the adept use of his sword, disrupted the stability of the sword array deployed by the black-clothed martial artists. Intrigued by the possibility that Yi Yuan was also an array expert, the Dream Taper struggled to reconcile this unexpected revelation. Unbeknownst to the Dream Taper, Yi Yuan in his past life had been a skilled sword expert, and the sword art currently employed was the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword, a creation inspired by a sacred sakura forest in the divine realm. As the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword unraveled, Yi Yuan demonstrated a profound mastery of the sword Dao, confounding both the Dream Taper and those witnessing the spectacle. The unexpected resurgence of Yi Yuan's offensive capabilities defied expectations, leaving an indelible mark on the unfolding events within the illusionary spirit tower. Kuang Tianming's appreciation for the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was not merely due to its inherent power but rather the untapped potential he foresaw in Qin Yunzi's mastery of the martial Dao. At that time, Qin Yunzi's cultivation realm soared, but his martial Dao progress remained constrained. Kuang Tianming envisioned the sword art's transformation into a formidable force if Yi Yuan dedicated himself to the martial Dao, continuously refining his understanding of the sword Dao. while the falling flower floating zero sword possessed great strength. Yi Yuan's current cultivation level limited its unleashed power, lacking the necessary support of essence energy. However, the sword art's emphasis on elegance and agility perfectly complemented Yi Yuan's modified instant flash, resulting in a synergistic effect that multiplied its potency several times over. The combination of instant flash and the falling flower floating zero sword proved effective in countering the coordinated attacks of the 5 black-clothed martial artists. Despite the apparent power of their sword array, Yi Yuan discerned numerous flaws within it. He seized the opportunity presented by his movement technique and sword art to exploit these weaknesses. The 5 martial artists, lacking corporeal forms, executed flawless cooperation within the sword array. However, Yi Yuan perceived a fundamental simplicity in their approach, an inherent weakness that couldn't be rectified. As the sword array unfolded, they coordinated their attacks every dozen moves, showcasing a formidable combined assault. In a strategic move, Yi Yuan exploited a moment when one black-clothed martial artist's movements lagged due to his assault. Seizing the chance, he utilized instant flash to escape the encirclement, avoiding the imminent combined attack. Anticipating their attempt to reform the sword array, Yi Yuan preemptively unleashed a powerful stacking waves layered palm, 4th layer wave, propelling the assailants away with a gusty palm wind. Recognizing that the battle was not yet concluded, Yi Yuan gathered his remaining essence energy, employing instant flash to swiftly dispatch one black-clothed martial artist with a precise sword strike to the heart. Knowing the disparity in cultivation realms limited his ability to fatally wound them, Yi Yuan repeated this process, delivering one sword strike to each of the remaining 4 opponents, effectively concluding the intense confrontation. As the final moves unfolded, Yi Yuan, visibly fatigued, discarded the sword and collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. The dream taper, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before its eyes. In the aftermath, Yi Yuan, catching his breath, called out to the dream taper, humorously demanding attention to his injuries, and highlighting the impracticality of proceeding to the next round in his current state. Yi Yuan's resolute question echoed within the illusionary spirit tower, leaving the dream taper in utter bewilderment.
Astonishingly, Yi Yuan
Expressed his intention to challenge the Earth rank advancement test, a revelation that left the dream taper questioning whether he had misunderstood something. The dream taper grappled with the idea that Yi Yuan, having just triumphed over the black rank advancement test, now sought an even greater challenge in the Earth rank. The notion seemed inconceivable, prompting the dream taper to contemplate whether Yi Yuan comprehended the profound disparities between the essence chi realm and the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, however, appeared undeterred by the dream taper's skepticism. Experiencing pain and gnashing his teeth, he urgently demanded healing, threatening to resort to self-inflicted harm and lodging a complaint with the dean should the dream taper fail to comply. The dream taper found himself caught between exasperation and amusement at Yi Yuan's unpredictable antics. Despite the eccentricity, the dream taper, acknowledging Yi Yuan's potential, decided to assist in treating his injuries. A tap from the dream taper suffused Yi Yuan with revitalizing energy, restoring his vitality. As Yi Yuan relished the rejuvenated essence energy coursing through him, he playfully remarked on the resilience afforded by the dream world. The dream taper, now composed, scrutinized Yi Yuan with a subtle smile and probed into how Yi Yuan discerned the nature of the realm and the dream taper's identity. Yi Yuan, feigning ignorance, retorted by questioning the dream taper's attempt to conceal the dream nature of their current reality. He justified his awareness by citing the inexplicable appearance of a sword, the disappearance of defeated martial artists, and the dream taper's role as the examiner. While the dream taper recognized Yi Yuan's lack of sincerity, he opted not to engage in a futile argument, acknowledging the benefits of having an additional genius at the Dan Wu Academy. The dream taper continued the conversation. Yet, Yi Yuan, impatient and dismissive, conveyed his reluctance to further prolong the discussion. The dream taper acquiesced, summoning 5 black-clothed martial artists for another round of testing. However, to Yi Yuan's astonishment, these adversaries were all at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Meanwhile, outside the illusionary spirit tower, the student spectators were engulfed in fervor and disbelief. The unexpected transformation in Yi Yuan's abilities had unfolded before their eyes, culminating in his ascension to an Earth-rank student, a feat deemed unprecedented in the Academy's history. Amid the varied reactions of the onlookers, some struggled to comprehend Yi Yuan's swift advancement, perceiving it as a paragon counterattack. Huyen Yong, though internally vexed, couldn't deny the thrill at witnessing Yi Yuan's potential. Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue, however, found themselves disconcerted by the newfound threat Yi Yuan posed. Wan Yuan, contemplating Yi Yuan's sudden ascent, grappled with the idea that the once seemingly insignificant student now rivaled his own prowess. The realization unsettled him, prompting thoughts of eliminating Yi Yuan swiftly. The fear of Yi Yuan's potential supremacy gnawed at Wan Yuan, casting a shadow over his erstwhile confidence. At this moment of revelation, Yi Yuan, previously considered a marginal figure, emerged as an unexpected force that posed a formidable challenge to those who had long disregarded him. A wave of shock and disbelief swept through the spectators as they witnessed Yi Yuan's audacious decision to challenge the Earth-rank advancement test. The murmurs and exclamations echoed through the crowd, questioning the sanity of such a daring endeavor. In response to the unfolding spectacle on the light screen, Wan Yuan, too, found himself gripped by an involuntary freeze of the heart. A sense of foreboding crept over him, prompting contemplation on the nature of Yi Yuan's actions. As the 5 black-clothed martial artists materialized once again, a palpable pressure bore down on Yi Yuan, causing him to gasp for breath. The impending challenge involved confronting adversaries at the first-level spirit condensation realm, a significant leap in cultivation realms compared to Yi Yuan's modest 4th-level essence chi realm. Undeterred by the overwhelming odds, Yi Yuan faced the formidable foes with unwavering determination. With a resounding declaration, he summoned his martial prowess, transforming his fists into palms. The surging essence energy within him manifested in a whirlwind, causing his sleeves to flutter in the turbulent currents of power. Observing this display, the dream taper couldn't help but draw a cold breath. He marveled at Yi Yuan's mastery of the 8th layer wave, recognizing the terrifying talent embodied in the young challenger. Unbeknownst to many, Yi Yuan had clandestinely trained the 8th layer wave during his supposed late arrival for the deathmatch with Fei Qingping. The 8th layer wave, the final move of the stacking wave's layered palm, represented Yi Yuan's most potent trump card. Boasting 16 times the power, this technique surpassed the might of the Great Circle Stage Absolute. Yang Finger, a testament to Yi Yuan's formidable capabilities within the essence chi realm. Contrary to the aggressive onslaught Yi Yuan faced from the previous 5 8th-level essence chi realm opponents, the current adversaries being at the 1st-level spirit condensation realm, exhibited a measured approach. Became evident that the dream taper orchestrated this calculated delay, affording Yi Yuan the opportunity to unleash his significant martial technique. As both parties finally clashed, a resounding collision echoed, and Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. The intensity of the encounter left an indelible mark on the onlookers, who, in a mix of anxiety and anticipation, awaited the outcome of this audacious challenge. Outside the illusionary spirit tower, a voice articulated the collective sentiment of the crowd, expressing relief and disbelief at the perceived end of Yi Yuan's ambitious quest for advancement. The pronouncement of Yi Yuan's demise echoed through the crowd, triggering a cascade of bewildered reactions and questioning murmurs. Observers grappled with the abrupt and seemingly unnecessary exit of Yi Yuan from the illusionary spirit tower. Expressions of frustration and irritation rippled through the onlookers as they grappled with the perplexity of Yi Yuan's actions. The discrepancy between the anticipated survival of Yi Yuan and his sudden demise in the dream world fueled a mix of emotions, ranging from shock to exasperation. The "scared me shitless" exclamation acted as a verbal detonator, shattering the hushed atmosphere among the spectators. The once innocent Yi Yuan unwittingly became the focal point of collective resentment with his actions, perceived as teasing and toying with everyone's expectations. The core issue lay in the heightened anticipation that Yi Yuan instigated. His previous feats stoked imaginations and raised hopes, setting the stage for a probable success in the Earth rank advancement test. However, the stark contrast of his swift defeat left the audience feeling mocked and disillusioned. Even Huyen Yong, despite his initial laughter, found himself reflecting on the roller coaster of emotions Yi Yuan induced. He acknowledged Yi Yuan's surpassing of expectations with an approval that stemmed from the young warrior's unwavering martial spirit. Huyen Yong recognized the audacity of Yi Yuan's choice to confront adversaries of a higher realm, showcasing a resolute martial heart. However, this sentiment was not universally shared. The dream taper, still processing the recent events, couldn't shake off the surreal nature of Yi Yuan's accomplishments. The revelation that Yi Yuan had dispatched a first-level spirit condensation realm opponent inside the dream world added a layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative. As Yi Yuan exited the illusionary spirit tower, oblivious to the collective turmoil he stirred, he found himself lost in contemplation. The peculiar expressions of the onlookers went unnoticed, as his thoughts lingered on the intense battle against the 5 black-clothed martial artists. In the midst of this, Lu, the unassuming yet powerful cultivator who had long since passed the entry advancement test, rushed to Yi Yuan's side. Her pride in witnessing Yi Yuan's success was palpable, and her admiration for his achievements surpassed her own joy of passing the test. The bystanders, perplexed by Yi Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, witnessed a unique dynamic between master and servant. Yet, amidst the envious glances, the spotlight subtly shifted toward Lu's prowess. Her connection with Yi Yuan, coupled with her cultivation of the formidable profound Ice Nine forms, set her apart as a force to be reckoned with. Yi Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the ripples of amazement and confusion around him, continued to share his thoughts with Lu. Unbeknownst to him, the attention of the onlookers now extended beyond Yi Yuan's feats to the captivating presence of the young lady beside him. The realization dawned upon the crowd as they belatedly noticed the presence of a remarkably attractive young lady among the students. Lu, despite her youth and yet to mature features, surpassed even Lu Ruoxue in terms of beauty. However, it was not just her physical charm that set Lu apart. Distinct air of purity and innocence surrounded her, a quality that Lu Ruoxue did not possess. Observing the reactions of those around him, Yi Yuan discerned that Lu would likely become the object of pursuit for many students within the academy. Her captivating presence had not gone unnoticed, and the atmosphere hinted at the admiration she might receive. In the midst of this realization, a figure approached Yi Yuan instantly, recognized by those in the vicinity. "Look quickly. Isn't that senior apprentice Brother Wu? The martial arts enthusiast ranked 15th on the martial roll of honor. Is he eyeing Yi Yuan already? This could be trouble for Yi Yuan." Wu Luochen, a prominent figure known for his dedication to martial arts, greeted Yi Yuan with a respectful gesture. He congratulated Yi Yuan on advancing to the earth rank and introduced himself as a heaven rank cultivator. While Yi Yuan was still processing the situation, he courteously reciprocated Wu Luoqin's greeting. The interaction sparked murmurs among the onlookers, speculating on Wu Luoqin's intentions toward Yi Yuan. Wu Luoqin, known for challenging experts throughout the academy, had swiftly ascended from the bottom of the heaven ranking to the 15th position on the martial roll of honor within half a year. His reputation preceded him, causing a stir whenever he appeared. Eyeing Yi Yuan, Wu Luoqin expressed his admiration for Yi Yuan's talent and foresaw his future ascent to the heaven rank. He extended an invitation for a sparring session, eliciting a significant reaction from the crowd. Yi Yuan, sizing up Wu Luoqin, broke into a sudden smile and responded confidently, "Since senior apprentice brother Wu holds me in high regard, why would I shy away from a challenge?" Wu Luoqin, initially solemn, couldn't help but smile at Yi Yuan's response. He acknowledged Yi Yuan's potential and declared him the student with the greatest promise in the academy. The exchange concluded with Yi Yuan expressing gratitude for Wu Luoqin's offer of assistance in case of any future challenges within the academy. Following Wu Luoqin's departure, a stream of well-wishers approached Yi Yuan, extending their congratulations. The success of the recent test solidified Yi Yuan's status as a genius within the academy, ensuring a considerable rise in his position. Capitalizing on the opportunity to establish amicable relations with a prospective martial roll of honor expert became a priority for many.
Yi Yuan's
exceptional feat of defeating 5 8th level Essence Chi Realm fighters at the 4th level Essence Chi Realm sparked anticipation about his future strength. The prospect of his breakthrough to the 7th level Essence Chi Realm left the imagination reeling at the potential magnitude of his power. Despite the accolades, those who approached Yi Yuan were predominantly heaven rank students, earth rank students, destined to remain separate from a genius like Yi Yuan, found little chance to engage with him. Yi Yuan gracefully handled the gestures of goodwill from the heaven rank students, many of whom were accomplished practitioners from the martial roll of honor. As he effortlessly gained favor and connections, Lin Tiancheng, who had earlier disparaged Yi Yuan, felt a deep discomfort. The tables had turned unexpectedly, and Lin Tiancheng found himself lagging behind, struggling to advance to the heaven rank. Amid Yi Yuan's newfound popularity, Lin Tiancheng, feeling like he had eaten a fly, silently withdrew from the crowd. Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoxue, who noticed his departure, intercepted him with curiosity, inquiring about his seemingly preoccupied demeanor. Meanwhile, a surprising revelation among the onlookers occurred when teacher Feng Ruoqing was spotted approaching. The murmurs and speculation intensified as the teacher, considered a captivating presence, moved through the crowd. In a sudden turn of events, Feng Ruoqing's unexpected pursuit of Yi Yuan unfolded. The teacher, usually regarded with admiration, appeared to be seeking Yi Yuan, creating an atmosphere of curiosity and suspense.
Yi Yuan,
upon recognizing Feng Ruoqing, opted for a hasty retreat, evoking laughter and confusion among the students. As Feng Ruoqing tried to stop Yi Yuan, he remained indifferent to her threats, continuing his escape. The unfolding scene painted a picture of a teacher chasing after a seemingly reluctant student, prompting bewildered reactions from the surrounding students. Even Huyen Yong, known for his composed demeanor, revealed a curious interest in the unfolding drama. The sudden shift in perceptions left Yi Yuan with an audience now filled with a mix of envy and hostility. The once admired genius was now viewed with suspicion and disdain, as the students speculated about the mysterious connection between Yi Yuan and the fairy-like teacher Feng Ruoqing. The situation escalated into a collective disdain for Yi Yuan, who unwittingly found himself at the center of a storm fueled by misinterpretations and assumptions. "It's not that I lack the will to escape," but the opportunity to do so is absent. Teacher Feng, your compelling influence is truly overwhelming. Yi Yuan replied with a bitter smile, attempting to diffuse the situation. Why are you evading me? Despite her stern expression, Feng Ruoqing couldn't hide a hint of satisfaction as she inquired. Me? When did I ever do that? Teacher Feng, you're unfairly accusing me.
Yeah.
Yuan blinked innocently. Don't pretend. Why did you just run away then? Suddenly, I recollected an urgent matter and was about to leave. Pure. Coincidence. It was unquestionably coincidental. Quit trying to deceive me. Come with me at once. Teacher Feng, I truly have a crucial matter to attend to. I don't care how crucial it is. If you refuse, I'll resort to force.
No.
I'll follow you, all right? That's more like it. In the gaze of the astonished onlookers, Feng Ruoqing seized Yi Yuan and departed. Unbeknownst to many, Feng Ruoqing had sought Yi Yuan several times in recent days, but he was consistently found in a state of rest.
L'URS vigilant.
Presence at the entrance made it awkward for Feng Ruoqing to enter forcefully. Additionally, Yi Yuan had skipped medicinal theory classes, further complicating her search. From Yi Yuan's perspective, the notion of becoming an assistant held no appeal. Feng Ruoqing's pursuits in alchemy Dao were child's play compared to his objectives. With the pressing need to enhance his strength, Yi Yuan dismissed the idea of assisting Feng Ruoqing, who lacked the qualifications to be his assistant. On the fateful day, Yi Yuan aimed to shake off Feng Ruoqing swiftly, unaware that revealing a glimpse of his capabilities would lead to such entanglements. Opting to play a game of cat and mouse upon learning that Feng Ruoqing was seeking him, Yi Yuan found himself caught sooner than expected. Interestingly, Feng Ruoqing was unaware of Yi Yuan's participation in the test. She chanced upon the illusionary spirit tower when inquiring about the gathering of students. The information she received took her by surprise. Learning that Yi Yuan, who recently reached the 4th level Essence Qi realm, boldly undertook 3 consecutive challenges to become an Earth rank student. Feng Ruoqing, having witnessed Yi Yuan's proficiency in martial Dao during medicinal theory class, admired his understanding of a high-level Tier 2 pill formula despite being a yellow rank student. His knowledge extended to the yin-yang separation flow technique, prompting her desire to make him an assistant. However, Yi Yuan's attempts to evade her perplexed Feng Ruoqing. Unaccustomed to rejection, she resolved to capture Yi Yuan and enlist him as her assistant, unaware of the challenges she would face in this pursuit. I'm on the brink of insanity. What in the world is happening between Teacher Feng and Yi Yuan? Exactly. Their exchange was cryptic. All I could discern was one running and the other chasing. Oh heavens! My goddess! If Yi Yuan has the audacity to make a move, I'll personally take him down. Absolutely. We need to unravel this mystery. If Yi Yuan has truly angered men, perhaps even the gods, we must eradicate this loathsome fellow. The details of the conversation between Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing remained known only to them, leaving everyone else in a state of bewilderment. In response to this chaos, the Protect Ruoqing Alliance was formally established. This alliance had 2 primary objectives: uncover the truth behind Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing's interaction and, more urgently, deliver a beating if Yi Yuan was found guilty. The plan was to make him rue his actions for the rest of his life. Despite Yi Yuan's newfound status as an Earth rank student, he was outnumbered by a multitude of Earth rank students. The Alliance seemed confident in its ability to bring him to justice. While some speculated about a connection to the previous medicinal theory class, others found it implausible that such a minor incident would escalate to this level of public pursuit. The Alliance's investigations aimed to uncover what had truly transpired between Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan. Simultaneously, various speculations regarding their interactions circulated among students and even teachers within
the Danwu Academy.
Yi Yuan, however, had different concerns. How to swiftly rid himself of the persistent Feng Ruoqing. It was evident to him that Feng Ruoqing's passion for alchemy mirrored his past self, making her a challenging individual to handle. Her insatiable curiosity about alchemy Dao left Yi Yuan contemplating the best approach to address her relentless pursuit. Walking ahead, Yi Yuan could sense that escape was futile today. Feng Ruoqing, trailing behind, maintained a vigilant watch to prevent him from fleeing. As Yi Yuan mulled over his predicament, a figure dressed in yellow unexpectedly blocked their path. This individual, named Song Qian, enthusiastically greeted Feng Ruoqing, showcasing an immediate lack of acknowledgement toward Yi Yuan. Though unfamiliar with Song Qian, Yi Yuan could infer from his attire that he was a teacher at the Dan Wu Academy. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, responded with a faint frown, indicating a lack of interest in the man before her. Observing the scene, Yi Yuan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was apparent that Song Qian held an infatuation with Feng Ruoqing, yet the latter seemed uninterested in his advances. Approximately 25 or 26 years old, Song Qian could be considered a young and talented teacher within the academy. However, Feng Ruoqing's disinterest suggested that an ordinary man might struggle to captivate her attention. The interaction between Feng Ruoqing and Song Qian unfolded as the latter subtly aimed to enter the pill refinement chamber. As Song Qian directed his attention to Yi Yuan, a sarcastic comment slipped from his lips. If I'm not mistaken, he isn't even an alchemy apprentice. While I may lack in some areas, I'm confident I possess the capabilities to be Teacher Feng's assistant. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at the unnecessary remark. Song Qian had finally noticed his presence, and Yi Yuan couldn't help feeling disdain for the man who had previously treated him like air. Feng Ruoqing clarified that Yi Yuan was her chosen assistant, leading to Song Qian's skeptical scrutiny. Assistant? If I'm not mistaken, he isn't even an alchemy apprentice. While I may lack in some areas, I'm confident I possess the capabilities to be Teacher Feng's assistant. Song Qian, with the same symbol on his chest as Feng Ruoqing, signifying a Tier 2 alchemist, openly expressed doubt regarding Yi Yuan's qualifications. However, this prompted Yi Yuan to interject, seizing the opportunity to address Song Qian. Exactly. Teacher Feng, I'm not even an alchemy apprentice. How could I possibly assist you? Teacher Song is a distinguished gentleman and an alchemy master at that. With his guidance, any medicinal pill can be refined. Since that's the case, I have no further business here. I'll take my leave. While Yi Yuan spoke, Song Qian approvingly regarded him. It seemed that Yi Yuan's calculated words had earned the teacher's admiration. Teacher Feng, you see? Without acknowledging Song Qian, Feng Ruoqing swiftly directed her attention to Yi Yuan, deploying a sudden and precise move. An elusive thread of essence energy coiled around Yi Yuan's ankle, a technique reminiscent of Fei Qingping's lesser capturing hand used in the earlier deathmatch. However, Feng Ruoqing's execution of the move surpassed any comparison. As if on the verge of escaping, Yi Yuan felt an abrupt heaviness in his legs, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. The power gap between Feng Ruoqing's and Fei Qingping's application of the same technique was glaringly apparent. Even without exerting much effort, Feng Ruoqing effortlessly brought Yi Yuan down. Crumpled on the ground, Yi Yuan groaned in pain. The disparity in their abilities was staggering. Feng Ruoqing had subdued him effortlessly. Without sparing a glance at Song Qian, Feng Ruoqing took a couple of steps forward. Passing by Song Qian, she disregarded him entirely, her focus fixed on Yi Yuan. Standing over Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing frowned and reproached him. Are you a man? How can you break your promise? I don't need anyone else as my assistant. I want only you. If you attempt to escape again, I won't hesitate to report you to the dean and have you expelled from the academy. I'm confident my words will carry weight. Her words left Yi Yuan without the will to argue. In the realm of cultivation, disciples from sects undeniably surpassed lone cultivators in strength. As an outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect, the Danwu Academy housed an assembly of top-notch geniuses, making it an ideal place for Yi Yuan to enhance his skills. While the Academy's resources held little appeal to Yi Yuan, the opportunity to interact with these exceptional geniuses intrigued him. Yielding to Feng Ruoqing's persistence, he realized that being at the Academy offered unique advantages for his personal growth. Feng Ruoqing, satisfied with her triumph over Yi Yuan, turned to Song Qian and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Teacher Song. Having Yi Yuan as my assistant is sufficient. As a rising star at the Danwu Academy, I'm sure you have many pressing matters. I won't detain you any longer." With that, she addressed Yi Yuan, signaling him to follow. Although Yi Yuan didn't glance back, he could unmistakably sense malevolent eyes fixated on him, emanating ill intent. Within the hallowed halls of the Danwu Academy, each alchemy instructor possessed a private sanctum dedicated to pill refinement, and Feng Ruoqing was no exception. Her pill refinement chamber boasted a meticulously organized layout with various medicinal herbs neatly categorized and stored. Positioned at its heart was a resplendent red pill cauldron. Even to Yi Yuan's discerning eye it was unmistakably a superior grade Tier 2 pill cauldron. Undoubtedly, among the Academy's alchemy instructors, none could boast a better cauldron. Yet, to Yi Yuan, such a pill cauldron held little value. Yi Yuan, suppressing his disinterest, found a place to seat himself. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Ruoqing's keen eyes caught this gesture, igniting an unexpected irritation within her. "It appears you disdain my red lotus cauldron? Huh? This cauldron is decent. Haha." Yi Yuan chuckled, masking his true feelings. Yet, even without uttering a word, Feng Ruoqing sensed the insincerity behind his laughter. "Have you encountered superior Tier 2 pill cauldrons before? Me? Haha. I'm just a student, not even an alchemy apprentice. Where would I come across such high-tier pill cauldrons? Red lotus cauldron, right? Nice name." Although Yi Yuan replied, his contempt for the pill cauldron inadvertently prompted a barrage of questions from Feng Ruoqing, compelling him to feign interest. In truth, he looked down upon such cauldrons, deeming them unworthy even to boil water. Yi Yuan's revelation during the medicinal theory class had already exceeded the scope of the Academy's students. The secrets he unveiled, particularly the utilization of the yin-yang separation flow technique to refine the Tier 2 qi returning pill, were beyond the ken of even the alchemy roll of honor's top scholar. Feng Ruoqing, having glimpsed the technique in an obscure ancient record, considered it a treasure and had tirelessly practiced it. However, the technique's inherent complexity proved insurmountable, forcing her eventual abandonment of the effort. Thus, her interest in Yi Yuan, given his apparent mastery of the technique, sparked a desire for him to become her assistant. To her dismay, Yi Yuan repeatedly evaded her, igniting her frustration and leading to the events that unfolded. Despite Yi Yuan's apparent disdain, Feng Ruoqing sensed an authenticity in his scorn that set him apart from others. His indifference towards her red lotus cauldron and the yin-yang separation flow technique puzzled and intrigued her. As Yi Yuan continued to underestimate her achievements, Feng Ruoqing's self-assurance wavered, prompting a terrifying thought. Could Yi Yuan genuinely possess knowledge of the yin-yang separation flow technique? Attempting to dispel this improbable notion, Feng Ruoqing, in her usual cold demeanor, instructed Yi Yuan to assist her. "I summoned you to be my assistant, not to lounge. Move and begin preparing the herbs." "Oh, right, coming." Yi Yuan staggered to his feet and approached the preparation area, scrutinizing the herbs arranged there Curiosity compelled him to question, "Aren't you refining a Tier 2 qi returning pill? Why are you using Tier 1 ingredients?" Feng Ruoqing blushed slightly and retorted with a tinge of anger, "I told you to prepare the medicines. Just do it. Why so many questions?" Observing the situation, Yi Yuan inferred that Feng Ruoqing had not mastered the yin-yang separation flow technique and was utilizing Tier 1 medicines for practice. Recognizing the prolonged commitment required for such training, Yi Yuan, mindful of his precious time, sighed and commenced with herb preparation. Feng Ruoqing, meanwhile, retreated into the quiet chamber to meditate and attain the mental focus crucial for pill refinement. The intricate art of pill refinement demanded unwavering concentration, and even the slightest disturbance could mar the quality of the medicinal pill. As Feng Ruoqing delved into her meditative state, striving to achieve the necessary mental equilibrium, an unforeseen interruption materialized, an insistent knocking on the quiet chamber's door. This time, Feng Ruoqing found herself truly infuriated. Beyond the fact that Yi Yuan repeatedly avoided being her assistant, a role that any man in the academy would eagerly vie for, now that he was finally assisting her, he seemed to be causing more trouble than performing his designated tasks. With no justifiable reason, she contemplated administering a severe beating, and then hanging him for 3 days as a public deterrent. The door slowly creaked open, unveiling the irate figure of Feng Ruoqing. "Haha! I never expected Teacher Feng to open the door so hastily. You almost gave me a fright." Yi Yuan feigned a startled expression. Unperturbed by Yi Yuan's reaction, Feng Ruoqing raised her right palm, with traces of essence energy flowing along it as if ready to strike at any moment. "I instructed you to prepare the herbs. What are you doing? Do you not realize that I'm in the middle of meditation? Unless you have a valid reason, be prepared to face this palm." Feng Ruoqing snarled. "Don't. Teacher Feng, had you mentioned your penchant for violence, I wouldn't have become your assistant, even if it meant copying the herbal compendium 100 times back then. The herbs are all prepared. I even finished refining 2 sets of medicinal essences before coming over to call you. I didn't expect you to take so long to meditate." Yi Yuan jumped away with a loud exclamation. "What? The medicinal essences are already refined?" Feng Ruoqing struggled to comprehend his words. Only about 15 minutes had passed since she entered the quiet chamber. How could Yi Yuan have not only prepared numerous herbs but also refined the medicinal essence? "That's correct. Is this reason acceptable? I don't want to be smacked to death." Yi Yuan responded gloomily. Lowering her hand, Feng Ruoqing issued a cold humph and warned, "If I discover that you're fabricating stories, a single palm will be the least of your worries." Having said this, Feng Ruoqing proceeded to the operating stage and was promptly taken aback. 2 sets of medicinal essences were neatly arranged in jade containers, their colors exceptionally pure. It was evident that they had been superbly refined, with all extraneous medicinal impurities meticulously removed. Feng Ruoqing glanced at Yi Yuan, opened her mouth to speak, but no words emerged. "Teacher Feng, is there something you want to say? Are you not going to smack me to death? At most, I'll remember to call you later next time. How long do you usually take to meditate?" Yi Yuan innocently inquired. Feng Ruoqing remained speechless. After a brief silence, she finally took a deep breath and questioned Yi Yuan. "Did you really refine these medicinal essences?" Yi Yuan looked around and asked playfully, "Are there others present? But how did you do it so quickly?" Ordinary alchemy apprentices would devote an hour solely to herb preparation, not to mention the additional time required for refining the medicinal essence. In total, the process usually spanned at least 2 hours. Herb preparation was not merely about pairing herbs together. It demanded precision in weighing out the quantities. Even the slightest error was unacceptable. Thus, an alchemist's assistant usually approached herb preparation with great caution, consuming a significant amount of time. Even Feng Ruoqing herself needed over an hour to refine the medicinal essence of a Tier 1 pill. Yet Yi Yuan had accomplished it in a mere 15 minutes. Such efficiency was unheard of. Why spend so much time on such a simple task as refining the medicinal essence of a Tier 1 pill? Yi Yuan casually questioned. Hand. ***. In matters of martial arts, Yi Yuan might exhibit more humility, but when it came to alchemy, modesty seemed foreign to him. It could be stated that Yi Yuan's entire past life was dedicated to the pursuit of alchemy. He was intimately acquainted with medicinal herbs and the art of crafting pills. This familiarity wasn't just skin-deep. It was etched into the very fabric of his soul. Even in a new body, the innate understanding originating from his soul propelled his actions to seamlessly align with alchemical precision. Initially, Yi Yuan intended to maintain a low profile. However, the moment his hands touched the medicinal herbs, he found himself irresistibly drawn to complete the herb preparation and refine the medicinal essence. While others approached measuring the herbs with trepidation, fearing any oversight, Yi Yuan effortlessly grasped them with an accuracy born out of countless repetitions. This ability was honed through an unimaginable number of practices, rendering it unattainable by imitation. Feng Ruoqing stared blankly at Yi Yuan, unsure of how to react. Refining a Tier 1 medicinal pill, according to him, was a simple task. Do as you like. I am going to the quiet chamber to meditate. With these words, Feng Ruoqing turned away, re-entering the quiet chamber. However, this session of meditation extended to 4 hours, surpassing her initial plan. Feng Ruoqing's mental state remained tumultuous, making it challenging to achieve a meditative state. After 2 hours of struggling, she finally managed to clear her mind and enter a state of emptiness. Exiting the quiet chamber, Feng Ruoqing regained her haughty and cold demeanor. Approaching the red lotus cauldron, she instructed emotionlessly, "Bring the medicinal essence over. Fire up the cauldron. Refine." During these 4 hours, Yi Yuan didn't waste time. He engaged in continuous training while meditating, showcasing a diligence surpassing his past life. The Yi Yuan who ascended to the rank of alchemy emperor understood the absence of shortcuts in cultivation. Regardless of talent, relentless hard work was the only path forward. Hearing Feng Ruoqing's instructions, Yi Yuan handed her the 2 jade containers containing the refined medicinal essences and prepared to ignite the cauldron. Surprisingly, Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan with surprise. Initially prepared to guide him, she was taken aback when Yi Yuan executed the assistant's role with an ease that suggested familiarity. The pill refinement chambers in the Danwu Academy utilized earth fire guided through an earth vein. While this method was suitable for lower-tier pills, high-tier ones required heavenly and earthly flame sources. Despite this, Yi Yuan was no stranger to this style of refinement. Opening the fire valve, scorching earth fire erupted from the ground, instantly elevating the chamber's temperature. Although earth fire paled in comparison to heavenly and earthly flame sources, it was exceptional among mortal fires, more than sufficient for refining a Tier 1 medicinal pill. Yi Yuan swiftly formed seals with both hands and approached the fire, which obediently responded, becoming as docile as a well-trained pet. Next, Yi Yuan spread his hands apart and commanded, "Stabilize!" The earth fire automatically divided into 2, uniformly scorching the sides of the red lotus cauldron. Observing this, surprise flashed across Feng Ruoqing's eyes once more. She had never encountered this level of fire control technique. Earth fire was inherently unruly and required multiple layers of array formations atop the academy. Even then, it wasn't easily controlled by an average 4th-level Essence Qi realm practitioner. Yet, this fire seemed submissive before Yi Yuan, obeying his every command. Feng Ruoqing couldn't afford to dwell on her astonishment. The refinement process had already commenced. Feng Ruoqing formed hand seals with one hand, causing the cauldron lid to lift by itself. Using her other hand, she gestured, and the two medicinal essences levitated into the pill furnace.
Yin-yang separation flow technique.
Activate. With a low cry, Feng Ruoqing's hands moved like phantom images. At this point, the process was no longer Yi Yuan's concern. He observed Feng Ruoqing continuously changing seals to temper the medicinal essence. While watching, he couldn't help but nod approvingly. This woman possessed some level of skill. It seemed she invested considerable effort into mastering the yin-yang separation flow technique. However, it was evident that she hadn't fully mastered the technique, and executing it seemed somewhat forced. It appeared that this batch of medicinal pills was destined for failure. The yin-yang separation flow technique was no walk in the park. It demanded simultaneous action with both hands, one performing yang attribute seals and the other executing yin attribute seals, all without room for error. Any misstep could result in the entire batch of medicinal pills being ruined. The technique posed a formidable test of an alchemist's mental strength, soul strength, and familiarity with seals. Initially, Feng Ruoqing managed well, but around the mid-stage of the refinement, signs of fatigue surfaced. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she seemed strained. Puff! A black cloud emerged, signaling the pills were ruined. Feng Ruoqing stomped her feet angrily and shouted at Yi Yuan. Again! Observing Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing finally witnessed how he prepared the herbs. This time, leaving her utterly speechless. Yi Yuan deftly plucked one herb after another, tossing them into a jade container with an air of nonchalance. Feng Ruoqing, although tempted to scold him for his seemingly irresponsible approach, found herself silenced by the undeniable truth that Yi Yuan's refinement of medicinal essence surpassed her own in both quality and precision. Perplexed, she pondered how Yi Yuan achieved such precision. Were his hands somehow transformed into measuring instruments? How did he discern the exact quantity required for each herb? Observing Yi Yuan's casual herb preparation, Feng Ruoqing couldn't help but wear a disapproving expression. Yet Yi Yuan, sensing her scrutiny, awkwardly coughed and offered an explanation. This comes from family teachings. You know, my father is an alchemy grandmaster. I've been compelled since childhood. Ha ha. Feng Ruoqing shot him a fierce glare, unconvinced by his explanation. However, realizing that Yi Yuan wouldn't reveal the truth, she dismissed the inquiry. In a mere 15 minutes, Yi Yuan completed the refinement of medicinal essence. Once again, witnessing this efficiency, Feng Ruoqing, after ingesting a Tier 2 Qi returning pill and meditating briefly, restored her essence energy to a considerable extent. Yi Yuan, secretly astonished, wondered about Feng Ruoqing's background. Tier 2 Qi returning pill was a relatively precious commodity in the state of Qin, yet she consumed it casually without batting an eye. Furthermore, the red lotus cauldron she possessed was undoubtedly a high-grade alchemical tool in the state of Qin, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Esteemed teacher, Feng harbored powerful connections. Unfortunately, the subsequent attempts at the yin-yang separation flow technique met with repeated failures. The medicinal essence would invariably transform into a black cloud of smoke during the later stages, rendering the refinement futile. Increasingly disheartened, Feng Ruoqing acknowledged that her ability to persist until the late stages was indebted to the quality of the medicinal essence Yi Yuan refined, coupled with his adept control over the fire. Without these factors, she might not have endured until the later stages. Frustrated, she grumbled, again, though Tier 2 Qi returning pills aided in recovering essence energy. The taxing day of refining had taken its toll on Feng Ruoqing's endurance. Observing her, Yi Yuan felt a twinge of conflict within. What are you staring at? Go prepare the herbs. Feng Ruoqing snapped. Impatiently, Yi Yuan, instead of preparing the herbs, sighed. He approached the table, retrieved a piece of paper and 2 brushes. Curiosity piqued. Feng Ruoqing approached to see what Yi Yuan intended with the brushes and paper. To her surprise, he held a brush in each hand and simultaneously drew 2 shapes on the paper, a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. Cease the training. This method won't work. We'll revisit it after you master this, Yi Yuan declared, passing the 2 brushes to Feng Ruoqing.